authority, use it. If you're just going to get out there and try to say I'm unethical and that my office was improper, that's really not dealing fairly. They had no authority to support it. The court, as was expected, despite all the relitigation, properly let that statement in. The court erred in permitting the prosecution to introduce evidence related to the search of Mr. Durst's hotel room in New Orleans. They lost the 1538.5 motion. They never appealed it. They also lost the same motion in federal court. So in the end, that evidence came in because, as we are aware, when you look at inevitable discovery, an independent source, the evidence was going to come in whether there was a violation or not. The court erred in prohibiting Mr. Durst from presenting third-party culpability evidence. Now, at the time they filed their motion, which was litigated on December 2nd, 2019, their position was that Bob Durst had never been in the house. They stated, quote, "The evidence against Mr. Durst does not contain any forensic proof that he was at the victim's residence. It contains no eyewitness accounts of the defendant being seen there or his car being seen there. It contains nothing which indicates the defendant was at the victim's house at the time of the murder." 3 weeks later, as the court's aware, they changed their position and stipulated that, in fact, no, he was in the house and he found her body. They basically sought to present the kitchen sink of third-party culpability defenses, arguing several different mutually exclusive theories, including but not limited to, Niall Brenner, her agent, did it. She was killed by the mob. She was killed by her 90-year-old landlord. I could go on, but it's pretty clear. The court erred in denying the request to recuse myself because I was a witness related to evidence presented at trial. This was litigated. It was an unsupported motion to begin with. Everything was taped. Again, they did their best. They tried to portray me as I was the villain of this trial. It didn't work. They put it again in this motion. It was properly and legally ruled upon by the judge. The court erred in showing the jury the movie All Good Things and the Jinx. That was their quote. The jury was never shown the Jinx. We've been in this court for 6 years, and the defense puts in their new trial motion, they erred showing the Jinx. It never happened. All Good Things came in because it was one giant adoptive admission by Mr. Durst. The court was also very clear in explaining to the jury what the limits of that use of the evidence were. The court erred in applying the journalist shield for Andrew Jarecki and his hit the ground running. Well, we litigated this repeatedly, and then in the end, the defense stipulated they had a chance to call Mr. Jarecki and decided they wanted to stipulate, which they did. The court erred in finding that Andrew Jarecki and hit the ground running were not agents of the prosecution and law enforcement. This was thoroughly litigated. We had numerous hearings on it. It wasn't close. Mr. Jarecki was a very persistent filmmaker. He did what journalists do. He attempted to get information from wherever he could get it from. He was very successful in getting that information. There was never any direction from law enforcement to Mr. Jarecki. There were never any guidance or instructions from law enforcement to Mr. Jarecki. And as the court is aware, when Mr. Jarecki ended up paying a visit to Mr. Durst, after Mr. Durst was in custody, and as the defense is well aware, and I called Mr. Jarecki and said, you know what, I don't like you doing that. His response was, which is completely legal, you don't control what I do. And he's absolutely right. We didn't control him then. We didn't control him from the start of the case. That is an argument that is completely unsupported. Finally, the court erred in denying Mr. Durst's pretrial request to exclude handwriting evidence. Under what legal authority, Your Honor, could the court have suppressed the handwriting evidence, which is specifically admissible pursuant to Evidence Code Section 1417 and 1418? In addition, he stipulated that he wrote the cadaver note. So I'm trying to understand this. So is the argument, Your Honor, if you wouldn't have let in this relevant admissible evidence, then my client wouldn't have admitted he wrote it. He could have lied about it and maybe got away with it. So that is a summation of some of the areas. Again, Your Honor, There's not one even tiny ground for the granting of a mistrial. The court has had the patience of a saint, and I understand that I'm not necessarily the easiest litigant to deal with either, but we briefed every issue thoroughly, repeatedly, and I think effectively, and in the end, the court made the rulings, not with a scorecard, but based on the laws of the state of California. And with that, Your Honor, I would submit it. Thank you.
Mr. Chesno, you wish to reply? Mr. DeGarrett.
We submitted it, and Mr. Loudoun just repeated all our arguments, so I'm glad we submitted it, so you didn't have to listen to it twice. It's up to you, Your Honor.
All right, thank you. You said the court erred so many times I started feeling self-conscious.
Well, it wasn't me. I'm just repeating their motion.
You didn't have to quote that part.
They've said worse about
In
me.
response to that, Your Honor, the court knows in the proceeding that lasted 5 years, lawyers litigate. There always are differences of opinion. That's what this motion is about, and that's what the appeal will be about. So we do have issue with things that occurred. The court did give us the opportunity to litigate all of them, but we just have a difference of opinion on the legal conclusion that the court reached. Thank you.
All right.
And if I might be facetious, Your Honor, Coach Bum Phillips said, "Don't dance in the end zone. People will think you've never been there before."
Thank you for that, Mr. DeGarry. All right. All right. As to the sufficiency of evidence, Mr. Durst confessed to the crime and the special circumstance of witness killing to Nick Chavin. The crime scene evidence provides the minimum corroboration a confession requires. This is proof beyond a reasonable doubt. The logical inferences from the crime scene itself prove lying in wait and use of a firearm beyond a reasonable doubt. Mr. Durst's statement that only the killer could have written the cadaver note, which obviously is true, and then his admission that he wrote that note proves his guilt beyond a reasonable doubt a second way. His bathroom confession to 3 killings on a nationwide broadcast is a confession he cannot and did not explain. That proves his guilt in a third independent way. Over the course of 4 months, the people presented voluminous circumstantial evidence which proves guilt beyond a reasonable doubt, independent of the defendant's statements. The defendant's testimony was profoundly incredible and incriminating, but his explanation of some of his previous incriminating statements was even more incriminating, that he was trying to get a plea bargain, which is another admission of guilt. There's no other reason for Mr. Durst to seek a plea bargain. This is the 5th way the case is proved beyond a reasonable doubt. There is sufficient evidence, indeed overwhelming evidence of guilt. As to the 15 alleged legal errors, I've reviewed the rulings and I remain confident that each of them is correct, as I previously explained at great length. I will briefly reiterate. First, the procedural claim about the pandemic adjournment. Good cause was shown, prejudice was not. Second, admission of Morris Black evidence, including photos of Mr. Black after Mr. Durst had dismembered him. This was relevant under 1101B of the Evidence Code and more probative than prejudicial. The third claim, Kathy's abortion. This is evidence of the decline of the relationship leading to domestic violence and resulting ultimately in Mr. Durst's motive to kill her. It's more probative than prejudicial. Fourth, the Peter Schwartz assault, that was relevant because it triggered the argument leading to her killing. It's a form of domestic violence admissible under 1101B. It's more probative than prejudicial. Fifth, the excluded supposed sightings of Kathy Durst. That's unreliable hearsay with no exception, indeed, I would say fraudulent. But the jury heard about supposed sightings from witness Doug Oliver, and that raised no reasonable doubt. 6, domestic violence against Kathy, clearly admissible under 1101B and highly probative. 7, the threat to Douglas Durst was admitted as circumstantial evidence because of Robert Durst's written statement of identical intent toward Kathy. 8, the New Orleans interrogation. The defendant knowingly and intelligently waived his Fifth Amendment rights and had not yet been charged, so the Sixth Amendment did not attach. 9, search of the New Orleans hotel room. This was carefully litigated. Nobody violated his rights. 10th, third-party culpability evidence. No one else was connected to the crime by this evidence. It's therefore not admissible under California law. 11, I'm going to address that one separately. 12, all good things, contained powerful adoptive admissions and was presented with 2 very clear and firm contemporaneous limiting instructions and a third warning concurrent with the final instructions. The jinx was not shown to the jury, so that claim is incorrect. 13, applying the journalist shield to Mr. Jarecki. This was a pretrial discovery issue. At trial, the court did not limit cross-examination, agreeing with the defense position. The point was moot because the people did not call him in rebuttal. 14, ruling that Mr. Jarecki was a journalist and not a law enforcement agent was in the context of a discovery motion. It's highly speculative that he possessed anything the defense did not know about or that he possessed anything remotely exculpatory. 15, admission of handwriting evidence. The court followed Sargon versus Regents of the University of Southern California in admitting the evidence and allowed the defense every opportunity to refute the handwriting evidence at trial. But the defense stipulated that it could be admitted. Ultimately, the jury is authorized by the evidence code to make their own comparison. So this really is a non-issue. Even if these claims were valid and evidence was wrongly admitted, it would be harmless given the confession to Nick Chavin and the bathroom confession, which are proof independent from any of the contested evidentiary issues. As for exclusion of defense evidence, this evidence was incompetent as proof, speculative at best, and not worthy of belief, given that Mr. Durst repeatedly admitted the killings. As to the procedural issue, that's the 11th claim, not recusing Mr. Lewin. Now, the circumstances fell well short of a legal basis for recusal, but even if this ruling were incorrect, and Mr. Lewin's presentation of his own investigation somehow tainted Mr. Chavin's testimony or the New Orleans interrogation of the defendant, the televised bathroom confession is completely independent from Mr. Lewin's investigative actions and establishes guilt of the charged crime, as well as the killing of Kathy Durst, which supplies the only plausible motive for Susan Berman's murder, which corroborates evidence of witness killing that predates Mr. Lewin's participation. The manner of the killing establishes lying in wait, regardless of anything Mr. Lewin could possibly have affected by his participation in the investigation. Mr. Lewin's presentation of the evidence was unusual, indeed extraordinary. Sometimes in taped interviews, he would state personal beliefs, which could have been considered vouching, but I instructed the jury that the statements of attorneys are not evidence. Their questions are not evidence, only the answers are evidence. Moreover, whenever given the opportunity, I struck such statements. For example, in the New Orleans interrogation of Mr. Durst. But I did not strike such statements when the defense stipulated to their admission. In any event, not only is this argument waived by the stipulations, but it's also cured by the instructions I gave, and harmless due to the overwhelming evidence. It's unaffected by these concerns. And it's not vouching. Mr. Lewin's preparation and presentation were unique and unprecedented, but always lawful and ethical, and in some, commendable. The motion for a new trial is denied. Is there any other legal cause why judgment should not be pronounced?
No, Your Honor.
Do people wish to present statements from Susan Berman's family?
Yes, Your Honor. There's 4 total, and the first speaker will be Denny Marcus, D-E-N-I-M-A-R-C-U-S.
All right, thank you. Denny Marcus may come forward. Now, I'm going to welcome your words. Denny Marcus may come forward. Good afternoon, Ms. Marcus, and she's accompanied by?
My son, Tommy Marcus.
All right, Ms. Marcus, good afternoon. I'm glad that you could be here today, and I want you to know just there are some ground rules, and this is a time for you to address me about what happened and how this may have affected you. This is not an opportunity for you to speak to Mr. Durst. Please direct your comments to me and not to the defendant, Mr. Durst, if you will. You may proceed.
Where do I begin? I was robbed, my beautiful son was robbed of an absolutely extraordinary, unforgettable, brilliant person whose life was savagely taken from her at 55 when she had many years ahead. And she and I discussed, she was much more like a sister. She lived with my family. She was orphaned at 13. And I didn't even know she wasn't my sister until I was 6. And my parents explained that she went to boarding school because she was under the guardianship of other people and she would spend all the holidays with us. But she was unforgettable. She took me on madcap adventures. All of my friends and close ones knew her as her alter ego, Auntie Mame. And she had so much love, and she was so valuable. Her value as a human being is just priceless. And the fact that we were all robbed of the additional 30 or 40 years that she definitely had left to do some things, and she was a loyal, fabulous friend. And that, and at the end of her life, as the regressions and the memories came up, the phobias got a little more pronounced, but God bless her. She used them. She used them in her manuscripts and in her pitch meetings, and she kept trying, and she never gave up, even when life became quite dire. And she lost all of her money, and people that she loved and trusted and gave the money to were, nowhere to be found the last 7 years. We spoke mostly every day. And she, even during that time when I had my challenges with being a single mother to this fabulous person right here, she was always so supportive and wonderful. She would make my gray days a lot less gray. And toward the end, the roles reversed, and it was my pleasure to talk her down off the ledge when it became really necessary. And I felt it, and she felt the transition. We thanked each other every day. We ended every conversation from the time I was 0 to 42 with "I love you." And she was just so valuable and fabulous, and such a loss to so many people, and she's undeniably unforgettable. And always will be. I think about her every day, miss her every day. I still speak to her. And when I have had challenges over the years, wonderful, and being a single mother is I always go to, what would Susie tell me to focus on? How would she help me pull myself up and out? And it always came through. I always remembered. Elephants get their memory from me. And I remember practically everything every conversation we've ever had. And I love her, and I will continue to love her with every breath. And Tommy, we come from a very colorful family, and the book she wrote as a love letter to our colorful family, easy to read. It's a very easy read. It's still on Amazon. And her narrative and the way that she wrote and the way that she spoke and her articulation. And if you look on YouTube, you can see some of the interviews she did about Las Vegas. She did love letters to Las Vegas and her surroundings. She had Liberace's belt from her birthday party where he sang. She had a very colorful life, and she shared it with me. I've shared it with this guy here. This guy here never, he lost her at 4, but she always told him she was his Aunt Susie, and she was prideful about it. And she always entered the room boisterously and loudly with that wonderful high-pitched voice and her beautiful signature look with the shiny black hair and the bangs and the black eyeshadow and the lipstick. I can see her clear as day. And I know she's here. I know she's got her hand right here. She's on my shoulder. And she knows that I would do anything for her in this world or beyond it. And I just love her. And I also want to say that hate was never in my wheelhouse or hers. And for that reason, I will never hate Bobby because she loved him. And I will just live with it, with the memory, and have that as a big part of it, because hate cannot enter my life no matter what. And she made sure that I always knew, no matter what, hate serves no purpose. And it's what occurred, and the reason that she's not here, and why beautiful, sweet Kathy that I met very young and saw her transition into somebody angry and frightened, just really shows me that the unnecessariness of this is the biggest loss to all of us. And I'm sorry for the Mormons as well. I know that they're in pain. And I just want to say that all of us that knew and loved her were benefited and are benefited from having her as part of our lives. And she's still a big part of mine.
Thank you.
And Tom's. Thank you so much for listening.
Thank you. Thank you. Mr.
Davey Berman.
Davey Berman, thank you. Good afternoon, Mr. Berman. Welcome to our court. I'm interested in what you have to say, and make sure you speak to me. Address your comments to me. You may speak as slowly as you wish, and you may speak.
Well, first, I want to thank the judge, the jury, prosecution for the due diligence and sticking with it for such a long trial. And this morning, I went, excuse me,
Take your time. It's okay.
I visited her and told her she could rest easy. The justice has been done. She just got to know my daughters. She had never met them.
So you're listening in right now to the sentencing as it's underway with Robert Durst, as he has been found guilty of an execution-style killing of his best friend, Susan Berman. We'll have more on all of this going into the rest of the evening. It is going to be a busy night here on Live Now from Fox. You definitely want to stick around. We're going to take a 2-minute commercial break. When we come back, we're going back out live to Chicago, talking about the battle between the city and the police union when it comes to vaccine mandates. That's in 2 minutes. Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. I'm Daytona Everett. We are going into some news out of Chicago. This is a conversation nationwide, but specifically they're dealing with this in the Chicago area right now. The police union and the city going back and forth about vaccine mandates, as many of these police officers are saying they're not going to get the shot. Fox 32's Nate Rogers joining us live from Chicago right now with the very latest. We just heard, Nate, from Mayor Lori Lightfoot. What do you think her biggest takeaways were from today?
Yeah, well, Daytona, the biggest issue right now is Chicagoans. We really don't know how many officers will be protecting our streets come this weekend, especially after the Fraternal Order of Police here. The police union continues to advise officers not to comply with the mayor's mandate. At a press conference just a short time ago, Mayor Lightfoot said her vaccine policy is about safe workspaces and saving lives. She also said she's not concerned about a shortfall of officers, and if officers don't show up, quote, that's a whole nother issue. On Tuesday, the Fraternal Order of Police leader said if the mayor's plan doesn't change, he guaranteed 50% of Chicago officers will stay home on Saturday. According to the mayor's plan, by tomorrow, Friday, Chicago's 12,000 police officers must get tested twice a week, provide their vaccination status, or they'll be placed on a no-pay status. Mayor Lightfoot said informing the department of their status is a simple process. Take a listen.
The information that we are requiring employees to provide is very basic, much not intrusive, HIPAA compliant, ADA compliant. It's a simple yes or no. Yes, you're vaccinated. No, you're not vaccinated. If yes, then you provide your vaccination information. If no, then you're able to go to a different portal and sign up for to say that you will take the weekly testing option. Pretty straightforward.
And the Fraternal Order of Police also just posting within the last hour or so another video saying he's heard that supervisors tomorrow will be advising all officers here to upload their vaccination status. The Fraternal Order of Police leader again telling all 12,000 Chicago police officers do not comply. He says, quote, even if the Superintendent Brown asks you to upload your status, do not do it. He says it is illegal, and he says that it really is intrusive and an invasion of their privacy. And so it really is a back and forth. But I tell you, Daytona, just from talking to various officers today, I talked to a number of clergymen. I also talked to one officer specifically who said, Nate, if you are a concealed carry, he said this weekend would be the weekend to have your gun on you. And I didn't even interview him. I was just talking to him off the record, just trying to pick his brain about my story. And I'm not concealed carry. Many residents here in Chicago aren't concealed carry. And so we really are worried about what our streets will look like, especially with the ongoing crime, the continued murders here in Chicago, kids being shot. It really is a tumultuous time right now. And really the concern, the back and forth between the union and the mayor. Chicagoans just want to stay safe. And so, I don't know, by Saturday, we'll see exactly what happens.
So, I mean, what is Lightfoot saying about all of this? Because, as you said, there's been a recent crime surge in Chicago, even without a lack of officers on the streets. Is she concerned about this?
Yeah, well, Mayor Lightfoot is saying she's not at all concerned about a shortfall of officers. As I said, she said the biggest concern is making sure that that Chicagoans are safe, and by that she means by all city workers having been vaccinated. Now, the other side of this, you hear officers saying, why is the mandate just talked about mainly about Chicago police officers? What about all other city workers? Her mandate does apply to city workers, but it appears that there's a big focus on police officers and not so much firemen or other folks that work in city spaces here. And so I don't know. It's something that we'll just have to figure out. I will tell you, as I've listened to the Fraternal Order of Police leader, I'm just thinking, oh, they're just talking. Is this, is this really going to happen?
Right.
I will tell you, Daytona, I've talked to at least a dozen officers today off camera who have told me, Nate, this is nothing to play with. One officer who's been on the force some 20 years told me they expect probably 3,000 officers not to show up on Saturday. We couldn't confirm those numbers, but this is something that a lot of officers saying they are going to comply with as it pertains to following the Fraternal Order of Police's commands. They say they believe that the city is out of line here by this mandate.
Is there a backup plan if that does happen, if 3,000 officers don't show up to work this weekend? And we know that violence typically spikes on the weekend as well.
Yeah, now we haven't heard an official backup plan from the mayor's office again at the press conference today, and you all heard some of it. Mayor Lightfoot was just saying that they really are trying to make sure that folks get vaccinated and understand that the portal isn't a hard piece. It literally you're just clicking on. Making a selection to say yes, vaccinated, no, I'm not vaccinated, no, I'm not vaccinated, etc. But I have heard rumors that if enough officers don't show up on this weekend, the officers that do show up, they may have to work extended hours, some working 12 hours, which we've seen in the past, or their personal days off or scheduled vacation days may be canceled as a result of this. We haven't gotten an answer back from the mayor if that will happen. But I will tell you, we can expect to see, I guarantee you, just from talking to several officers today, there are many officers that possibly will not be abiding by this new mandate. And on Saturday, things could be a bit different in Chicago. We hope not. We're not,
Right.
trying to scare the people or anything like that. But it really is one of those things where the concern is there, and the back and forth is not helping because neither side is caving here.
And this might have a permanent effect. We heard from the union president last night who said, we have guys who have been in the force for a long time that could retire. They might just retire after all of this back and forth, and that's going to cut down on numbers as well, too.
Oh, absolutely. I forget the numbers that was quoted, but I've even talked to officers myself because the rule here in Chicago, I believe, is 29 in a day. So you can retire after 29 in a day. I've talked to officers who've been on the force 15 years, 20 years, 23 years. One officer just telling me a couple of days ago, he said, it's not worth my emotional, it's not worth my mental. It's not, I can't take this. And so we're seeing a lot of officers in top positions that are walking away from the job, leaving behind pensions because not just the mandate, but everything that comes along with the job. The high crime here in Chicago. Many officers saying that they don't feel supported by the city. And so right now in Chicago, it really is a tough time, not just for the city, not just for victims' families, but especially for Chicago police officers.
Yeah. All right. So again, what time does this all go into effect?
They're saying 11:59 tonight. 11:59 tonight, officers are mandated to upload, not just officers, I'm sorry, all city workers are mandated to upload their vaccination status to the city's health portal. If not, they can have, they'll have to go to testing 2 days a week, or it'll be a no paid leave. Now, one of the reporters at the press conference today did ask, what does that time frame look like? Will, officers be reprimanded right away? And Mayor Lightfoot did say that it will take them several days possibly, or at least a couple of days to figure out how many officers didn't comply, why they didn't comply, and what that'll look like. But only time will tell. The concern for residents, the real people, let's not forget about the seniors and the kids and the teenagers that just want to play outside. The real takeaway from this Daytona is, what will the streets of Chicago look like come this weekend, especially as we all know on weekends, violence, it shows its ugly head.
Yep, most definitely. Well, we are wishing for the best out there. Hopefully there can be some sort of coming together when it comes to such an important topic for all the residents who are living in Chicago right now. We'll be watching this here on Live Now from Fox. Fox 32's Nate Rogers, thank you so much.
Thank you, Daytona.
Okay, and we are going to, like we said, we'll watch everything that happens in Chicago over the weekend. We are also watching a lot of these other events that are live right now. This one out of Washington, D.C. You can see Secretary Mayorkas speaking at a vigil. They are honoring these 700 law enforcement officers who lost their lives in the line of duty just from 2019 to now. 700 officers. When we come back, we'll go out to it live here on Live Now from Fox. We'll see you in 2 minutes. And welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. You're taking a look from Washington, D.C. right now, where Secretary Mayorkas actually just stepped down from the podium. The names of more than 700 law enforcement officers who have died in the line of duty since 2019 are going to be formally dedicated to D.C.'s National Law Enforcement Officers Memorial on this Thursday. So we're going to listen in to this dedication ceremony out in the D.C. area.
The two officers started searching and found the men running into a mall. My dad and his partner ran in, and the chase ended at the end of a closed hallway. My dad grabbed him in a bear hug, and they told him to calm down. The struggle began, and they fell to the ground. The gunman gained control of my dad's gun, and while my dad was still on the ground with one knee, in front of many witnesses, my dad put his hands up and said, "Wait, I have kids." The man didn't care and shot him anyways. The gunman fled the scene and was later captured, strangely enough, a block away from my grandparents' house. My dad passed away that evening at age 27, in the hospital, surrounded by his family, blood and blue. He was survived by my mom, Terry, 29, me, 7, my sister, Jessica, 4, his parents, Emilio and Ana, and his brother, Leo. That day, my hero was gone, and my mom was left to carry everything on her shoulders. She is still my hero, and is sitting in the front row. My journey began to rebuild on May 1989 when I attended National Police Week for the first time here in D.C. with my mom and little sister. I was only 10 years old, and it was during National Police Week I learned I could connect with other survivors that truly related to my tragic experience. I wasn't alone, and I felt connection with other surviving kids. I felt normal again. We came back to Police Week every year and participated at COPS events, the National Law Enforcement Memorial and Candlelight Vigil, and the FOP Memorial Ceremony. After high school, I took a few years off from Police Week while going to college. In the summer of 2000, I attended COPS Outward Bound summer programs, and it taught me many things of outdoors, but it also reminded me of what I was missing, my COPS family. So I started getting more involved, and I went back to Police Week that following May. I began wanting to give back to survivors while still honoring my hero. I started mentoring other surviving children at COPS events. The more involved I got, the more I wanted. I realized everyone handles grief differently. I handled mine by getting involved and helping others. I found my purpose. I urge you to find yours. In 2010, I decided to get on the COPS National Board and was elected Regional Trustee on May of 2010. During that time, I married my wife, Terry Fuentes, and became fathers to Tiffany, that was born in 2002. We welcomed our second daughter, Emma, in June of 2014, and our third daughter, Emily, in August of 2016. I finalized my master's and became a CPA, and I still attended National Police Week, mentoring other COPS kids, and I became a member of Law Enforcement United. On July of 2019, I was elected National President. I can't imagine my life without my Blue family and the organization that has helped me rebuild my shattered life. To the young kids sitting in the audience, I was once you. To the surviving spouses with kids, please know that even with this tremendous loss they have faced, they can still be okay. Everyone has a different path and purpose, but over the years I realized mine was not just to honor my dad, but to also help other survivors understand that there is hope and peace in our new normal. I am humbled and honored to have served as National President of COPS, but more importantly, to have been able to share my journey. Thank you, and God bless.
The National Law Enforcement Officers Memorial was dedicated. Every year since, the names of the fallen have been read aloud to honor their sacrifice. Tonight, we continue that proud tradition with the reading of 701 names that were added to the memorial in 2020 and 2021. The names will be read by the Memorial Fund's Board of Directors and other special guests. They will be read in the order of the state in which they served. The candle lighting in honor of these and all of our nation's fallen law enforcement heroes will occur immediately following the names reading. Please refrain from lighting your candles until after the memorial candle is lit on stage and the flame is passed on to all of you. At this time, Attorney General Garland will begin this evening's roll call of honor.
William Ray Beekner, Abram S. Johnson, Waitasha Lamar Carter, Billy Fred Clardy III, Nicholas Daniel O'Rear, Levy Petway, John Arthur Williams Sr., William Eaton Hayes, William A. Russell Jr., Sean Paul Tudor, Julius Jamal Daly, Stephen Paul Williams, Gail S. Green, Dornell Cousette, Parnell Leroy Guyton.
From the state of Arizona, Gene Wade Lee, Jason W. Judd, Greg Scott Carnicle, Paul Thomas Rutherford. From the state of Arkansas, Ollie Edward Mitz, George W. Rogers, Euless Melvin Baldwin, Ed Thomas Allen, Stephen Paul Carr, Travis Sentel Wallace, Brent William Perry Scrimshire, James Lawrence Dancy, Kevin Dwayne Collins, Michael David Stephen Sr.
From the state of California, Oscar Walter Rocha, Rudolph Bond, Daniel Lopez Mendoza III, Stephen Lawrence Lycon, Andy Ornelius, Andre Maurice Moyer Jr., Natalie Becky Corona, Efren Cornel, Brian David Ishmael, Jose Cruz Mora Jr., Angel De La Fuente, Elmer Jonathan Diaz, Ames Randolph Jones.
From the state of Connecticut, Stephen A. Ketchum, Matthew Bradley Manieri, from the District of Columbia, Mark Randall Eckenrode, Keith D. Williams, Sr.
From the state of California, William Boet, Esmeralda Ponce Ramirez, Juan Jose Diaz, Larry Dean Chrome, Carlos J. Hammond, Donald Keith Sumner, Virgil Lynn Thomas Sr., Leroy Hopkins Tripp, Harry Morris Cohen, Terrell Don Young.
Continuing from the state of California, Tara Christina O'Sullivan, Charles H. Wetzel, Daniel Jean Walters, Harry A. Pelshon, Damon Christopher Getzweiler, Mary Lou Hernandez Armour, Henson Pyle, Warren Byron Willard.
From the state of Colorado, Joshua Eli Voth, Daniel H. Groves, William James Modane, Kurt Michael Holland, James C. Ritchie, Andrew Sandberg, Jeffrey Christopher Hopkins, Brandon Patrick Unit, Alfred Alfonso Personette, John M. McGee, Joe E. Tucker.
From the state of Florida, William Creighton Newberry, Benjamin Ryan Nims, Aldemar Rengifo Jr., Shannon Santo Bennett, Eric John Twisdale, Stephen James Dodson, Charles Edward Williams, Robert Wayne Rogers, Julian L. Keene, Daniel Dunn Hilton, Tracy Leslie Vickers, Joseph John Bullock.
Continuing from the state of Florida, John Luff Owens, Gary Vickers, Thomas H. Branch, Christopher Michael Cunningham Sr., Lynn D. Jones, Richard Mark Berry, Paul Patrick Dunn, Kenneth Dale Foley, Corey Pendergrass, Comas Celis Revels.
Continuing from the state of Florida, Aubrey Travis Johnson, Jr., Hero Antonio Bravo, Joseph Robinson, Angela Denise Chavers, Maurice Chevalier Ford, Jose Antonio Diaz Ayala, William Thomas Etheridge, Stephen James Brown, Anthony Neary, Charles Otis Pugh II.
From the state of Georgia, Robert Sidney Wallace, Edgar Cleman Harris, L. Dale Allen, James Joseph Bealo, Quintarius Dwayne Taylor, Avery Delshawn Hillman, Bobby Sue Honey, Jan Alice Ash, Philip Craver Rotis, Spencer Allen England, William Robert Gardner, Kenny Bernard Ingram, Anthony Lamar White.
Continuing from the state of Georgia, Stanley Curtis Elrod, James Edward Morton, James Michael Kanacha, Joshua Brian Ryer Jr., Brian Keith McNair, Nicholas Blaine Dixon, Stephen Bradley Crazy Wolf Dudden, Patrick David Snook, Sheldon Gordon Whiteman, Michaela Elizabeth Smith, Isaac Elbert McLeod, Joseph Warren Brown.
Continuing from the state of Georgia, Cecil Dwayne Ridley, Charles Edward Norton, Stephen Allen Minor, Kelvin Bernard Ansari, Christopher Eric Ewing, Philip Edward Street. From the state of Hawaii, Tiffany Victoria Bylan Enriquez. Kalike Sailor Gerard Kalama. From the state of Idaho, Wyatt Christopher Mazer. Vernell E. Keller.
From the state of Illinois, James Watkins, Herbert Bronson, Titus Diopsy Moore, Marco DeFranco, Clifford Willie Martin Sr., Ronald Newman, Antoine Pierre Jones, Richard William O'Brien Jr., Sheila Janelle Rivera, Jose Pedro Marquez.
Continuing from the state of Illinois, Troy Philip Chisholm, Terrence Allen Engel, Nicholas John Hopkins, Christopher James Lambert, Brooke Elizabeth Jones Story, Gerald Wayne Ellis, Jacob Howard Keltner, Joseph Benjamin Hood, Bert S. Plattenberger, Bryant Hemphill.
From the state of Indiana, Joseph Fishblack Sr., Tejuan Fortrese Johnson, Peter Richard Stefan, Brianne Rochelle Leith, Kenneth Reed Lester, David Paul Hewitt. From the state of Iowa, Stephanie Jean Schurz. From the state of Kansas, Alan Joseph Weber, Charles A. McKinney, George Bernard Robert, Olufella A. Adabi, Gabe Morales, Daniel Ray Abramovitz, Michael Sean Mosier.
From the state of Kentucky, George T. Benz, Marion Lane, Isaac Pennington, Bobby Wayne Jacobs, John Arthur Lawson, Christopher Michael Halsey, Alonzo Robinson, William E. Maddox, James Traver Kirk.
And you've been listening in to this roll call of honor out in Washington, D.C. as they announced the 701 officers who have died in the line of duty since 2019. We're going to stay on this. We are going to send some of you off into a quick commercial break. We'll be right back here on Live Now from Fox.
Romeo, Donna Michelle Richardson Bello, Stephen Dwayne Weinstein, Levi Kelly Arnold Sr., Claude Winston Guillory, Caitlin Marie Colley, George Bowman Baker, Vincent Nat Liberto, Jr.
Continuing from the state of Louisiana, Marshall Lee Waters, Jr., Raymond Andrew Bozeman, Sharon M. Williams, Mark Abbott Hall, Sr., Stephen Michael Godet, Jr., Larry Wayne Jean, Randy Michael Ballard, Shateri Elise Payne, Ketrell Michael Pitts, Keyshawn Ortez Bates.
From the state of Maine, Benjamin James Campbell, Pearlie Morrison Sprague, from the state of Maryland, Alexander McIntosh, Charles J. Walsh, John H. Dames, James T. Harvey, Francis J. Fulham, Edgar C. Shalito, Arthur R. Cornwaith.
Continuing from the state of Maryland, Kyle David Olinger. From the state of Massachusetts, Danford Dunn, Daniel W. Sullivan, Alonzo Burnham, Thomas Edmund Young, Albert Harry Giles, John Franklin Montague, Felix Francis Sharkey, Robert Andrew Marr, Edward C. Lynch, Samuel Reynolds, David Ray Brown.
Continuing from the state of Massachusetts, Thomas F. Dinan, Alan Foss Ray Jr., James B. DeShazo, Thomas William Devlin, Harold Francis McGilwray Jr., Harold J. Collins, John D. Sanji.
From the state of Michigan, Stephen Spland, Benton James Hacker, Michael Joseph Tralka, Scott James Larkins, Rasheen Philippe McLean, Jonathan David Purnell, Waldis Denise Johnson.
Continuing from the state of Michigan, William James Darnell, Nelson Reed Cook, Homer Edward Hatt, Edwin John Warmsbaker, Caleb Howard Starr, Francis William Lemonian, William D. McCabe, Donna Faye Collins, Dean Michael Sard, Bryant Searcy, Benny N. Napoleon.
From the state of Minnesota, Frank E. McGregor, Eugene Herman Wynn, Jr., Limick Arthur Larson,
From the state of Mississippi, Robert Stanton McKeithen, Jeremy Allen Voiles, Henry R. Campbell, William C. Cooper, Carter I. Jones, Marshall Lee London, Jr., Willie Houston West, Dylan Scott Pickle, E. Ray Hawkins, James Harold Blair.
From the state of Missouri, David William Waymeyer, Andrew Derek Clark, Dwight Eugene Willis, Ricky Allen Groves, Wayne Mark Niedenberg, Kendall Glenn Blackburn, Richard Allen Wright, Herschel Rico Turner, Jr., Michael Vincent Langsdorf, Christopher Ryan Walsh, Tamaris L. Bohannon, Richard T. Blue.
From the state of Montana, Jacob Otto Allmendinger. From the state of Nebraska, Randy Zoray Haddix, L. Mario Herrera, Jerry Lewis Smith, Jr. From the state of Nevada, Marvin Lee Scott, Eric Larson Lloyd, John Carl Dorff, Benjamin Michael Jenkins.
From the state of New Jersey, April Eleanor Bird, Altariq Shondell Patterson, Gary Lewis Walker, Leroy George Palmer, Charles Edward Roberts III, Thomas Flynn, Thomas Joseph Kavanaugh, Eugene Osterson, Charles H. Ackerman, Richard H. Fletcher, Jr., Joseph Francis Sewell, Joseph Allen Seals.
Continuing from the state of New Jersey, Nelson Perdomo, Maria Gibbs, Brian U. McCoy, Michael Alexander Connors, Michael W. Clegg, Irving Jean Callender, Marcus Thomas, Christopher Dennis Cronin, Francesco Sebastiano Scorpo, John Zinger.
Continuing for the state of New Jersey and the Port Authority of New York and New Jersey, John V. McCabe, John J. Kane, Pavlos E. Paulus, Vincent Joseph Oliva, Lawrence A. Bruneri, Charles Pizzardlo, James W. Kenley, Mark J. Meir, Michael Edmund Teal, William James Leahy, Thomas M. Inman, and William E. Dubrowski.
Continuing from the state of New Jersey, William Henry Letts, James Francis Knight, Arthur McKenna, and Alex Ruperto.
From the state of New York, John Thompson, Stephen B. McLeod, Walter Lowry Mallinson, Peter F. Curran, Peter Martino, Paul J. McCabe, Brian R. Abundandello, Michael P. Shea, James V. Quinn.
Continuing from the state of New York, Thomas A. Herbert, Edward J. Fitzgerald, William G. Parker, Nathaniel Holland, Jr., Mark Lawler, William T. Walsh, Joseph F. Hyde, Yolanda Cawley, Sean P. Franklin.
Continuing from the state of New York, Jason H. Offner, Thomas J. Gallagher, Gary M. Franklin, James E. Ryan, Scott R. Blackshaw, Barbara J. Sullivan, Robert P. Massey, John P. Ferrari, Lawrence J. Rivera.
Continuing from the state of New York, Robert Ortiz, Jeffrey A. Lee, Paul J. Johnson, Michael O. Diamond, Anthony R. Hanlon, Joseph L. Pidotto, Manuel Vargas, Jr., Wade Jason Williams.
Continuing from the state of New York, Jennifer Meehan, Audrey P. Capra, Thomas J. Lyons, Kenneth Xavier Dominic, Joseph M. Roman, Brian Paul Simonson, Gregory V. Melita, Philip T. Perry, Charles James Humphrey.
Philip E. Panzarella, Patrick Thomas McGovern, Keith A. Ferrara, James B. Boyle, Louis Gustavo Alvarez, Christopher E. Cranston, Thomas Santoro, Brian Charles Mulkeen.
Continuing from the state of New York, Nancy Puka, Michael H. Granis, Eric Murray, Jack V. Palmeni, Raymond C. Abair, Jeffrey Allen Scalf, Robert A. Cardona, Christopher B. McDonald, Frank L. Gagliano, William T. Norris, Justin C. Lenz.
Continuing from the state of New York, Robert Berwick, Stephen Lawrence Raymond, Jeffrey M. Sikora, Jennifer M. Zarnicki, Joseph Spinoza, Craig L. Capolino, Keith S. Allison, Randall Clayton French.
From the state of North Carolina, Jason Nicholas Chopin, Alexander Reginald Putaway, Jr., Micaiah Louise Rouse, Norman Odie Day, Jr., Robert Lee Bain, William T. Bowman, Brian Philip Hendricks, Sefersit Fron Froth John, Jordan Harris Sheldon, Tyler Avery Herden, Jared Michael Allison, Nolan James Sanders, McKeem Victrell Brooks.
From the state of North Dakota, Cody Nathaniel Holt. From the state of Ohio, William Lee Brewer, Jr., James Michael Skirnovich, Dale James Woods, George Renee Del Rio, Adam S. McMillan, Claude McCormick, Kaya LaFay Grant, Rex Foe, Anthony Hussein Dia.
From the state of Oklahoma, Jared John Taylor, Shirley Joe Lanning, Herschel A. Smith, Sam H. Scott, Brian Keith Crane, Michael Lee Loudenslager, Daniel Boyd Martin, Jeffrey Wade Sewell, J. H. Siller, Monty Thomas Johnson, Joseph Lanier, Craig Vincent Johnson, Willis Shepard. From the state of Oregon, Zachariah H. Stroud.
From the state of Pennsylvania, Robert William Seelock, Adam J. Hine, Mark Joseph Romutis, Joseph Daniel Coyle, Thomas E. Booz, John J. Kuhar, Jr., William Bell, William H. Paget, Michael Lee Henry Jr., Alan Regis Capozzi, Dale Thomas Provins Jr., Patrick Slevin, Philip Brady,
Continuing from the state of Pennsylvania, Hillary Baker, Robert McGuffin, James Miller, Hiram Hammer, Jacob Albright, Thomas W. Lawler, John Lawley, John J. Hallowell, Elijah A. Brewer, Frank Clayton Hutton, William Sebastian Hendrickson, George Francis Nick, Frank Perry, Edward Charles Dorman, Jr.
Continuing from the state of Pennsylvania, James R. O'Connor IV, James Walker, Jr., Jose Manuel Novoa, Tab T. Ali, Frank Rocco Melillo, Sr., Joseph M. Yaus, John Stack, Richard A. Teague, Robert Earl McAllister, Ernest W. Goddard, William Lewis Ammerman.
From the state of South Carolina, Ethan Ross Caskin, Thomas J. Martin, Jeremy Christopher Ledoux, Robert John Hall, Jackson Ryan Winkler, William Conley Jumper Jr., Michael H. Ambrosino, Mikos Leonardo Newman, Michael Shaw Latu, Jacob William Hancher, Robert G. Johnston, Robert Morris McFadden, Andrew John Gillette, Mike K. Knotts, Marion Clifton Nettles Sr., Frank Henry Knapp.
From the state of South Dakota, Lee Russell Weber. From the state of Tennessee, Destin Scott Legeza, Jonathan Merriman, Thomas Obadiah Musgrove, Nicholas Scott Galinger, Joseph Brian Motijo, Stephen Michael Reese, Lon Raines, James O'Riddle, Oscar Leonard Nance, John Asbury Gillespie.
Continuing from the state of Tennessee, Spencer Daniel Bristol, Francis Marion Alford, Bobby Rodriguez Montgomery, John Ralph Anderson IV, Jeremy Devon Smith, Anthony Terrence Jackson Sr., Stephen Billy Hinkle, Deborah K. Porter Johnson, Matthew Elias Gaddy.
Continuing from the state of New Jersey, Anthony Joseph Lucanto. And now from the state of Texas, Lionel Q. Martinez, Jr., Jose Antonio Busso, Sr., Abner Matlock, Sheena Day Yarbrough Howe, John Andrew Roden, Timothy P. De La Fuente, William Homer Hill, Brad Andrew Briscoe, Jose Humberto Mesa, Alan Daniel McCullum, Charlie Williams Jr., Bronk Justin McCoy.
Continuing from the state of Texas, M. Wayne Rhodes, Marvin Wayne Trejo, Peter John Herrera, Alexander A. Arango, Matthew Ryan Jones, Caleb Daniel Rule, Albert Ramirez Castaneda, Jr., Mark Christopher Brown, Sandeep Singh Dhaliwal, Raymond John Skolwinski, Juan Menchaca, Jr., Cornelius Bernard Anderson.
Continuing from the state of Texas, Johnny Ramos Tunches, Dennis Roy Oliver, Jr., Christopher Charles Lewis Brewster, Jason Michael Knox, Lemuel Del Rey Bruce, Jr., Harold Lloyd Preston, Ernest Leal, Jr., Dudley James Champ, Russell Dean Salazar, Carlos Aaron Ramirez, John Carter Scroggins, Jose Luis Blancart.
Continuing from the state of Texas, Richard Edward Whitten, Nicholas Lee Rainier, Ismael Z. Chavez, Eldemiro Garza, Jr., Bill Lankford Cornell, Sr., Christopher Allen Smith, Nathan Hayden.
As we continue to honor and remember these fallen law enforcement officers, we are going to take a quick 2-minute break. Stay right here with us on Live Now from Fox.
Jorge Cabrera, Kayla Marie Sullivan.
Continuing from the state of Texas, Lyle Jean Denny, William Christopher Dickerson, Tracy Allen Gaines, A. G. Hall, Clifton John Martinez, Brian Charles Pfluger, Justin Reed Putnam, David Lynn Schmidt, Ollie Parks, Charles Edward Holt III, Craig LaRose King, Jerry William Jones Joseph William Lang.
Continuing from the state of Texas, Kevin D. Wilcher, Jonathan Keith Goodman Sr., Coy Dale Kaufman Jr., James David Coleman, Maria Luisa Mendez, Thomas A. Ogenbear, Kenneth Wayne Harbin, Eric Travante Johnson, LeBoit A. Bouwa, Herbert James Garcia, James Willard Weston Jr., Donald Eugene Parker, Roderick L. Rogers.
Continuing from the state of Texas, Moses Sanchez, Ernest St. Leon, David Jones Fitzpatrick, Dale Edward Moulter, Christopher Scott Corzelius, Joseph Lamar Kolb, Raul Adam Gomez. From the state of Utah, Nathan James Ladoy, Joseph William Schinners. From the state of Vermont, Frank Alman Hayden.
From the state of Virginia, Robert Charles Sandukjian, Catherine Marie Tyne, Tony John Peaches, William R. Cray, Michael McCarthy, Julius Schultz, Joseph Say, James Carter, James Cox, John Kerr, John Maher, Daniel G. Tourgy, James Walker, Angela Nett Moore, Lucas Bartley Dowell.
From the state of Washington, Curtis James Engett, Jonathan Paul Shoup, Justin Richard DeRosier, John Michael Melvin, Ryan Shane Thompson, Michael Franklin Knapp, Cooper Andrew Dyson, Beresford Anthony Morse, S. Renee Paget, Justin Robert Schaefer, Daniel Glenn Oakes.
From the state of West Virginia, Cassie Marie Johnson, Levin Oliver Zimmerman, Basil Edward Wright. From the state of Wisconsin, Richard Charles Treadwell, William McGinty, Matthew John Rittner, Fred Robert Wasiski, and John David Hetland.
From the federal agencies, Michelle T. Paul, Kenneth Robert Meisel, Lowry Ware Sr., Louis Henry Aguirre, Jason Kai Van, Joseph Dennis Helton Jr., Liquat Ali Khan, Donna Marie Das, Robert Mark Houghton.
Continuing federal agencies: Louis O. Pena Jr., Richard McCoy, Omar E. Palmer, Cheng Kok Yan, Johan Morden, Alfonso H. Morietta, Enrique J. Rosetes, Roel D. La Fuente, Augustin Aguilar Jr.
Continuing from the federal agencies: Marco Antonio Gonzalez, Lucas G. Saudido, Carlo J. Cayabab, Domingo Jasso, Christopher Doyle Carney, Jose Antonio Santana, Richard Rios, John A. Fallon, Frederick H. Bathy, John Anthony Butchko.
Continuing from the federal agencies: Thomas Foley, Alfred F. Duckworth, Albert Gibson, Augustus Harris, Lorenzo C. Crywell, Charles T. Sparks, Richard Zeff, Jesse B. Bristol, William Pross, William Nathan Turner, Henry Peckinpah, Simon Combs, John B. McAdams, Norman D. Merkel, Brian Leith McGee, Betty Ann Pascarella, Anthony Charles McGrew, Oscar Jesus Tamares.
From the Railroad Police: Charles Hale, Thomas Clay Warden, Thomas J. Sullivan, John Harrison Bousman, Archibald D. Brandon, Rube T. Pollock, Owen Mulgrew, E. William Hendricks, Boleslaw Wozniak, George Jemba, William E. Deal, George Durst Farmer, Henry Clyde Hatcher, Oliver Columbus Grems, James Edward McDuffie, Robert W. Mulcahy, Victor Arthur McGee.
From the tribal agencies: Stephen Gasper Greco, Haska Thompson, Gordon C. James, Shannon Lee Barron, Clayton Joel Townsend, Charlie Joe Cortez, David Wesley Kellywood.
From the U.S. Territory of Guam, Glenn Timothy Francisco Martinez. From the U.S. Commonwealth of Puerto Rico, Jesus Abner Marrero Martinez. Alfred Sañet Perez. Miguel Angel Martinez Ortiz. Jose Antonio Garcia Vasquez. Ricardo Perez Ortiz. Mayra Mercedes Rodriguez Burgado. Pedro Joel Rodriguez Mateo.
May these heroes of America rest in peace, and may they and their families always be remembered. Behind every name read here tonight, and on the walls of the National Law Enforcement Officers Memorial, are stories and memories that burn brightly, tonight and always. Stories that inspire us, and memories that cannot be extinguished. As a symbol of that eternal remembrance, Attorney General Garland and Concerns of Police Survivors' immediate past National President, Emilio Meares, will now light the memorial candle. The flame will then be passed to each of you with the help of the trustees of the Concerns of Police Survivors.
And that was the tribute to all of the fallen officers that we have lost since 2019. Hard to believe. Over 700 officers paid the ultimate price there, and forever families and friends of these officers, their lives are forever ruined and devastated because of the actions of some that wanted to take the law into their own hands, unfortunately, and kill these officers on the streets. So you're watching Live Now from Fox, everybody. We are going to take a quick 2-minute break. We will always honor these officers. back, everyone, here to Live Now from Fox. Next story, we're taking out to Houston, where the FBI and local officials coming together to try to combat violence that they are seeing on the streets. It's occurring with people being murdered, shot at. Of course, police officers shot and killed at as well, and even mail carriers are getting ambushed on the job. Let's listen.
Good afternoon. My name is Jennifer Lowry, and I'm the acting U.S. Attorney for the Southern District of Texas. And we're here today to talk about violent crime. And violent crime is a huge problem in Houston and Harris County. I want to show you this map. You switch it over on the computer right here. Oh, they added some more things to my, sorry. Oh, there it is. Let's go back. This map that you'll see on the screen talks about a violent crime in Houston, and this is where violent crime is occurring. It's not just in one location. It's all over the city. It's all over the county. And we as a community need to come together to fight violent crime. And if we do, we can make a difference. The media is an integral part of that, to educate the public, to let them know where it is and to what's going on. And that we thank you for being here today. Behind me are members of our team, our violent crime team, and we fight violent crime every day, and everyone here works to fight violent crime. They're available in the mornings, they're available in the afternoons, they're available late at night. We do everything we can to make ours and your community as safe as we can. I want to introduce these team members right now. Right here is Assistant Special Agent in Charge Ted Dotz, and he's with the Federal Bureau of Investigation. Next to him is Executive Chief Matt Slinkard, and he's with the Houston Police Department. Behind me on the corner is Special Agent in Charge Fred Milanowski with the Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, Firearms, and Explosives. Next to him is Gary Smith with the Treasury Inspector General's Office, called TIGTA. Let's see, where is, right here is our acting inspector, postal inspector, Dana Carter. Mr. Kuhlman, Major Kuhlman, is over there from the Jefferson County Sheriff's Office. And Ruben Perez is from the Harris County District Attorney's Office. These are just some of our partners who we use to help fight violent crime and to work together. Part of our deal is we need to collaborate and all work together to fight it. A prime example of this collaboration happened today. There was an arrest of 3 individuals who robbed a drug stash house and then shot and killed someone during the course of that robbery. Arrested today were Charles Dawson, Damon Randolph, Kieron Marshall. They will join Curtis Sandell, who is already in state custody, that will be moved over to federal custody. And there is a fugitive, Daniel Prince. They all face now life in prison for the robbery, drug conspiracy, and the discharging of firearm during their offense. But that's not all the violent crime work and cases that we've been doing lately. We've had carjackings. We've had using, brandishing, and discharging firearms. We have felons who are unlawfully possessing firearms. We have assaults on officers and assaults on mail carriers and other gang crimes. A couple of examples is an already convicted felon did not kill a federal agent attempting just to serve a summons. And the summons was just for aggravated identity theft. We have 2 men, someone who robbed somebody in a safe place, which would be, you would think Subway and Family Dollar are safe places. They were robbed and brandishing firearms or showing a firearm. There was a carjacking where another man pulled a firearm on a lady to rob her car while she was trying to put her 1-year-old in the vehicle. We have multiple felons in possessions. They're not able to buy firearms or to possess firearms. And we work with the DA's office on this, in that they have felon in possession cases, and because of the backlog, they're sending some of us over to the federal side, so we're working in collaboration with them to try to get some of the worst offenders prosecuted. Recent announcement of an ELN member, and that is a transnational organized crime group. They were producing and distributing illegal narcotics into Southeast Texas. In the past year, there have been numerous robberies and pulling of guns on mail carriers. And we have a criminal who was shot at an ATM mechanic in the face while he was just trying to work on the ATM. Those are just some of the cases that we have had recently that have been indicted throughout the federal system. They're looking at penalties from 5 years in prison up to life. The other firearm offenses, if there's an extra firearm offense on top of it with the underlying offense, are looking at the ones we discussed, a minimum of 7 years up to life. The fines are from $250,000 to $10 million. We talked about felon in possessions. If they have 2 previous violent felonies or 2 previous drug trafficking felonies and are mixed, they're looking at a minimum of 15 years in prison up to life. And there's no parole in the federal system. I'm going to step back a little bit. I'm going to let our team talk to you about some of the things that they're doing in the violent crime arena.
Good afternoon. My name is Ted Dux. I'm the Assistant Special Agent in charge of the Houston Division FBI, and I oversee the Violent Crime Branch. This morning, a joint operation with the Houston Police Department, we have 3 suspected members of the Violent Street Gang that were taken into custody, and they face charges of robbery and murder. During the robbery, the subjects obtained a large amount of wholesale narcotic and money, and ultimately murdered an individual. Each suspect is indicted on 4 counts with the maximum punishment of life incarceration without the possibility of parole. Today is another example where the FBI works tirelessly, diligently, and vigorously alongside our federal, state, and local partners across our jurisdiction to fight violent crime. In addition, last month, 2 alleged members of one of the most serious transnational organizations, the National Liberation Army, aka ELN, were extradited to the United States. This is the first time believed members of ELN have been extradited to the United States in their nearly 60-year history to face both narco-terrorism and drug trafficking charges. While these are only 2 examples of FBI's work to fight violent crime, it serves as a reminder to our commitment to the threat. We live in this community, our children live in this community, therefore the public concerns regarding violent crimes are the same as ours. In today's world, the threats we face are too diverse, too dangerous, and too all-encompassing for any of us to tackle alone. FBI Houston will continue to work alongside our partners to identify the most violent offenders and the most dangerous criminal organizations in our community. Thank you. Give it to Executive Chief Slinker.
Good afternoon. Thank you very much, and thank you to the U.S. Attorney's Office very much for hosting us this afternoon to talk about something that we've all been talking about for quite some time, really since 2020, right? The increase in violent crime in Houston-Harris County. And as our Police Chief Troy Fenner and as our Mayor Sylvester Turner have said many times, Houston is not immune to the increase in violent crime that we've seen throughout the country since 2020 and then moving into 2021. And so what's really important today is to highlight, as we have several times recently, the partnerships that we are engaging in to do the very best we can for the citizens in combating this rise in violent crime and doing our very best to stem this rise in violent crime. I think the arrest today from a murder that occurred in 2018 and that robbery that was referenced is a perfect example of that. The hard-working men and women of the Houston Police Department, detectives within our homicide division and our gang division, working cooperatively with the FBI and the U.S. Attorney's Office to work on a case that obviously is a couple years old and then bring that to some sort of conclusion and get suspects in custody. It just highlights and underscores that it takes all of us to make a difference in the violent crime that we're experiencing. And as our partners at the ATF and Special Agent in Charge Fred Milanowski has said many times in recent news conferences, and as the Mayor mentioned even yesterday in his State of the City address, We have an issue with too many crime guns on the street and too many violent crimes involving firearms, whether it be murder, whether it be robbery, whether it be aggravated assault with a deadly weapon. We have approximately 3,800 firearms stolen from vehicles in the city of Houston every single year. Approximately 3,800 firearms that are reaching the street and often turning into crime guns from them being stolen from vehicles. And so we're still encouraging the public to secure their firearms to make sure that those do not become crime guns and in the hands of those that would harm the innocent in our society and those that would prey on others. The Houston Police Department, I want to emphasize today, despite the rise in violent crime that we have seen, the Houston Police Department will continue to work tirelessly with all of the partners that you see up here to continue to have the greatest impact possible with the resources that we have on this increase in violent crime. And we've been doing a good job at that, and the arrests this morning are a perfect example of that. Couple that with the press conference that we had recently on the robbery crew that we've been able to have some success on in taking into custody on the robberies that we had in the Galleria area and some of those longer term investigations that we are engaged in. This is just an example of one. There are many investigations that we're engaged in all of the time involving violent crime, and I want to thank all of these partners up here, both local, state, and federal, the Harris County District Attorney's Office, the U.S. Attorney's Office for helping us when the necessary charges are put appropriately in the right system, whether that be state or whether that be federal, and depending on the case, we use all partners to make sure that we come out with the best outcome for our citizens. So thank you for your continued partnerships.
Thank you, Chief. My name is Gary Smith, and I'm the Special Agent in charge with the United States Department of the Treasury, Office of Inspector General for Tax Administration, otherwise known as TICTA. We're a relatively small agency, maybe 200 agents across the country. Our main mission is oversight of the Internal Revenue Service, and we are charged with the protection and safety of IRS employees. On August the 24th, while two special agents of the IRS Criminal Investigations Division was attempting to serve a summons on Mr. Ernest Taylor in South Houston, as they approached his residence, Mr. Taylor stepped out of his vehicle and opened up fire on the two federal agents and began to shoot at them as they approached his residence. Luckily, neither agent was hit or sustained any injuries, but some of the concerning things are that Mr. Taylor was a felon. He was in possession of a firearm, and when he opened fire on the two federal agents, he was about 6 houses away from a Houston Independent School District school, and the shots rang out towards the school, jeopardizing the safety of the students in the school. A Houston Independent School District police officer was able to put the school in lockdown, was the first to arrive on the scene, and so I'm here today to thank the Houston Independent School District Police Department, the Houston Police Department, who also responded to the scene for us, and they were able to give us the full resources that they could bear to help us prosecute, file charges against the subject, and then the U.S. Attorney's Office for working with us throughout that night to make sure that Mr. Taylor was charged appropriately and was able to be held in custody pending the outcome of his judicial process. And I'd also like to thank the ATF for helping us out too. So as you can see, we're a small agency. There's no way that we could fully do our job without the partners that you see here with the U.S. Attorney's Office, our federal, state, and local partners. And so I'm here today also to thank them for their help.
Good afternoon, everyone. First, I'd also like to thank the U.S. Attorney's Office for hosting this event and thank our partners as well for joining us and all the support we do together to have an impact on violent crime. My name is Dana Carter. I currently serve as the Acting Inspector in charge of the Houston Division, United States Postal Inspection Service. Strategic part of our mission, the United States Postal Inspection Service, is to protect the Postal Service, its assets, its employees, its customers, and ensure public trust in today's mail system. We have a defined group, women and men, formerly known as postal inspectors, who work daily to ensure that that mission comes into place. I'm here to tell you today that violent crime against Postal Service workers and employees is rare. However, when these events do occur, postal inspectors come together, dedicated, working with our partners, some of which you see here today, and with the U.S. Attorney's Office, to seek out those criminals, to arrest them and to fully prosecute them with the help of the U.S. Attorney's Office to the fullest extent of the law. No one can accomplish all of this alone. And it is why I'm standing here today to thank our partners as we come together to become force multipliers working against any type of violent crime here in the city of Houston. I would like to thank all of the agencies standing here behind me once again. I'd like to thank the community. As it was said earlier by ASAC from the FBI, we all live in the community. Our children live in the community. What impacts the community impacts us as well. And we stand here today as a united front against violent crime here in the city of Houston. So once again, on behalf of the men and women of the Postal Inspection Service, thank you, and we look forward to the continued partnerships.
Hello everyone, and I also want to thank all the partners that I'm standing up here with today from the federal side, the state, and local areas. I'm Wayne Kuhlman. I'm a major with the Harris County Sheriff's Office on behalf of Sheriff Ed Gonzalez. We're here today as a unified public safety team. We're proud to work alongside our city, state, and federal partners, and today is a reminder of what we can do when we all work together. It's about sharing intelligence and combining our efforts at all levels to target and prosecute the most dangerous offenders in our communities. And we are all working very hard together to accomplish this. It's about bringing these violent perpetrators to justice, protecting our community, prosecuting them, and making sure that we have a safe community. On Tuesday, we stood with our extended family at the Houston Police Department to address the immense danger of pistols rigged with automatic switches that turn them into machine guns. About cases we know of where these types of weapons were used, most recently in the murder of a Houston police officer. It's not uncommon for us to take on cases like the one referred to earlier by the U.S. Attorney that happened in 2019, where a mother was taking her child and putting her in the car and being robbed at gunpoint, and her car taken in these carjackings. It happens in the city, it happens in the county, it's happening all over. These grim stories are not outliers. They're not confined to one part of the county or one part of the city. They're happening everywhere. That's why we're here. It's unacceptable, and we'll do whatever it takes to keep our communities safe. But I would also like to make a partnership with the community. I'd like to remind y'all about Crime Stoppers and other entities that you can contact to bring forward information that will assist us in bringing these criminals to justice. So I want to thank everyone today, and I'm going to pass this off to Reuben. Thank you, sir.
Good afternoon. My name is Ruben Perez, and I'm a Special Crimes Bureau Chief for the Harris County District Attorney's Office. I work for Harris County elected District Attorney Kim Mogg. On behalf of Harris County District Attorney Kim Mogg, I want to thank everybody here, the U.S. Attorney's Office, Acting U.S. Attorney Jennifer Lowry, all the federal partners that are here with us, all the state partners, all the local partners. Thank you so much for giving us an opportunity to address this issue that we're facing here in Harris County and in Houston. We want to really emphasize, and I want to echo everything everybody has said here today, that we need to work together, and we are working together. City, state, and local agencies, Crime Stoppers, community action-based programs, and NGOs. Everybody's working together to combat this problem that we're having here in Harris County. Now, I think I have a unique perspective to this issue. As a retired federal prosecutor and now as a district attorney, I have a front row. I've been in the front row to see how everybody working together can come to a just conclusion, a successful prosecution of these violent offenders. It's great when we share resources, limited resources, when we share intelligence, when we all work together to prosecute these cases. Again, I want to thank the community. I want to thank everybody here. But before I close, I want to address something that I really think is important. Our Constitution protects every person on our soil. Every person on our soil. Our Constitution does not say citizens, it says persons. So I want to emphasize to the public, I want to send this message to the community, that regardless of your legal status in our country, regardless of your socioeconomic status in our country, no matter where you live, no matter who you are, we're here to protect you. We're here to do.
Those were the updates coming out of Houston as they try to really get in touch here with the violence that they are seeing surge in their city. You're watching Live Now from Fox, everybody. We are taking a quick 2-minute break. We'll be with you at the top of the hour.
Halloween decorations may...
It is 8 o'clock out on the East Coast, 5 o'clock on the West Coast. Thank you so much for joining us here today. I'm your host, Mike Page. Always great to be here with you. We're going to go through some of the top stories that we are seeing across the board here today. First one up, talking about inflation continues to be happening right now, so much so that Social Security is seeing an increase there. Let's listen to the very latest update here.
Halloween decorations may be up, but lately there's an even scarier sight at the pump. Gas prices up another 8 cents this week, putting the national average at $3.27 per gallon, nearly $1 higher than 12 months ago.
I mean, everything's on the rise. You got gas prices, you got food.
And he's right. Prices are surging across the board at grocery stores, car dealers, and electronic stores.
It's killing my business.
The Labor Department estimates Americans are paying on average 5% more than they were a year ago.
Some of this is just the natural result of coming out of a pandemic and the economy up and running.
But it's not just higher prices scaring shoppers.
We were looking for Superman shirts and capes. It's not an easy thing to find.
Trying to find decorations, they're sold out.
Empty shelves and shortages are also on the rise as dozens of container ships stuck on the California coast wait to unload.
The quickest route from Asia to the United States and interior points is through Los Angeles. It's like taking 10 lanes of freeway traffic and squeezing them into 5.
The White House says it's addressing the issues fueled by COVID-19, a labor shortage, and increased demand.
the president recognizes that there are several layers of the challenge here that contribute to the bottleneck.
Even though Halloween is still weeks away, experts say now is the time to also think about Christmas and make sure you get those hard-to-get gifts before they are gone. In Washington, Mike Emanuel, Fox News. Halloween decorations may be up, but lately there's an even scarier.
That was Mike Emanuel reporting. Next one that we have here for you, talking all about tackling the student loan debt crisis. Dave Ramsey, financial guru, spoke to Fox 32 in Chicago, and we have this one for you.
Federal student aid forms and figuring out what they can possibly afford for their kids' college education.
Hey, no parent wants to break the bank, and here to help us avoid that is the financial guru. We got Dave Ramsey for you this morning. Hey, Dave, good to see you.
Good to see you. Thanks for having me.
Absolutely. You know, we all want what is best for our kids, but we can't always afford the best. So what can parents do to avoid getting themselves into debt and into trouble?
You know, the parents need to parent is a big thing, because a lot of times these days we're just sending an 18-year-old off to make a $200,000 or a $300,000 decision, and they get deeply into debt, and it takes them a decade or two to dig out, and we don't want to do that. So the biggest problem with this student loan debacle that is out there, this epidemic problem we've got, is college choice. If you've got a mom or dad that can write a $500,000 check or a $300,000 check and you want to go anywhere you want to go, that's fine with me. I got no issue with that. But please don't go $200,000 in debt when you could go to the community college for 2 years, get some of your basics out of the way, go to your in-state school and deliver pizzas while you're there and apply for scholarships and go through completely debt-free.
All right, so let me ask you, there's a lot of options out there with regard to where you're going to go. That's true. My understanding is a lot of people, they get stopped dead in their tracks because they make mistakes even on the forms. When we're first sitting down and we want to make sure we get everything right, Dave, what's your best advice?
You know, the FAFSA is primarily about getting not scholarships unless you've got a lower income situation and you're applying for lower income stuff. That's fine. Pell Grants, as an example, FAFSA is really good for that. Otherwise, pretty much what it's going to do is just lead you to different versions of student loan debt. If you've got scholarships, they're not usually going to come through FAFSA. Go ahead and fill it out. You're right, though. You need a college degree to fill the stupid thing out. It's out of control.
So true. It's so true. I dread it. Okay, I'll just put it that way. All right, Dave Ramsey, financial guru, thank you so much for coming on this morning. I'm sure, you know, you've answered a lot of questions for parents. They're like, see, I told you. We're going to have to, like, take a pause on this idea of yours. All right, have a great day, Dave.
Thanks, Anita. Hey, can I plug in that we check out Borrowed Future, the documentary that comes out tonight about student loan debt? It'll blow your mind.
That's great.
Awesome.
Dave
Yeah,
Ramsey.
thank you for mentioning
Appreciate that. Thanks so much. Filling out.
That was Fox 32 in Chicago with Dave Ramsey. Next big story that we continue to follow, and we've been doing it for weeks. Where is Brian Laundrie? The manhunt continues for him even at this hour. We got some new information here to bring it to you in this massive search that continues for Brian Laundrie. Let's bring it to you right here, right now. A North Carolina caller was the latest to report a potential sighting of fugitive Brian Laundrie in Rocky Mount early yesterday evening. White male subject wearing a light gray t-shirt walking toward 301 advised that he looked like Brian Laundrie, a dispatcher said over the scanner around 5:45 p.m. Eastern just yesterday. Police officers investigated the sighting and found that it was a false alarm. There was a citizen passerby that spotted an individual that matched the description of Brian Laundrie. That's Corporal Ricky Jackson told Fox News. Officers went to the area, located the individual that they were referring to, and we can positively identify that an individual was not Brian Laundrie. It's the latest in a series of reported sightings of Laundrie in North Carolina and other states. Dennis Davis, a hiker who claims he is 100% positive he saw Brian Laundrie on October 2nd, said he has met with the FBI about the reported sighting, which happened near the Appalachian Trail at the Tennessee-North Carolina state line. The image of a man who looked like Laundrie was captured on a Dare Trail camera in the Florida Panhandle last month, but the sheriff's office there determined it was not him after investigating. A friend of Brian Laundrie and Gabby Petito, whose remains were found in Wyoming last month, told Fox News that Laundrie spent time in the Appalachian Trail in 2018 after high school. A federal arrest warrant was issued for Laundrie on September 23rd for alleged debit card fraud, and he is a person of interest in the homicide of Petito. Laundrie disappeared from his Northport home on September 13th and was reported missing by his parents a few days later, according to his family's attorney. Police have been assisting the FBI with a search for weeks in the Carlton Reserve. This is what you see right here that was taken today, where Laundrie's parents said he went in a silver Ford Mustang. The sheriff's office there sent a canine capable of seeking out human remains today to the reserve, which is about 24,000-acre expanse of woods and swamps about 15 miles from the Laundrie's home there. So we will continue to follow this one here for you on Live Now from Fox. Obviously a big story that continues to get a lot of traction right here. We'll be keeping an eye on that story, no doubt, here for you. Next story we want to bring to you, the border surge that continues right now. Just how many thousands and thousands of migrants have pushed through our border?
Texas law enforcement says in the Rio Grande Valley there is steady drug and human smuggling, while officers say they encounter many of these suspects at night.
We're seeing about 2,000 apprehensions a day, according to U.S. Border Patrol. This activity that we're seeing on the Mexican side with men that are armed and have body armor, that's of interest.
Customs and Border Protection says it apprehended more than 1.5 million migrants from October 2020 through August of this year. CBP officials say this week in the Rio Grande Valley, they apprehended gang members and others with convictions for sexual assault of a minor. Fox News has learned through internal Border Patrol documents that since March, more than 30,000 migrants were released into the U.S. who also became eligible for work permits under a special parole authority. Meanwhile, preparations are underway for the reopening of the U.S.-Mexico border to vaccinated tourists. The Biden administration says next month, non-essential travelers can provide proof of a COVID-19 vaccination at U.S. land ports of entry. State and local officials say they're working with the federal government to help visitors get access to COVID vaccines.
We're also working very closely with the Biden administration and the House Committee on Foreign Affairs to make sure that we're helping countries like Mexico get the vaccines that they need so that people are not being penalized by this.
Beginning in January, the U.S. will require all inbound travelers, including essential workers like truck drivers, to show proof of vaccination. In La Jolla, Texas, Rich Edson, Fox News.
Thanks so much for that report here. You're watching Live Now from Fox, always live, always raw and unfiltered. We got you covered every way with top stories, breaking news, headlines, all in the mix on this Thursday evening, 8:10 on the East Coast, 5:10 out on the West Coast as we continue to roll on right here. We're going to slide away for a quick 2-minute break. Don't go anywhere. We're just getting warmed up. Welcome back, everyone, here to Live Now from Fox, bringing you the live updates, raw information as it's coming in real time right here. I'm your host, Mike Page. Always great to be here with you as we give you updates coast to coast as they are happening. The next story takes us to a big one, that trial that a lot of people are following right now. We're talking about the Elizabeth Holmes trial, and we got a reporter right there ready for these updates. We're going out to Evan Cernovsky right now with all of the information. Evan, how you doing today?
I'm doing well, thank you. Today at trial, we heard from Walgreens executives who had partnered with Theranos and really had pie-in-the-sky ambitions with this partnership, including anticipating hundreds of millions of dollars in future revenue. But then, as we know, it all fell apart. Elizabeth Holmes arrived in court Wednesday ahead of scheduled testimony from Walgreens' former CFO. He was an executive at the company and partnered with Theranos when its blood testing technology proved to be seriously flawed. But before he took the stand, the judge in the case had more pressing issues to deal with.
Having a mistrial would be a travesty here.
Judge Edward Davila addressed a motion filed by a coalition of media organizations seeking to make the jury's questionnaire public. Before prospective members of the panel answered the questions, Davila had told them they would be confidential. But the documents are in the public record and are subject to the First Amendment.
When you say to the jurors at the beginning of the trial, we are keeping this private, and now you change the rules of the game, I could see a juror not wanting to participate.
Steve Clark is a South Bay attorney and legal analyst who's following the case. He said jurors could demand to be released from the panel if they don't want their answers aired out for all to see. 2 jurors have already been excused from the panel for other reasons, and there are only 3 alternates left. If they lose 4 more, there will be a mistrial.
Had these jurors been told at the outset that these questionnaires could have been disclosed to the media during the trial, I think you could have chilled this jury.
The judge has now met with each juror in chambers and had them review their questionnaires. He will hear arguments from the defense and the prosecution at a separate hearing in the coming weeks before he decides whether to unseal the papers. After the judge spoke to those jurors in private, they returned to the courtroom and resumed hearing testimony from that former CFO of Walgreens. Now, as you just heard in that story, there's this contentious jury issue that's going on, anticipated to go on for weeks. While that's going on separately, we're hearing testimony from these Walgreens executives who are talking about investing $140 million in the company, talking about how they thought these tests that they were paying for were going to be done on finger sticks on Theranos' proprietary machines, and they didn't learn till way later, when this was all exposed by the Wall Street Journal, that those tests were actually being done on third-party analyzers. At the federal courthouse in San Jose, Evan Cernovsky, KTVU Fox 2 News. Back to you.
Thanks so much, Evan, for that update. We appreciate it, and we'll be right back here with more stories and updates coming up in just 2 minutes. FOX. Well, this has been something that we've been showing you these aerials for some time here of the cargo ships that are hanging out and just waiting to come here. And right now that backlog continues, and we're getting a fresh update right now. Fox News' William Lajeunesse joining us in California right now with the very latest. William, how you doing?
I'm doing good, Mike. Tell you what, the Pacific has really turned into a parking lot off the coast of LA and Long Beach. There are about 78 total shipping vessels, like the one you see behind me, that are not in port. There are 60 in port. There's 78 waiting outside, either anchored, like this one, just off the harbor, and others are actually kind of in a holding pattern off Catalina Island, which is about 30 miles off the Southern California coast. So they're basically a floating warehouse, and they're out here floating because there's no room basically in the port. Truckers aren't picking up stuff, and there's no warehouse space in the Inland Empire or even in Arizona for these kind of containers, right? So it's just a backup, if you will, in this whole supply chain situation. They're going to be out here on average about 2 to 3 weeks before there's docking space in the harbor, either Port of LA or Long Beach, to offload the cargo. It takes about 2 or 3 days to actually get all these containers off a ship like this one, quite large, as you can see. It might be deceiving, but it's really about 3 football fields long, and there are thousands of containers up there. Of course, it's your Christmas presents, but it's also other stuff. Everything from diapers and dishwashers, you name it. It's being imported from Japan or China, Vietnam, if you will. And in the past, these ships didn't have any waiting period at all. But now, as I said, 2 to 3 weeks on the water. And of course, that's costing them money, and it means it's costing you money. Mike?
And a lot of people that have been seeing this and seeing these images want to know, how did this happen, and why is it happening now?
Well, there's not a simple answer to that, but I'm going to give you several things, right? So one of them has to do with President Biden, and he had expanded and extended unemployment benefits, right? And many people say that is one reason people are not going back to work. So there is a shortage, according to the Labor Department, of about 537,000 jobs in the trucking and the warehouse sector. That's one reason they can't find the workers to drive the trucks or to offload the stuff at the warehouse, number one. Number two, obviously, you've got the U.S. consumer. You have demand exploding in our country, right? People coming out of the pandemic, we're ordering all kinds of things. In fact, I heard a figure today that there are 6 imported or vessels importing things to the U.S. for every 1 ship that exports. So the trade imbalance is probably as bad as it's been since about 2002. So that's another reason. So you've got congestion in the ports, and you've got a backup because people are not being hired. But it's not a simple thing. There's lots of cogs in the wheel, if you will. Mike?
Yeah, and how long do they feel they will do this 24-hour operation in L.A.? I mean, after a certain point, they're just going to be where they can't do it for that long.
Yeah, Mike, you broke up a little bit, but one thing, so a ship takes about, like I said, 3 to 5 days to unload, basically. And the crews, these are foreign vessels for the most part. The crews do not get off. There's actually a cottage industry that's kind of come alive, if you will, to service these ships out here with food and alcohol and any kind of supplies that they might need. They just bring the ship out, or the smaller vessel out, and they service the ship. But basically, some are now going around the Panama Canal, basically to Houston or maybe Savannah or Charleston, because the time on the water here, again, time is money. And these shippers got to find a way around it and to try to get you the stuff that you need by Christmas. But there's basically one thing we heard over and over again from experts in logistics and MIT and facilities like this is that while the president intimated yesterday, or basically said this is going to help solve the problem, everyone says not so fast. They cannot even tell us today when the ports are going to go to 24/7, as the president said yesterday, and that it's just too complex. And so this is going to probably go on at least till the middle of next year, if not later.
All right, William Lajeunesse breaking it all down for us and giving us some insights on why this is happening right now. We appreciate your updates so much. All right, so that was from earlier today. And now I want to go to speaking on the same sort of topic right now. My colleague Daytona Everett did an interview with an entrepreneur talking about what this means with these supply chain issues. Can't get the product in. What happens? Let's air it right here on Live Now from Fox.
Ports in California are now going to operate 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, in the hopes that more goods are going to be able to move a little bit quicker. This is definitely an interesting topic. The big story of the day, we're going to bring on Thomas Maioli. He is an entrepreneur, and he is focusing on logistics and the supply chain. You could call him an expert when it comes to this kind of stuff. Thomas, thanks for being with us here on the show.
Thanks for having me.
Okay, so let's dive right in. Would you consider what's going on right now a crisis?
It's a crisis, and it's going to continue all the way through 2022. You know, I just came back from I'm a car dealer. I just came back from a dealer meeting, and the chip shortage is going to go in through 2022, well into maybe 23. You know, and my background is logistics. I started a global logistics company in the early 80s and ran that company, and so I understand supply chain and logistics. And this is a real crisis because this is not just supply chain. We have a backside to this, and that is the demand. The demand has risen so great because of COVID, and with the break in the supply chain, we're at a critical point right now.
I want to bring into this conversation the Biden administration, because this isn't necessarily a new issue. We had to talk tariffs under the Trump administration, but how do you feel like Biden is handling this at this point?
Well, listen, I think, you know, it's great that the ports in California are going to open up. I think all the ports should open up 24/7. We got to get the products into the U.S. and we got to get them out to the consumers and to the manufacturers. And we need to do whatever we need to do that. And if that's work around the clock, that's what we need to do. You know, part of the issue is not only on our side, but it's on China's side. You know, I happen to believe that China's holding back goods and they're trying to cause, you know, some harm to our economy, and we're allowing that to happen. You know, President Trump had it right when he put the tariffs in place, and I think by Biden, you know, not dealing with this issue, I think it's going to cause major issues across this country. We're going into a holiday season. People need supplies. They want to buy gifts. They want to go out and buy, you know, iPhones and iPads. And when those things are not available, you know, the consumers are the ones that are going to take the brunt of it. And because of it, it's even deeper than that. Prices are rising. We have a major inflation issue in the U.S. And listen, it's the president's job to step in and do something about it. And I don't see him doing it.
So, yeah, but there's people behind all of this that's going on right now. Do you think it's actually possible for these workers to be working 24/7? What are the unions going to have to say about that?
Well, the unions are not going to allow them to work 24/7. We got to bring additional staff in. You know, listen, we have a major unemployment issue in the country. Those people are unemployed. Let's bring those people in and put them to work. Let's start unloading these containers. You know, when you hear stories about the ports and in Port Newark and in California, and there's containers out at sea and ships out at sea with thousands of containers, and they can't get them in because they don't have the workers to unload them. That's an issue, and the government needs to step in and do something about that. Pay these people that are unemployed to go and unload these containers and get the products out to the manufacturers and the consumers so that we can keep our economy going.
For people who might not quite understand how we got to this point, how did we get here?
Well, listen, we got here because of COVID-19. You know, during COVID, everything was shut down. Ports were shut down. Manufacturing was shut down. Everything was shut down because you'd have one port or one container company have one person that had COVID, and we shut the place down. You know, that was another governmental issue. You know, yes, we didn't know the extent and the damage that COVID could cause from a health standpoint, but economically, it was a major destruction to this country. And you know, manufacturing plants, you know, car assembly lines, they closed down because one or two people in the place had COVID, and now we're paying the price.
Yeah, I want to get into one of these other critical workers that we need in order for the supply chain to work, and that's truck drivers. We have a shortage of truck drivers right now. How do we fix that? Biden mentioned that a little bit today, saying he wants to speed up licensing for them. But do you think that's possible, and is it going to be quick enough?
Well, listen, it's not just the truck drivers. You don't have enough trucks on the road. So, and when you have a manufacturing and a chip problem, you can't manufacture these trucks fast enough so you can license faster. That will be a help, but it's not going to get the trucks that we need on the road fast enough to be able to solve this problem. This is going to be a long-term epidemic. It's going to go on for at least another year, possibly two. I don't see it getting fixed right away. And a lot of the labor that I just talked about that the government should be paying extra money to go in and help unload these containers. If they pass the infrastructure bill, those people are gone. Who's gonna support this infrastructure? All the construction workers and the laborers. Where is it going to come from?
So there's probably a lot of people who are watching this right now, and we're throwing a lot at them. How is this going to affect them? How is this going to affect the average person
it's going to affect them. The first place it's going to affect them is obviously availability to products on the shelves. But the bigger place it's going to affect them is in the pocketbook. And it's going to push inflation. Inflation is already rising. I don't think it's stopped. It's going to continue to go because as this demand continues to rise and the supply goes down, or the supply is not backfilled and we don't have enough supply, prices go up. It's basic economics, and that's what's happening in the country today.
If you were to be able to sit down with the Biden administration at this point in time, or the people who are in charge of making this run, maybe officials out in California, what would you say to them? How would you say that you can solve this problem?
Well, listen, the first thing they have to do is they have to prioritize. You have to figure out what the priorities are in this country. Obviously, critical supplies are important for people's everyday lives. Those are the containers that need to get unloaded first. Those are the supplies that people need. And then we have to go backwards and what's critical. And that's really the way that I would solve the problem. I would prioritize the container unloading. And then the second thing is I would take the labor pool that's unemployed today, and I would bonus them to go out and take jobs to unload these containers so that they can get them out and get the supplies to where they need to go. But prioritizing which supplies are critical is the most important thing. And I don't think they're doing that today. They're just opening the first container that hits the port, and those supplies that they're wasting the time to unload those containers may not be that critical.
And so you're saying incentives for these people, because, I mean, we've seen a lot of people are at home right now, still not working, still unemployed.
Yes.
How do you get them motivated and wanting to take a job like this that typically wouldn't be a high-paying job?
Yeah, well, listen, money motivates people. It makes people get up in the morning and go to work, and they want to support their families. They want to make money. And if the government steps in and motivates them, this is not skilled labor to unload a container. We need skilled labor to drive trucks. You need CDL licenses and special training. But to unload these containers, you don't need skilled labor. We can incentivize these people to get out there and help these container companies to get these containers unloaded. And again, like I said, you need to prioritize what the critical supplies are that are on those containers, and those containers need to get unloaded first.
Okay. Say all of that happens. What do you think the timeline would be to get things back on track?
Oh, I think we're 12 to 18 months, maybe 2 years into this process. It's going to be a while. The backlog is big. The supply, the demand is growing on a daily basis. People are getting back to normal lives. And as that demand grows, it's going to get harder and harder to keep the supply going.
Especially as the holidays approach and things really start to pick up. We can see the pandemic opening up.
Apple already announced that they're taking a hit because they don't have chips for their iPhones. So it's gonna roll, and people are gonna pay the price in their pocketbook.
All right, Thomas Maioli, thank you so much for joining us here on the show. We appreciate you breaking it all down for us.
Thank you.
So you're watching Live Now from Fox. We wanted to take you out to a bit of breaking news that we are tracking in the Los Angeles area. We don't have really a whole lot of information, but here on Live Now, we just go out to any of these live feeds that we get. This is Sky Fox overhead in the Los Angeles area. We believe it is a standoff type of situation. Viewer discretion always advised when it comes to any of these shots here. But from what we've been watching over the past couple of minutes, We have several sheriff deputies that are on scene here, guns drawn, going into this, looks like a little parking garage area. You can see the parking lot, that large building. That's where the majority of the focus has been up to this point. And they just surrounded that smaller building, opened it up, rushed in, and are checking it out right now. So we believe they are on the hunt for someone or possibly multiple people involved in a situation in Los Angeles here. We just witnessed a different police pursuit. So we're not sure if possibly someone is on foot right now and they are searching for them. We'll try to gather more details for you, but this is what we do, live, raw, and unfiltered here on Live Now from Fox. We're going to take a 2-minute commercial break. We'll be right back. And welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. I'm Daytona Everett here in our Phoenix, Arizona studios. Going to take you through the next couple hours here with all of our top stories. But until then, we want to go to some live breaking news out in the Los Angeles area. We believe there is a search for a suspect at this point in time. We saw a bit of law enforcement heading to this area, searching some of the nearby buildings. We don't know the details surrounding this search right now, but we are trying to get some more details from our Fox 11 team who is on the scene with Sky Fox overhead. Once we do, we'll bring it to you as soon as possible. Let's go out to a story that we are tracking constantly here on Live Now from Fox. If you're new to us, we've been tracking the Gabby Petito case. Well, cadaver dogs are searching for human remains at the Carlton Reserve in Florida. Authorities have been searching the area for weeks, hoping to find any signs of Gabby Petito's fiance, Brian Laundrie. Today, cadaver dogs, like I said, were brought in. It's unclear if police have gotten any leads to prompt this fresh search. Laundrie was last seen in September after he reportedly went on a hike at the reserve. Police say he is a person of interest in the investigation of Gabby Petito's murder. He's also wanted on a federal warrant for unauthorized use of Petito's credit card. And you can see all those search teams right there. That's really the latest news that we have out of that case. Unfortunately, not a lot of new stuff coming up, but you can see the cadaver dogs kind of moving around, surveying this massive, massive reserve, thousands and thousands of acres that have already been searched, but are being combed over again as well. We want to move into some of our COVID-19 news as well. There's a lot of questions around mixing and matching all these vaccines. If you got a Pfizer shot and you want to get a booster shot, can you get a Moderna? There's a lot of unanswered questions at this time. So here's the details on that.
Earlier this year, a group of 458 fully vaccinated people joined a booster shot study for the federal government. Wednesday, scientists shared their results with the world for mixing and matching booster doses.
It's also really important to know that mixing and matching actually seems to be better than staying with the same vaccine.
Dr. Michael Tang with USF Health studies viruses. He tells us over video conference the NIH study shows promise. Scientists tried out 9 different combinations of the booster shots. All combos appear to work just as well, but some boosters worked better. They found people who got the J&J shot but got boosted with one Pfizer or Moderna shot got a better immune response than sticking with the same maker.
When you get that boost of the mRNA vaccine with the Johnson & Johnson vaccine, now you're basically pretty close to the levels of the boosted, now 3-dose mRNA vaccine. So, it's pretty good. And hopefully that protection lasts pretty long too.
Scientists measured the antibodies 2 and 4 weeks after the booster shots, but there are some limits to the study, including its small size and lack of racial diversity. Mixing and matching vaccine boosters is not currently FDA approved, but researchers like Dr. Tang say this study is promising for the future.
Once all of these vaccines become fully approved on their own, then there will be opportunities to, get a booster maybe that is not the same.
Reporting in Tampa, Brianna Arredondo, Fox 13 News.
And we're going to continue along with our COVID-19 stories that we're tracking right now, specifically about vaccines. But we're going back out to Los Angeles, where we have confirmed it was a police pursuit. The suspect driver has headed into what we are now learning is a hotel. They've already searched a lot of the front area, the parking lot, even some small buildings next to the hotel, to no success. So we'll be checking back in with this shot as any new developments come. We know sheriff's deputies are on the scene at this point. Well, we were just talking about vaccines. What about vaccines and mammograms? Because it is Breast Cancer Awareness Month. Here's Fox 5 in D.C. with more.
All right, thanks, Tucker. Well, this morning I did want to tell you about a scary few weeks that I had after I found a lump in my breast. I immediately called my doctor, and they got me in for a mammogram and an ultrasound. Now, it did turn out that I'll be okay, but what I found out next I wanted to share with all of you. Through my health journey, I learned that the COVID vaccine can cause swollen lymph nodes in breasts. Obviously, I have questions about these 2 life-saving measures and what we all need to know. So this morning, Dr. Lisa Ann Mullen, a radiologist with Johns Hopkins Medicine, is here to talk about COVID vaccines and mammograms. Thank you for your time this morning.
Hi, good morning. Thank you for having me.
I think this is a really important topic to discuss, as a lot of the population getting vaccinated. How do these vaccines, such as the COVID-19 vaccine, affect lymph nodes?
So the vaccine is generally injected into the upper arm, and from there the vaccine material travels through the lymphatic system to the closest lymph nodes, and those are in the underarm. And sometimes the neck as well, but the closest ones would be in the underarm. As part of the normal and expected immune response to a vaccine, those lymph nodes can become larger.
And I understand it's not permanent, the lymph node enlargement. How long should you anticipate a change to go away?
Well, I think this is something that we're still trying to figure out in the breast imaging community. Initially, it was thought that the lymph nodes would go back down to their normal size within a few weeks, and that's probably true for some patients. And for some other people, it can persist a little bit longer. But we do think that this is a temporary condition and will eventually resolve.
So what happens when someone comes in for their routine mammogram and you notice a change such as a swollen lymph node?
So if it's on a screening mammogram, what will happen is that the patient will be recalled for additional imaging. And that additional imaging usually includes an underarm ultrasound to look at the lymph nodes more closely. And then probably if the history is appropriate, that the patient had a vaccine administered to that same arm, probably we would do a follow-up ultrasound in 3 months or so just to check again.
That's how I learned when I went to the radiologist for my scheduled mammogram. They asked which arm I got the vaccine in and how long ago. So I know that's something that you have to take into consideration now because it can show different imaging. When should you schedule your mammogram post-vaccine? If you just got your second dose, should you wait? Would you suggest that?
Well, this is a great question, and it's one that's open to some debate. And we are recommending that if it is at all possible to have your mammogram before your vaccine. And for people who are having vaccine boosters, that may be possible. If they've already been fully vaccinated, that they would have their mammogram and then go ahead and get their booster. If that's not possible, the Society of Breast Imaging, which is our subspecialty society, recommends waiting 4 to 6 weeks after your vaccine to go in and have your mammogram. And of course, that's for screening mammograms only. If a woman has a breast-related problem, such as a breast lump, nipple discharge, or any kind of acute problem, and is coming in for a diagnostic evaluation, that's something that shouldn't be delayed at all. And I just have to put in here that some practices are recommending no delay at all. So that may be an option as well. And it is a good idea to check in with the radiology practice that you attend for your mammogram to ask what they're currently recommending, because there are some different recommendations out there regarding this subject.
Well, Dr. Mullen, being that it is Breast Cancer Awareness Month, as we wrap things up, just want to end, when you are doing a self-checkup, what are different changes you should look for to know that it's time to schedule one of those diagnostic checkups?
Well, we're always very concerned if a woman has a lump that she can feel or that her doctor can feel on a physical exam. We do recommend that a woman be aware of her breasts, and monthly self-exam is always a good idea, but just a general awareness. And then we do recommend a yearly physical examination with your physician. And if either you detect a lump or your doctor detects a lump, then that's something we'd want to work up right away. Also, if there's discharge coming from the nipple, liquid coming from the nipple, especially if it's either clear or bloody fluid. And then a lot of women experience breast pain at some time during their life. And if the breast pain is just before the menstrual cycle, especially if it's diffuse and in both breasts, we're not too worried about that. But focal breast pain, where it's just in one area and it's kind of persistent, that would be something we'd want to evaluate as well.
Well, Dr. Mullen, thank you so much for your time this morning. A great reminder to make sure that you get your breasts checked regularly. Appreciate your time this morning. I'll send it over to you, Holly.
You're welcome.
Thank you.
So again, that was Fox 5 in D.C. With that important announcement of the effect that vaccines might have when it comes to getting your mammogram done. More research to be done on that in the future, definitely. We'll see you back here in 2 minutes. We are going to be going out to Chicago, Illinois, where I spoke with Nate Rogers, one of the reporters, talking about city mandates when it comes to vaccines for police officers. The police union pushing back on the city, what they had to say in 2. Conversation nationwide, but specifically they're dealing with this in the Chicago area right now. The police union and the city going back and forth about vaccine mandates, as many of these police officers are saying they're not going to get the shot. Fox 32's Nate Rogers joining us live from Chicago right now with the very latest. We just heard, Nate, from Mayor Lori Lightfoot. What do you think her biggest takeaways were from today?
Yeah, well, Daytona, the biggest issue right now is Chicagoans. We really don't know how many officers will be protecting our streets come this weekend, especially after the Fraternal Order of Police here. The police union continues to advise officers not to comply with the mayor's mandate. At a press conference just a short time ago, Mayor Lightfoot said her vaccine policy is about safe workspaces and saving lives. She also said she's not concerned about a shortfall of officers, and if officers don't show up, quote, that's a whole nother issue. On Tuesday, the Fraternal Order of Police leader said if the mayor's plan doesn't change, he guaranteed 50% of Chicago officers will stay home on Saturday. According to the mayor's plan, by tomorrow, Friday, Chicago's 12,000 police officers must get tested twice a week, provide their vaccination status, or they'll be placed on a no-pay status. Mayor Lightfoot said informing the department of their status is a simple process. Take a listen.
The information that we are requiring employees to provide is very basic, much not intrusive, HIPAA compliant, ADA compliant. It's a simple yes or no. Yes, you're vaccinated. No, you're not vaccinated. If yes, then you provide your vaccination information. If no, then you're able to go to a different portal and sign up for to say that you will take the weekly testing option. Pretty straightforward.
And the Fraternal Order of Police also just posting within the last hour or so another video saying he's heard that supervisors tomorrow will be advising all officers here to upload their vaccination status. The Fraternal Order of Police leader again telling all 12,000 Chicago police officers do not comply. He says, quote, even if the Superintendent Brown asks you to upload your status, do not do it. He says it is illegal, and he says that it really is intrusive and an invasion of their privacy. And so it really is a back and forth. But I tell you, Daytona, just from talking to various officers today, I talked to a number of clergymen. I also talked to one officer specifically who said, Nate, if you are a concealed carry, he said this weekend would be the weekend to have your gun on you. And I didn't even interview him. I was just talking to him off the record, just trying to pick his brain about my story. And I'm not concealed carry. Many residents here in Chicago aren't concealed carry. And so we really are worried about what our streets will look like, especially with the ongoing crime, the continued murders here in Chicago, kids being shot. It really is a tumultuous time right now. And really the concern, the back and forth between the union and the mayor. Chicagoans just want to stay safe. And so, I don't know. By Saturday, we'll see exactly what happens.
So, I mean, what is Lightfoot saying about all of this? Because, as you said, there's been a recent crime surge in Chicago, even without a lack of officers on the streets. Is she concerned about this?
Yeah, well, Mayor Lightfoot is saying she's not at all concerned about a shortfall of officers. As I said, she said the biggest concern is making sure that the city, that Chicagoans are safe, and by that she means by all city workers having been vaccinated. Now, the other side of this, you hear officers saying, why is the mandate just talked about mainly about Chicago police officers? What about all other city workers? Her mandate does apply to city workers, but it appears that there's a big focus on police officers and not so much firemen or other folks that work in city spaces here. And so it really, I don't know. It's something that we'll just have to figure out. I will tell you, when I as I've listened to the Fraternal Order of Police leader, I'm just thinking, oh, they're just talking. Is this, is this really going to happen?
Right.
I will tell you, Daytona, I've talked to at least a dozen officers today off camera who have told me, Nate, this is nothing to play with. One officer who's been on the force some 20 years told me they expect probably 3,000 officers not to show up on Saturday. We couldn't confirm those numbers, but this is something that a lot of officers saying they are going to comply with as it pertains to following the Fraternal Order of Police's commands. They say they believe that the city is out of line here by this mandate.
Is there a backup plan if that does happen, if 3,000 officers don't show up to work this weekend? And we know that violence typically spikes on the weekend as well.
We haven't heard an official backup plan from the mayor's office. Again, at the press conference today, and you all heard some of it. Mayor Lightfoot was just saying that they really are trying to make sure that folks get vaccinated and understand that the portal isn't a hard piece. It literally, you're just clicking on. Making a selection to say yes, vaccinated, no, I'm not vaccinated, no, I'm not vaccinated, etc. But I have heard rumors that if enough officers don't show up on this weekend, the officers that do show up, they may have to work extended hours, some working 12 hours, which we've seen in the past, or their personal days off or scheduled vacation days may be canceled as a result of this. We haven't gotten an answer back from the mayor if that will happen. But I will tell you, we can expect to see, I guarantee you, just from talking to several officers today, there are many officers that possibly will not be abiding by this new mandate. And on Saturday, things could be a bit different in Chicago. We hope not. We're not, trying to scare the people or anything like that. But it really is one of those things where the concern is there, and the back and forth is not helping because neither side is caving here.
And this might have a permanent effect. We heard from the union president last night who said, we have guys who have been in the force for a long time that could retire. They might just retire after all of this back and forth, and that's going to cut down on numbers as well, too.
Oh, absolutely. I forget the numbers that was quoted, but I've even talked to officers myself because the rule here in Chicago, I believe, is 29 in a day. So you can retire after 29 in a day. I've talked to officers who've been on the force 15 years, 20 years, 23 years. One officer just telling me a couple of days ago, he said, it's not worth my emotional, it's not worth my mental. It's not, I can't take this. And so we're seeing a lot of officers in top positions that are walking away from the job, leaving behind pensions because not just the mandate, but everything that comes along with the job, the high crime here in Chicago. Many officers saying that they don't feel supported by the city. And so right now in Chicago, it really is a tough time, not just for the city, not just for victims' families, but especially for Chicago police officers.
Yeah. All right. So again, what time does this all go into effect?
They're saying 11:59 tonight. 11:59 tonight, officers are mandated to upload, not just officers, I'm sorry, all city workers are mandated to upload their vaccination status to the city's health portal. If not, they can have, they'll have to go to testing 2 days a week, or it'll be a no paid leave. Now, one of the reporters at the press conference today did ask, what does that time frame look like? Will, officers be reprimanded right away? And Mayor Lightfoot did say it will take them several days possibly, or at least a couple of days to figure out how many officers didn't comply, why they didn't comply, and what that'll look like. But only time will tell. The concern for residents, the real people, let's not forget about the seniors and the kids and the teenagers that just want to play outside. The real takeaway from this, Daytona, is what will the streets of Chicago look like come this weekend, especially as we all know on weekends, violence, it shows its ugly head. Yep,
most definitely. Well, we are wishing for the best out there. Hopefully there can be some sort of coming together when it comes to such an important topic for all the residents who are living in Chicago right now. We'll be watching this here on Live Now from Fox. Fox 32's Nate Rogers, thank you so much.
Thank you, Daytona.
And meanwhile, going out to Los Angeles, the sheriff, Alex Villanueva, saying he is not going to enforce his deputies getting the vaccine. They also talked about a number of other issues that LA County is facing right now, including indictment charges against a city council member.
Story, and we know you and Mark Ridley Thomas have gone back and forth publicly a whole lot since you took over as the LA County Sheriff. Welcome to the show. Good to see you.
Thank you. Glad to be here in person again.
Yeah, it's good to have
nice
you in person. And
yes.
we like the pink for breast cancer awareness as well, which looks really nice. All right, your reaction to Mark Ridley Thomas being indicted?
Well, I'm not shocked. I was aware of those issues that have been going on for some while now, and we have to put trust in the federal investigators doing their job, acting independently. And it also, people who are complaining about the public corruption unit that the Sheriff's Department has now have egg on their face because they realize you have to have independent investigations. You have to have everybody accountable to the rule of law. You can't create this separate island where no rules apply to you, and this is an example of that.
How would you classify your relationship with Mark Ridley Thomas and your dealings with him up to this point?
Well, of the 5 members of the Board of Supervisors, in the 2 years that our offices overlapped, he refused to meet with me, ever. And he never spoke with me over the phone. I have no idea, but I think people who are involved in that type of, felonious activity probably do not want to meet with law enforcement.
Well, it's no secret that the two of you were foes, and we want to play some sound. This is what he said specifically about you just last month. So here's some sound from Mark Ridley Thomas.
But this sheriff has made things much more challenging, much more difficult on practically every front. Resisting independent investigations as our county ordinances call for.
All right, so he's referring to the subpoena that you essentially ignored. We'll ask you about that in a second, but he says you make things more difficult on every front. Now, this breaking news tonight, your reaction to hearing that?
Well, when truth speaks to power, it is difficult for those who are in power. And I've been speaking the truth for over 3 decades now. I confronted Lee Baca and Paul Tanaka, and I did it when I was just a lonely sergeant, and I told them, you're wrong. This is going to lead to the downfall of the organization. I was laughed at, ridiculed, and ignored, and then retaliated against. I persevered. They're convicted felons. And now, fast forward to today, I'm still speaking truth to power. And it's a bigger stakes, a bigger arena, but the exact same principle. Everything I've spoken about the Board of Supervisors being corrupt in their activities is being manifested by the behavior. Remember, when he did this, he was a chair of the Board of Supervisors. And his agenda is the one that I've been working hard against. So if they find it inconvenient, that's a problem with people that are involved in corrupt activities.
By the way, Lee Baca was the sheriff, Paul Tanaka was the undersheriff, and both of them ended up being criminally convicted. Marla.
Let's talk a little bit more about the subpoena. You were subpoenaed by the Civilian Oversight Committee to show up to basically, they're essentially accusing you of abusing power and intimidating political opponents, harassing political opponents. You ignored the subpoena. Why?
Well, the subpoena is improper because, one, we've provided all the information we have. We've given everything to the Oversight Commission, to the Inspector General, but we cannot forget they are not independent entities. They are creations, political creations of the same Board of Supervisors, of which one now is federally indicted. So this is a political agenda. It's a proxy war they've been playing at the public's expense and at the expense of the reputation of the Sheriff's Department. It is not a wholesome activity they're engaged in.
Another rule that the County Board of Supervisors has passed is a vaccine mandate for county employees. Sheriff's Department employees are county employees. You're saying, I'm not going to enforce that with your rank and file. Why is that? Why is it your job to sort of pick and choose what to enforce? Isn't it their job to make the laws, your job to enforce them?
And we should point out that the sheriff is vaccinated. You're not vaccinated.
Yeah, I know there's some people trying to claim somehow I'm an anti-vaxxer. Right. This is nonsense. I'm fully vaccinated. My entire family is. I support everyone on the department to get vaccinated. However, that is a medical decision that's left to each employee to do. We're providing a reasonable accommodation for those who do not want to be vaccinated. They have to submit to weekly testing and be clear and free, and they can go to work. But what the board is trying to do is going to cost me 5–10% or more of my employees to just walk away. Anybody who's sitting around roughly 28 years or more on the department can leave They're not going to suffer financially, and they're just going to say, I'm done, I'm out of here.
But shouldn't the public expect that the sheriff's deputy that shows up at their door is vaccinated?
They should hope that, but they also should be wearing a mask. But at the same time, remember, in 2020, the whole thing pre-vaccination was ICU bed capacity in ventilators. Then somehow, once the vaccination became available, all of a sudden now we're not talking about ICUs anymore. Now it became emergency room. And then after that, now it's hospitalization. So they're moving the goalposts, but the fact is, we cannot impose a medical decision on each employee. They're going to have to make that decision themselves.
Are you getting pushback from your deputies? What is the vaccination rate within your department?
It's sitting somewhere between 55 to 60%.
Wow.
We're getting everybody...
Much lower than the rest of the county.
Right. The county as a whole, population-wise, is approaching about 70% full vaccination. However, recognize it is so politicized, the decision. Yeah. Law enforcement and fire is in the same boat.
Right.
They tend to be more conservative. They're going to be more buying into the whole politicization narrative than not get vaccination. So it's going to be a disproportionate effect on first responders. I recognize that, and that's why I'm making it voluntary. However, you have to test if you don't vaccinate.
And what about enforcing the county's vaccine mandate at businesses, which is going to increase in the weeks ahead?
That's going to be up to each business to enforce it, and however they want to do it, that's great.
So if you get a call, you're not.
We will respond to a call if there's a business dispute, and we will obviously assist any business that is trying to enforce the mandate. But we're not going to become the vaccine police, not at all. That is totally inappropriate. Plus, our limited resources that we have bigger things, bigger fish to fry.
And what do your deputies say that don't want to get the vaccine?
They appreciate the position I'm taking.
Okay.
They understand that I'm balancing multiple needs here. And the board, if they really understood their workforce, they would not be pushing a mandate that they know. Just look what's happening in Southwest Airlines, LA Unified School District. They're in some major hurt right now because one thing is saying, I want to mandate. Next thing is actually following through, make it happen.
And those both have had problems with the fact that they don't potentially have enough employees that are vaccinated to get the job done that they need. So one of the things that you say is one of the bigger problems is homelessness, which most people agree is the biggest issue facing us. There's been some question about your jurisdiction when it comes to homelessness and potentially going into areas that are usually patrolled by the LAPD to help out. We see you in Venice. There's been some questions raised about that. Also, the VA, which is an area typically patrolled by the LAPD. What do you say to critics that you're going into places where it's not your role?
I bet you're going to say that, and I wanted to point out, here you are in Venice, but that has been cleared out.
Yes.
It looks nice. It looks like a beach again.
Yes.
Yeah.
And not only does it look like a beach, the businesses are open, the tourists returned, and everybody was thankful to the fact that we did cross that line that in the past we didn't. In the past, it was okay to defer to local law enforcement. However, my job as sheriff is responsible for the entire county of LA. If local law enforcement is handcuffed by their political overseers, and I have anarchy going on in the streets, I have people dying, businesses closing, and just sheer chaos, I will step in. And I did that in Venice. We're doing that at the VA Center right now.
Yeah,
and also happens to be
LA.
a strip of county land is where all the homeless tents are on San Vicente. That's actually county. We're going to be in Olvera Street. We're going to return to Westchester Park, which is another big problem. And this is where the city of LA has deliberately abandoned their responsibility to their own communities, and that is unacceptable to me.
Well, Sheriff, we appreciate you coming into the building. As we said, it's nice to have you in person.
Yes.
And thank you for the work that you're doing to promote breast cancer awareness.
Go to LASDpatch.com and you can buy these patches. They're $10 each. 100% of the proceeds are going to the Pomona Valley Hospital Breast Care Center. Wonderful charity.
Excellent.
Sheriff Villanueva with Los Angeles County right there. We're going to take a 2-minute break here on Live Now from Fox. When we come back, you're going to be hearing from Governor DeSantis answering reporter questions about COVID-19. He says Florida and Texas might be banding together against the Biden administration when it comes to federal mandates. More on that in 2 minutes. Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. I'm Daytona Everett here in the Phoenix studio. We're going to talk a little bit about what President Biden has been up to, what Governor DeSantis has been up to. We'll get to that in a moment. President Biden expected to lay out his plan for a federal vaccine mandate, and Governor DeSantis says that he is planning to fight it. We're going to play out some of those remarks in a question and answer portion earlier today out of Florida.
As early as next week, should Florida businesses comply?
We are going to contest that immediately. We think the state of Florida has standing to do it, and we also know businesses that we're going to work with to contest it. It's interesting with OSHA, and I didn't realize this until this became an issue, you actually can go straight to the Federal Court of Appeals. That's the way they do it. So you'll see cases in the 11th Circuit here in the Southeast. I reckon Texas will go into the 5th Circuit, and I think that the mandate is going to lose in court. I also think that we have a responsibility at the state level to do whatever we need to do legislatively to be able to protect Floridians from mandates that could result in them losing their jobs. We have to protect the jobs of Floridians. We were helped out the folks in Gainesville. They were going to fire some of the police officers, some of the utility workers, some of these people who had been on the front lines of helping our communities for the last year and a half doing their job. Then all of a sudden, you're going to tell them that they lose their job unless they too take a shot, which again, most of these people have had COVID and they have the right to make those decisions for themselves. So I just think it's fundamentally wrong to be taking people's jobs away, particularly given the situations that we see ourselves facing with the economy, where you need people in a lot of these key areas. What's going to happen with these hospitals if these mandates are allowed to go in where they already need more nurses? So what, you're going to end up doing this? And if even a small fraction of those nurses decide to go somewhere else or to leave, man, you're going to have huge problems. Now, fortunately, our hospitalizations have been going down so dramatically that we're in good shape. But these others, the northern states, they're all rising, and they're likely to face similar wave that we saw this summer. So that's just the reality. It's not good policy. It's not good policy to destroy someone's livelihood, to take their job away. It's also not good policy to unilaterally impose a mandate that you don't have authority to impose. The OSHA does not have this authority. There's no statutory basis for it. This is a total reach that they're doing. It's also, of course, bad for the economy when you could potentially cause people to fall out of the workforce as a result of this. So let's protect people's jobs. Let's protect their ability to make their own decisions, and let's not have Biden come in and effectively threaten to take away the jobs of people who have been working hard throughout this entire pandemic. I am offended that like a police officer could potentially lose their job. They were not given the ability to work from home. They didn't get to Zoom in to protect us. It ain't going to work to protect the public on Zoom. You got to be out on there. They were there the entire time. The firefighters were out there the entire time, and if someone had COVID, they'd have to go and expose themselves. For months and months and months this has been going on, and again, most of these people have already gone through it and have natural protection. So let's just be real here, and I think it's a huge overreach. So 100% in court. I also think legislatively protections for people so that they can't get fired, but also protections for them. I mean, if a business forces somebody to do this, then that employee, if there's anything that happens negative as a result of that coercion, they should be able to go in and then sue and get compensation and get damages for that. I also think we worked very hard in Florida to provide protections against COVID liability for businesses, because we worried about people just going in and starting to sue to say, hey, I was in your business and I caught COVID, therefore it's your fault, that's just not the way respiratory viruses work. We've never done it that way. So we provided good protection, but if businesses turn around and now they're imposing mandates, then that protection to me is something that we would probably want to peel back from those businesses. So we're thinking through a lot of different things. I'm going to definitely want to see action on it legislatively, and then of course we are going to see legislation action in the courts. I do think Biden's employer mandate, the mandate on private businesses, will go down. I also think the mandate on any hospital receiving Medicare or Medicaid funds, I think that it runs afoul of the law. That needs to be challenged. And then you have this one with the federal contractors. They're rewriting federal contracts to say anybody who's providing services to federal government must force this on everybody in their organization. Again, don't have the authority to do it, and not really a smart thing to do in terms of making sure we have the folks in place to keep our economy going, particularly in times when you see rampant inflation, you have all these supply chains disruptions, and a lot of that, again, is born out of bad federal policy.
And if I could follow up on that with the Surgeon General, we already heard you say you do not believe in mandates. The governor talked about policy and politics. Can you explain scientifically why?
So yeah, thanks for that question. So, it's interesting. I mean, the answer is that mandates are not a scientific question, really. They're a philosophical question. So, the piece that I would say that is scientific is that when you make it hard for people to avoid something, then they tend not to, they tend not to avoid it. So, yes, you exert pressure and people change behavior. That's true for many different things. But mandates are really about autonomy. They're about who controls whose life, They're about whether kids belong to the parents or whether they're instruments of the state in terms of some of these mandates related to masks. So it's a philosophical question. And my own personal belief is that it's absolutely completely wrong to be forcing measures that are related to people's bodies, their personal decisions, just because you want to achieve some outcome. I think that's completely wrong, and there's literally, I have no doubt in my mind that that's completely wrong.
And I would just say, in terms of the science, and I don't want to speak for that, but I think he'd agree with me on this. These vaccines have provided benefit to individuals to reduce severity of illness, less likely to hospitalize, less likely to die. I think the data is very clear on that. However, the vaccines are not providing the type of public benefit in terms of stopping transmission that we had hoped. Not saying that it provides zero protection, but I think if you look at the cases that we've seen throughout the United States, year over year, we're much higher this year as a country than we were last year. I think every state over the summer had higher cases than they did year over year. And of course we know breakthrough cases, it's a misnomer. It's not rare. It's something that has happened. You've had groups of vaccinated people. A bunch of them test positive. So that's fine. Doesn't mean there's not value in it. But forcing this in like a workplace, it doesn't mean that you're still not going to see infections. I think there'll be mild infections, hopefully, and if they're not, we have monoclonal antibodies where you can come and hopefully nip it in the butt then. But that's just the whole idea of vaccine passports, was that you would be able to force people to show this and therefore guarantee a COVID-free environment. We've seen these cruise ships will go, they're all vaccinated, and you have outbreaks. And again, it doesn't mean there's not value and benefit in having protection against severe illness. But let's just be clear, it's not 95% reduction in infections, which is what the clinical data for Pfizer and Moderna said. Israel looked at it and they said it's probably 35 to 45% in terms of the reduction, which is pretty low, quite frankly, for this. So that's just the reality of it. And so we have to look at that and face facts. And so to force somebody else to do, and especially, again, scientifically, people that recover from COVID have protection through the immunity that develops through fighting off the infection. That's clear. I don't think anybody that has any credibility whatsoever would honestly say that you don't have protection. And it's proven to be pretty strong and pretty durable protection. Israel did a study, and very thorough study, and they found that your chances of being infected were reduced dramatically compared even to the vaccination in terms of having the natural natural immunity. So these people, a lot of these folks who are in a position where they don't want to submit, don't want to be coerced, they actually have natural immunity. Many of the frontline workers have had this over the past year and a half. And so scientifically, why would you mandate somebody that already has a pretty darn good degree of protection? And I think what the doctor said is it's more about they're trying to exercise control over people, and they are trying to create two classes of citizens. I think some of it is politics. I think they think that the people that don't want to be vaccinated are their political opponents. That's not really true in Florida. If you look, you can look demographically and everything about how that breaks down. It's not so neat and tidy as they would like to say, but I do think that there's a lot of motivation about that. And so from an epidemiological perspective, to marginalize people who actually have better immunity in many respects than people that would somehow have a ticket to ride in society, that doesn't work. And of course in Florida, it shall not stand. That's why we worked very early to make sure that we wouldn't have this type of discrimination in our basically public accommodations. And if you want to go to a restaurant, you want to go to a movie, you want to go to do those things, you have the right to do that as a free citizen of this state and of this country. So, but it's interesting. It's taken them a long time to do this rule. I thought it would, if it's an emergency, you think that they would crank it out, maybe work 24/7 to try to get it out. We're now, what, 35 days after they made the initial announcement. I know it's at Office of Management and Budget, but you still haven't seen the actual text of the rule. And I'm wondering, if it's such an emergency, why couldn't they have cranked that out earlier? And so it's going to end up going through that process. And we, when it first came out, I mean, we assumed we would get it much earlier than this, and we were kind of wanting to see the language. We still want to see it, but we've also had to make preparations to say we've got to move forward here. So there's going to be ultimately, you're going to see, does the federal government have this authority? Clearly, Congress has never enacted a statute to this effect, so this is unilateral executive action. Does that trump the ability of individuals to make their own choices, or the ability of states to be able to provide protections for people and for their jobs? I know where I stand. I want to protect people's jobs. I want to protect people's livelihoods. I do not want to see people cast aside based off some overbroad, very harsh mandate. And so let's be there for our fellow folks. Let's make sure that they keep their jobs, and we're going to be fighting for that very, very hard as this continues to unfold. Okay, thanks everybody. Appreciate it.
And we do have some breaking news to report right now. We're getting this in. Former President Bill Clinton has been admitted to the University of California Irvine Medical Center, according to a Clinton spokesperson. They say that Clinton has received treatment for a non-COVID related infection. They say that he is on the mend, is in good spirits, and is incredibly thankful to the doctors, nurses, and staff providing him with care right now. This is the tweet and statement from his own spokespeople right here, Angel Urena. This just coming down in the past couple minutes here. They say it was this evening that he was admitted to the medical center to receive treatment for, again, what they said was a non-COVID related infection. We'll be watching this into the evening here with the latest on former President Bill Clinton, as he has been admitted to the hospital. We're going to take a 2-minute break. When we come back, we're going to go out to current sitting president, President Biden, speaking about COVID-19 and so much more. We'll see you back here. And welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. We want to take you back out to some of this breaking news as we are learning more about former President Bill Clinton. He has been admitted to the UCI Medical Center receiving treatment for a non-COVID related infection. They say that he's on the mend, in good spirits, and is incredibly thankful for the doctors, nurses, and staff providing him with care. We'll be following this as we just learned this in the past couple of minutes here. Came in this evening as it did happen on Tuesday evening that he was admitted to the medical center. So important information right there. We're going to go out to the White House right now as we heard from President Biden today talking COVID-19. He said that there is going to be more federal mandates put in place in the future for workers. Here's what he had to say.
That announced in early September to accelerate the path out of this pandemic. It's working. We're making progress. Nationally, daily cases are down 47%. Hospitalizations are down 38% over the past 6 weeks. Over the past 2 weeks, most of the country has improved as well. Case rates are declining in 39 states, and hospital rates are declining in 38 states. We're down to 66 million, still unacceptably high number of unvaccinated people from almost 100 million in July. That's important. It's important progress. But now's not the time to let up. We have a lot more to do. We're in a very critical period as we work to turn the corner on COVID-19. First, we have to do more to vaccinate the 66 million unvaccinated people in America. It's essential. The vaccine requirements that we started rolling out in the summer are working. They're working. The Labor Department is going to soon be issuing an emergency rule for companies with 100 or more employees to implement vaccination requirements among their workforce. Every day, we see more businesses implementing vaccination requirements, and the mounting data shows that they work. Businesses and organizations that are implementing requirements are seeing their vaccination rates rise by an average of 20% or more to well over 90%, the number of employees vaccinated. Let's be clear. Vaccination requirements should not be another issue that divides us. That's why we continue to battle the misinformation that's out there. And companies and communities are stepping up as well to combat the misinformation. Southwest Airlines, at the head of the pilots union and its CEO, dismissed critics who claim vaccination mandates contributed to flight disruptions. School board members, religious leaders, and doctors across the country are fighting misinformation and educating people about the importance of vaccines. All of these efforts are going to help us continue moving the dial to eliminate this disease. Second, we're going to continue protecting the vaccinated. This week, the Food and Drug Administration and the FDA is reviewing data on Moderna and Johnson & Johnson boosters. We expect a final decision from the FDA and the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention, the CDC, in the next couple of weeks. If they authorize the boosters, which will be strictly made based on the science, that decision will be based on the science, this will mean all 3 vaccines will be available for boosters. Already, more than 1 out of 3 eligible seniors have gotten their 3rd shot, the booster. And we're going to continue to provide that additional protection to seniors and others as we head into the holidays. These boosters are free. I'll say it again, they're free, available, and convenient to get. Third point I'd like to make. We need to continue to keep our schools and our students safe. 96% of school districts are fully open with children back in the classroom and for in-person learning. We have been able to do this because we provided our schools the resources they need to protect children and the educators, as well as the staff that works in the schools. We've been encouraging schools to implement important health measures like masking, testing, and getting everyone vaccinated who is eligible to be vaccinated. Now, I know parents out there are anxiously waiting for a vaccine for children ages 5 to 11. The good news is the FDA and outside experts from the CDC are set to make its determination as to whether the vaccine will be authorized for that age range in the next few weeks. If authorized, we are ready. We have purchased enough vaccines for all children between the ages of 5 and 11 in the United States. And it'll be convenient for parents to get their children vaccinated at trusted locations, and families will be able to sleep easier at night knowing their kids are protected as well. Let me close with this. The plan I laid out in September is working. We're headed in the right direction. We have critical work to do, but we can't let up now. My team and I are doing everything we can, but I'm calling on more businesses to step up. I'm calling on more parents to get their children vaccinated when they are eligible. And I'm asking everyone who hasn't gotten vaccinated, please get vaccinated. That's how we put this pandemic behind us and accelerate our economic recovery. We can do this. I've said many times, God bless you all, and may God protect our troops. Thank you very much.
And President Biden not taking any reporter questions about those remarks when it comes to vaccine mandates across the country, especially for companies. Well, a lot of people are opting for religious exemptions, but what exactly is a religious exemption, and how easy is it to get one as it's spiking across the country with all these mandates? Here's Fox 5 in D.C. with more.
People have the right to request a religious exemption, but a labor employment attorney I spoke with today says people need to be prepared to answer this question.
What is it about your religion that says that you cannot take this vaccine? And if they can't articulate that, then that's probably not a sincerely held religious belief.
Religious requests against the COVID-19 vaccine are piling up this fall, despite the fact that faith leaders from a variety of traditions support vaccination. Today, I checked in with jurisdictions all across the D.C. region to ask how many religious exemptions they are receiving. At this time, most places don't have those hard numbers since there is no official dashboard keeping track and updating those requests. However, in Virginia, Fairfax County says they have received 436 religious exemptions so far. Over in Maryland, Prince George's County says they are in the process of still having employees submit their requests and working to finalize vaccination policies. At last check in D.C., according to information the Washington Post obtained from city officials, 2,500 healthcare workers are still unvaccinated, with 70% of them requesting a religious exemption.
Often this is an opportunity for people to sort of rig the system in order to avoid getting a vaccine.
The labor employment attorney I spoke with says religious exemptions are being done by an individual case-by-case basis because each situation is different. There's no exact method that qualifies someone to be exempt. Back to you.
And that was Fox 5 Sierra Fox. We're going to take a 2-minute break. When we come back, conversations between President Biden and the president of Kenya, what they had to say in 2. And welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. We're going to go into the conversation, a sit-down conversation with President Biden, the president of Kenya, what they had to say about their relations moving forward.
UN Security Council. I mean, thanks for letting us stay in. But all kidding aside, thank you. Thank you very much. And we're continuing our shared fight against COVID. The United States has donated 2.8 million doses of vaccine to Kenya as part of a 50 million doses we've donated to the African Union. And I'm proud to announce that today that we're making an additional historic one-time donation of 17 more million doses of J&J vaccine to the AU. And we're going to be sending some more by the end of the year to Kenya. And today we're going to discuss what more Kenya and the United States can do together on the Horn of Africa to advance peace and security. And we're also going to talk about strengthening the financial transparency and accelerating economic growth. You've spoken to that, Mr. President. I want to talk to you about that. And the fight against climate change. So our nations share a deep commitment to fairness and to respect and equity, and I'm committed to further elevating our ties with Kenya and nations across Africa as a whole. But Kenya is the key to this. So welcome, Mr. President, and I'm delighted to have you here.
Thank you very much, Mr. President, and let me once again say it's a great pleasure to see you once again. I don't know whether many will recall, but President Biden in a former life visited Kenya, where we had an opportunity to meet when he was vice president, when he had come over again on issues related to strengthening the partnership and the relationship between our two countries, and it's really a great pleasure and honor to see you again. Let me also take this opportunity through you to thank your government and the people of the United States. During this very difficult time, the United States has done its best to step up in terms of not only helping Kenya, but the African continent in general with regard to access to vaccines. Happy to hear you on your announcement of that increase, because as many of you will know, as a continent, we are lagging well behind the rest of the world in terms of being able to vaccinate our people. So any additional support, like the President has just mentioned, is greatly welcomed, and we look forward to that continued partnership. We're also very closely partnering, especially in regard to the fight against terrorism globally. The United States has been a very strong partner to Kenya in that particular fight, and this is an area, again, I am hoping to have an opportunity to further discuss with the President. We are also keenly and very grateful with his strong position, especially with regard to climate change. This is an area where Kenya has made tremendous progress in her own right, and where we are firmly committed to the Paris Agreement, and we're glad to see the United States has now rejoined, and we look forward to working very closely together on that particular agenda, which, as you know, our country, our continent, is the least in terms of emitting, but pays the highest price. So we welcome your leadership in this area, and I look forward to having the opportunity to discuss that further with you. Keenly also wanting to engage, as we have been already, with the President on the issue of trade and investment between our two countries. This, I believe, is vital, not only in terms of further entrenching American interests on the continent, but also in helping us also achieve our social economic agenda. So that's another agenda that we are also going to be engaged in. So, Mr. President, let me just say it's wonderful to see you again. It's wonderful to be back here, and I look forward to fruitful deliberations as we move forward.
So do I. Thank you. Thank you all.
Thank you, guys. Thank you.
So once again, no questions for the president at his second event of the day, speaking with the president of Kenya, vowing to, again, distribute more vaccines to countries around the world. We're going to take another 2-minute break. When we come back, more of our top stories from across the country. Don't go away. And welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. I'm Daytona Everett. We want to report some of this breaking news. We've cut in several times within the past hour and brought this to you. We are getting in that former President Bill Clinton has been admitted to the hospital. This is the statement that's been released from his spokesperson. They say that he was admitted to UCI Medical Center to receive treatment for a non-COVID related infection. They say he's on the mend, in good spirits, and is incredibly thankful to the doctors, nurses, and staff providing him with excellent care. If we get more details on exactly what he is being treated for, we will bring that to you once it's confirmed by our Fox affiliates. Until then, though, let's go into some of the other stories of the day, including the 48th birthday of George Floyd being celebrated widely. Our very own Regina Gonzalez speaking with the George Floyd Foundation about the day.
Man, today is George Floyd's 48th birthday. Now, there is no doubt that George Floyd's death at the hands of former Minneapolis police officer Derek Chauvin was the catalyst for a civil rights movement that has spread across the nation. And we do know that today there are celebrations planned all over our nation to honor the life of George Floyd. So I do want to bring into the conversation Mr. Jakari Harrison. He is the executive director of the George Floyd Memorial Foundation, here to talk all about the foundation as well as the mark that George Floyd's life has made on our nation. Jakari, thank you so much for being with us here. How are you doing?
Good morning. It is a pleasure being on here with you this morning. I am doing well, remembering the life and legacy of George Floyd this morning. Thank you.
Absolutely. We're happy to have you. Jakari, I want to backtrack for a second. Obviously, that incident last year, that really just that heartbreaking video captivated the nation. We saw protests and movements across our nation. So at what point did you and your team establish the George Floyd Memorial Foundation?
Definitely. Well, first I just want to say George Floyd's life mattered. And being that George Floyd was tragically killed in broad daylight on the hot summer streets of Minneapolis, Minnesota, the family decided to start the George Floyd Memorial Foundation in his honor and to continue the work that we know that George Floyd would still be doing today if he were alive. The family started the George Floyd Memorial Foundation in August of 2020, and we are just excited to be here. We are here in honor to George Floyd by uniting and activating our community to challenge the root causes of racial inequalities and to end the systematic violence against and affecting Black and Brown Americans.
Now, Jakari, we're showing some video of the intersection where the incident happened. What can you say about how the world reacted to George Floyd's death?
The world was traumatized. Not one person that I have met, I have seen, or that I know in my life have not seen that video. It went worldwide. Protests, mass demonstrations across this world and across this country just rocketed everywhere because people were upset, they were angry, they were mad, and they wanted justice and they wanted accountability. And we did get accountability, but we did not get justice. Justice would mean that George Floyd would still be here, and he is not, obviously. Thus, we're going to continue the good work that he would be doing, and we just continue to work with all those individuals that protested, that rallied, that marched, that prayed, that cried, that stood for justice, that stood for accountability on May 25th of last year up until today. And we have so many great people and partners and individuals that is going to continue to work with us through the foundation.
And Jakari, I understand that you and your team have been doing this work since the very beginning. I do want to revisit the trial of Derek Chauvin. Talk to me about how your foundation was working throughout the entirety of this trial that just garnered so much national attention.
Definitely. Well, we wanted the same energy that everyone put into the mass protests, to the mass demonstrations on May 25th in the summer of last year, to ensure that we got that same energy around the trial, because the trial is where we could seek accountability. So the foundation, we started beginning to educate so many of our followers, of our friends and family and colleagues all around the world and country to ensure that they stayed up to date with what was going on from jury to the trial to the verdict to the sentencing. One big campaign that we were able to launch was a postcard campaign that we were able to send over 30,000 postcards to those individuals that will ensure that we could get accountability on behalf of George Floyd for his death. So we were excited about that campaign, and we did so much great work with so many organizations, and we cannot thank everyone enough for participating in that campaign and in so many other virtual campaigns, in-person campaigns, and holding space and just praying. And what we know is that the conviction of Derek Chauvin made it possible because of the recording by a bystander. And that's just a small step towards accountability, because just as I said earlier, it is not justice.
Jakari, I feel like the Derek Chauvin verdict was a moment in time, now history, where I know I personally will remember where I was, how I was watching it, and the reaction that I saw across the world, really. What was your reaction and your foundation's reaction when he was convicted on all charges?
Well, the foundation and the family of George Floyd, we were in Minneapolis, and, the world revealed, the verdict revealed to the country, what Black Americans have already known to become true for generations. And the verdict finding Derek Chauvin guilty of murder provided a measure of accountability, but one verdict does not address the persistent issue of police misconduct and use of excessive force. We were excited to know, and we were proud that we got accountability, but it still hurts on the inside that you have to wake up knowing that your loved one died due to police brutality, and that he should still be here. We don't want to celebrate a verdict. We don't want to celebrate, someone, having to, go to prison. We don't want to celebrate that, but we had to, because it was a sense, a feeling of relief. But we want George Floyd here, but he can't be here. So we're going to continue to work at the George Floyd Memorial Foundation.
And Jakari, I feel like when it comes to police reform, since the death of George Floyd, there's been some wins, there's been some losses, but what can you say about how states and local entities have responded with their own police reform bills?
So there's been so many bills and police reforms out there in several states. And although we were championing the George Floyd Justice and Policing Act, and we'll still champion it with Representative Karen Bass and U.S. Senator Cory Booker, and we thank them and thank all the other Democrats and House Representatives and Senators and the President and Vice President for amplifying the need to pass the George Floyd Policing Act. However, it has not been passed, as we all know. But we're thankful for cities and states for taking action and being the change that they wish to see by passing much needed legislation within their own city and state. Here we have the city of Houston, the mayor of the city of Houston, who passed the no-knock warrant ban, who ensured that there's no chokeholds that will come about through police excessive force here in Houston. Also, he is ensuring that within the first 30 days of a police encounter with a constituent that the video is released. So it's cities and mayors and governors, like Mayor Sylvester Turner and, the governor of New York and all these other great people who are just bringing about needed change in reform to ensure a new day for police accountability, to ensure a new day for Black and Brown Americans, and to ensure a new day that we are equal within this world.
Well, Jakari, we thank you and your foundation for doing exactly just that. And, what is today all about? What celebrations can we expect around the nation? We know that they're going to be happening in his hometown in North Carolina, as well as Minneapolis as well. What can you tell us?
Definitely. Well, as you all know, George Floyd really transformed this entire world. So there's going to be so many groups and organizations and people celebrating George Floyd birthday in some form or fashion. Here at the foundation, we have encouraged so many people to do the good work that George Floyd would be doing today if he were still alive. That's why we released a 100,000 volunteer campaign to be the change that we wish to see through volunteerism and acts of kindness. So this week, we encourage everyone, and especially on today, George Floyd's 48th birthday, we encourage everyone to take some time and show some love, volunteer, do a community project, or do an act of kindness. That's just as George Floyd would be doing. It will amplify. It will ensure that our communities have the resources, tools, and knowledge needed to succeed for generations to come.
Absolutely. Well, Jakari Harrison, Executive Director of the George Floyd Memorial Foundation, is there any final thoughts that you want to leave our viewers with before we send you off?
Definitely. Well, I just want to thank all of the viewers for your encouragement, your love of the Floyd family, the support to the George Floyd Memorial Foundation. If this is your first time learning about the foundation, I implore you to follow us at Justice for George on all social media platforms, to go to our website, to donate, $1, $5, or $48 as is today's George Floyd's 48th birthday. But in order to see change, you have to first be the change, and you can be the change through the George Floyd Memorial Foundation. Thank you so much. I appreciate you.
Absolutely, Jakari. Thank you so much for joining us. And what celebration specifically will you be participating in today?
Definitely. Well, besides, the media interviews that comes about today, I will also I'm here in Houston, so be celebrating with the Floyd family directly, looking forward to the community events and service projects that we'll be doing together. So today is going to be a phenomenal day, and I just cannot continue to be even more proud of how strong the family is in remembrance of George Floyd.
Absolutely. Well, Jakari, we wish you a great rest of your day, and we really appreciate you taking your time to join us here on Live Now from Fox.
So again, that was our very own Regina Gonzalez, and we're going to play out some of those remarks from the family of George Floyd, as there were several different events held in Minneapolis today. But we want to bring you back to one of the live events and breaking news stories that we'll be tracking not only today, but through the next couple of days, as we are hearing the former President Bill Clinton has been admitted to the hospital, UC Irvine Medical Center, and you're seeing the medical center over with our chopper right here. statement saying that he was admitted there on Tuesday evening. He's receiving treatment for a non-COVID related infection. They say that he is on the mend, in good spirits, and is incredibly thankful to the doctors, nurses, and staff providing him with care right now. And as we said, all we know at this point is that it's only an infection. They're saying it is not COVID-19. I'm sure we'll be getting more details as to the severity of this infection, what this infection is, as we get a closer look at the hospital, the medical center. And again, that was on Tuesday evening, where it's now Thursday evening, 7 o'clock out there in California, as we're trying to track any new details down about this developing story. As we said, we're going to go out to some of those remarks from family and community members in Minneapolis earlier today who were honoring George Floyd on his 48th birthday.
That exists out here. Our goal is to get them back out as soon as possible to the people, because this is a memorial of and for and by the people. And so, but in order to do that, we have to be able to raise the resources to be able to house them and display them in a way that everybody can enjoy them from around the world. I think one of the most important things to me, when we were first starting, I had pitched the idea of calling it a living memorial, because that's what we were experiencing. Every day the memorial looked different. It was growing. People were adding to it. People were expressing their grief, their pain, their hope. And then the family came back and they're like, we want to call it the global memorial. And I was like, okay, that makes sense. And as we've lived into that name, realizing the whole world marched. I was in our pop-up gallery this past summer. We had a pop-up gallery of 200 pieces on exhibit in partnership with Chicago Avenue Fire Arts Center, which is right around the corner here. And these two people walked in, and they came up to me and I said, well, where are you from? And they said, Antarctica. I said, excuse me? They said, yes, we are scientists that work in Antarctica. We're on leave. And we just want to let you know that we protested in Antarctica. They had to get special permission by their governments for like different people to protest at different times, but that's how much this moment, this movement had a ripple effect around the world, that on 7 continents people marched. And so it's important for us to preserve that story, because in this time of COVID, so many people can't come to witness what they did and the impact that they've had on our community. And so we want to make sure that schools and corporations and organizations, nonprofit organizations, they all have an opportunity, or just neighbors have an opportunity to come pilgrim here and orient themselves in this fight for racial justice, because the fight is not over. And so what we witness through these creative expressions of pain and hope is an opportunity for people to orient themselves, ground themselves, find a path towards healing and run towards it, find a path towards unity and run towards it. Because what we found in this movement and in this protest is that community is the antidote to racism.
Thank you, Janelle.
Janelle, you've done this before.
Any questions and on the panel? I just wanted to ask, sorry I was late, but just what maybe this day means to you, like celebrating the birthday. We had a huge gathering here on the 1-year anniversary, but what does today feel like for you?
It feels really good. I mean, you know what has happened here, you know, he lost his life, and it just means a whole lot. And like I said, the community, they stood fast, they stand still, they protected it, they kept it sacred, and it's just a beautiful thing to recognize him, because his name, it just changed. It changed the world, what happened, and it means a whole lot, because change is still moving and it's still going. It's bringing people together, unity, even households, you know, they talk about it. Why? What? And, you know, just bringing people, that, like I said, the expression, it's just a beautiful thing. The movement is beautiful, and this day is so special.
Do you guys have anything else to say about being here and how it feels to be in this space on his day, on his birthday, on his day of birth? What this place means to you?
Honestly, it means the world to me. It's my second home. I'm from Charlotte, North Carolina, and I try to come here as much as I can, because people can connect. It doesn't matter where you're from, if you're from North, South Minneapolis, or from around the world, people come here and they can identify with people. I always say that, you know, I can come here and I can come up to you and start talking. I can't go to Chicago and just walking up to somebody and start talking. It's not going to happen. But here, you feel a sense of peace. And love. Peace, love, and happiness. And people come here to grieve, come here for hope. They come here for many different reasons, but there's a commonality between us all. And I'm just so happy to be here. And I know Perry is happy that communities, it comes together here and everywhere, in Houston and in North Carolina. He would want that. He would want us all to work in unison. And it's going to continue. Keep walking the walk.
Thank you, guys. Any final questions? Any room tones? Anyone need any other visuals?
Is there anything else you guys wanted to say?
I just want to say we must not let his death be his last word.
Thank you, guys.
Sorry, y'all. I had a background in preaching.
Okay, so that was just some of the remarks of community members out in Minneapolis honoring the life of George Floyd on his 48th birthday today. Let's go out to Washington, D.C. We showed you the whole ceremony, but we didn't show you the remarks of Attorney General Merrick Garland as well as DHS Secretary Alejandro Mayorkas honoring the 701 lives of law enforcement officers that have been lost in the line of duty over the past couple of years since 2019. They spoke before the last roll call as they rang the bell 701 times. Take a listen.
We are gathered here today to honor those 701 fallen officers whose names have been added to the National Law Enforcement Officers Memorial. We gather because grieving, remembering, and honoring those who we have lost means more when we can do it together. I am honored to be here in person with you for this occasion. In my role as Attorney General, I think daily of the great risks you face when doing your jobs as law enforcement officers. Any investigation, any search or arrest could lead to a tragic loss. Yet despite those risks, you run toward danger to protect the public from harm. Your extraordinary courage and dedication is an inspiration for all of us. Recent events confirm the stark reality of the risks that you face daily in the line of duty. Federal agents, including those of the ATF, DEA, FBI, and U.S. Marshals Service, serve alongside our state, local, tribal, and territorial partners to keep our communities safe. In very recent days, DEA Special Agent Michael Garbo and Senior Inspector and Deputy U.S. Marshal Jared Keyworth made the ultimate sacrifice in the line of duty. I would like to honor their service, along with that of the other law enforcement officers who lost their lives or who were injured in the line of duty over the past 2 years. As we gather here today, we are hopeful that we are turning the corner in the fight against the pandemic that began previous March. The pandemic has created unprecedented challenges for law enforcement, and it has inflicted a devastating toll. Of the hundreds of members of law enforcement who died in the line of duty during the pandemic, nearly 2/3 succumbed to COVID-19. Through it all, and despite the increased risks to your health and your safety, you have continued to protect the communities you serve. As we gathered here today, we also know that we continue to face many other challenges in addition to the pandemic. Violent crime and gun violence persist at high levels. The opioid epidemic and the threat of fentanyl endanger all of our communities. And internet crimes, in particular online child sexual exploitation, have reached historic levels. To many, these challenges may seem insurmountable, but not to you. Each day, you fulfill the oath to protect and serve, and you do so selflessly, with optimism and pride that you can and do make a difference. I would like to conclude by acknowledging the families of the fallen. I know that you carry a great weight and that no event could fully recognize the loss that you have suffered. But please know, on behalf of the entire U.S. Department of Justice, you have our unwavering support and our gratitude. Thank you.
Please welcome the Honorable Alejandro Mayorkas, Secretary of the United States Department of Homeland Security.
My parents instilled in me a reverence for the men and women of law enforcement. They each grew up in countries where a person in uniform signaled danger, not safety. So when my parents brought me to America to raise our family in a democracy, it meant everything to them to see a police officer or sheriff and know that these individuals risked their lives to protect and to serve us all. Beginning when I was about 12 years old, whenever my mother stopped our Ford station wagon at an intersection and saw a law enforcement officer on the street corner, I was taught to get out of the back seat of the car, approach the officer, shake his or her hand, and say thank you. Reverence for the men and women of law enforcement remains very much a part of me today. Let it be so for our entire nation. Today we recognize the nobility of the law enforcement profession. We pay tribute to those who lost their lives in sacrifice of the safety of our communities, and we remember them, and we recognize you, the families, all of you, as heroes. The Department of Homeland Security, the largest law enforcement department in the federal government, has lost too many heroes over the past 2 years. We relentlessly continue to execute our mission as the best way to honor those who have fallen. We carry forward the awesome responsibility to protect and to serve as they did every single day. When a law enforcement officer steps out of his or her home to serve the community, the family steps out with them. You, the families, are heroes too. I wish I could shake each and every one of your hands. Let me light a candle this evening and say thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, Emilio Miyares, the immediate past national president of Concerns of Police Survivors.
Good evening. My story begins when I was...
Okay, so again, that was just a part of that ceremony from today, a really beautiful ceremony, literally saying every single name, 701 officer names whose lives have been lost in the line of duty since 2019. You heard from Mayorkas, you heard from Merrick Garland, the Attorney General in the United States, really reaching out and expressing their gratitude for their service. We're going to take a 2-minute break. We'll be right back here on Live Now. Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. A look from our studio here in Phoenix, Arizona. I'm Daytona Everett. It is 7:20 here in Phoenix, and we are going to be watching all of these top stories across the country, including this breaking news that we got out of UC Irvine. As we know, former President Bill Clinton has been admitted to the hospital. He was admitted on Tuesday evening, so they say that he is on the mend. He's in good spirits. They're treating him for a non-COVID related infection. What infection it is, no one really knows up to this point, but we'll keep following this throughout the rest of the evening here. We're going to go out to an event from earlier today in Loudoun County, as you're going to hear from angry parents who have been protesting some of the policies that have been debated with the school board meetings. They're talking about transgender policies, they're talking about mask mandates, and so much more. Here's that rally from earlier in Virginia.
Issues of neglect of duty and incompetence at Loudoun County Public Schools. But before we begin, I want to make clear who has not neglected their duty in the issues we are here to discuss. The Loudoun County Sheriff's Office. Based on the information that we have seen, they played it by the book, despite, once again, being given a bad hand by this incompetent school system. Excuse me? By this incompetent school system. For almost 2 years, parents in this county have been fighting to get the Loudoun County School Board to focus on what is in the best interests of the students. We have fought for in-person learning, against race essentialism in curriculum and teacher training, against overly sexualized materials in classrooms and libraries, and against policies that compromise the safety of students and abrogate the First Amendment rights of those same students and teachers. We have asked for a seat at the table to discuss those issues, and we've been met with silence, mockery, claims of engaging in dog whistle politics, and attacks as racists, bigots, fascists, pretty much anything that ends with "ist." And these attacks are not simply limited to angry activists who use social media and the U.S. Postal Service to harass us. They have come from some members of the Loudoun County School Board and the Loudoun County Board of Supervisors. They've tried to fight fire with fire, but as parents to look out for the best interests of our children will flame on long after these public officials have moved on. So instead of putting out those flames with water, with negotiation, compromise, and finding a middle ground, they only made us more determined. And since we couldn't get a seat at their table to discuss the education of our children beyond 1 minute every 2 weeks, we have become an effective and much-needed watchdog. What we watched unfold this week was horrifying. Here's what we know. Facts. On May 28th, an incident occurred at Stonebridge High School. It was described on social media at the time as an angry dad in the administration office. Turns out it was an angry dad. He was there and angry because he was called by his wife after a boy allegedly sexually assaulted his daughter in a bathroom. The police were called, and there was an investigation that led to charges being filed against the alleged assailant. Final adjudication has not yet occurred, but is expected soon. Facts. On June 15th, the Loudoun County Democrat Committee announced on social media that it would be busing people in for a rally for the Loudoun County School Board meeting on June 22nd, where proposed policy 8040, which would allow boys to use girls' bathrooms, would be debated and potentially passed. The announcement listed the time of the rally at 3:30 p.m. This seemed odd to parents who typically speak at school board meetings. The second school board meeting of the month, which this was, is typically at 6:30 p.m. Facts. LCPS routinely announces the meeting and opens sign-up for public comment at 8 a.m. on the Friday before the school board meeting. On Thursday, June 17th, LCPS opened up sign-ups for public comment at 8 a.m. and informed the public that the meeting would be at 4 p.m. The result was that most of the first 20 speakers at the June 22nd meeting were overwhelmingly in support of proposed policy 8040. Further, for the first time, the school board turned the cameras away from the speakers. Facts. While most of the first 20 speakers were supportive of proposed policy 8040, the rest of the 250-plus people that signed up to speak were largely there to voice opposition to a variety of school board policies and actions, including proposed policy 8040. One speaker in that first 20 directed her comments to that audience. She saw the hate dripping from the followers of Jesus and their children. She was booed. Chairwoman Sheridan scolded the audience, recessed the meeting, and when she returned, she gave the speaker back her time. Facts. When former Senator Dick Black addressed the school board, not the audience, in a fiery opposition to proposed policy 8040, the audience applauded. When Chairwoman Sheridan banged the gavel, they stopped. Nevertheless, the board then voted to shut down public comment due to, quote, lack of decorum. Facts. The speakers remained in the boardroom. They sang the national anthem. They gave the speeches they intended to give. Superintendent Ziegler then declared an unlawful assembly, despite no apparent threat of violence, as is required by law for a declaration of unlawful assembly under VA Code 18-2406. Facts. One man was arrested for trespass after refusing to leave following the declaration of unlawful assembly. One man was arrested for disorderly conduct after getting into a scuffle with sheriff's deputies. The video of that has been played on local and national news since that day. In that video, the man's wife can be heard stating that her daughter was raped in a bathroom in a school as her husband was being arrested. The man is named Scott Smith. It is his daughter that was allegedly sexually assaulted in a bathroom at Stonebridge on May 28th. Facts. Later, during that same meeting, without an audience present, Representative Bartz asked Superintendent Ziegler if there had been a pattern of assaults in bathrooms at LCPS. Ziegler responded he was not aware of a record of any assaults in bathrooms. Note that Ms. Bartz did not ask if any sexual assaults had occurred in bathrooms. She asked if there was a pattern. Superintendent Ziegler volunteered an answer to a question that he was not asked. Facts. Many of us here learned what happened at Stonebridge and to whom in the days that followed. Mrs. Smith actually posted on June 23rd on Facebook that her daughter was the victim of a horrific crime at school. It appears that this post was discussed a week later in a private Facebook group called the Anti-Racist Parents of Loudoun County. The same group that plotted against parents and which two school board members, Bartz and Sheridan, were still members of at the date of the discussion. In other Facebook groups, the alleged assault was discussed before June 22nd. Facts. According to a statement from the Loudoun County Sheriff's Office, the alleged assailant was arrested on July 8th. The investigation was thus concluded. In a statement yesterday from LCPS, it said the Sheriff's Office asked that they not interview witnesses until after the Sheriff's investigation was complete. Therefore, LCPS was free to conduct a Title IX investigation beginning July 8th. Facts. On August 10th, despite massive resistance from the community based on bathroom safety, a lawsuit, and an alleged sexual assault that happened in a bathroom on May 28th, the Loudoun County School Board voted 7-2 to pass policy 8040, which would allow biological boys to use girls' bathrooms. Representatives Morse and Beatty voted no. Facts. The same boy that allegedly assaulted the Smith's daughter at Stonebridge was enrolled at Broad Run High School this year. He was wearing an ankle bracelet. Last week, a second alleged sexual assault occurred at Broad Run High School. The Commonwealth Attorney confirmed that it was the same individual who committed the alleged assault at Stonebridge. Facts. A statement was put out by LCPS yesterday that said the Loudoun County School Board members were not aware of specific details of the incident until it was reported in the media outlets earlier this week. The statement did not say that they were not aware of any details. Facts. That statement also did not say that Superintendent Ziegler was not aware of the specific details of the incident before it was reported in media outlets earlier this week. Reasonable assumption 1. Some members of the school board were made aware of the general details of the incident before it was reported. Otherwise, the statement would have unequivocally said they had no awareness. Certainly, they would have or should have been made aware of the specific details following the alleged assailant's July 8th arrest. Reasonable assumption 2. Superintendent Scott Ziegler was aware of the specific details of the incident before it was reported in media outlets this week. Reasonable assumption 3. Superintendent Scott Ziegler would have been made aware of the specific details of the incident immediately, meaning he would have known before June 22nd. He said he was not aware of any records of sexual assaults in bathrooms. Facts. LCPS in its statement said that it can take interim measures to protect the safety of students. Also in its statement, LCPS said that school board members aren't typically informed of disciplinary issues. Facts. LCPS policy 8220 provides that a student can be suspended for up to 364 calendar days if, quote, the school board or division superintendent or the superintendent's designee finds that aggravating circumstance exists as defined by the VDOE when A, student engaged in misconduct which caused serious harm, including but not limited to physical, emotional, and psychological harm to another person, or a student's presence in the school poses an ongoing and serious risk to the safety of the school, its students, staff, others in the school. Further, the policy reads that nothing shall prohibit the school board from permitting or requiring student suspension pursuant to this section to attend an alternative education program provided by the school board for the term of the suspension. Reasonable assumption 4. At the very latest, following the arrest of the alleged assailant on July 8th, Superintendent Ziegler and/or the school board should have conducted an investigation and exercised its disciplinary power under its bylaws to suspend the alleged assailant or find alternative education arrangements to keep him out of school pending his case. What we need to know: why did Superintendent Ziegler say he was not aware of any record of sexual assault in a bathroom when it is clear to any reasonable person that he would have been aware of the May 28th incident by then? Which school board members became generally aware of the details of the incident, and when did they become aware? What were those general details that they were aware of? Why did the superintendent or school board not suspend the alleged assailant after July 8th when he was arrested? Why was the public not made aware prior to the August 10th vote on Policy 8040 of at least the basic fact that an individual had been arrested on July 8th for allegations of sexual assault in a bathroom? LCPS claims that the sheriff's office asked that it not interview students until it was done with its investigation. Assuming this is true, the sheriff's office concluded its investigation on July 8th. Did LCPS begin a Title IX investigation after that? If not, why not? If Superintendent Ziegler did in fact keep any members of the Loudoun County School Board in the dark, why is he still employed? Since we don't expect the answers to these questions to be forthcoming and have lost complete trust in what Superintendent Ziegler and most of the Loudoun County School Board says, we are calling for the following. 1, that the Loudoun County School Board immediately terminate Scott Ziegler as superintendent. He's shown that he is in over his head, and he has demonstrated a pattern and practice of dishonesty. Here are 4 examples.
Thank you.
At the September 22nd, 2020 meeting, here's your proof of it. At the September 22nd, 2020 school board meeting at 5 hours and 7 minutes, Superintendent Ziegler was asked by school board member Denise Corbeau if he had reviewed a controversial and constitutionally suspect professional conduct policy with the Loudoun Education Association, the local teachers union. He insisted that he had. On September 25th, Scott Ziegler received an email from the Virginia Education Association demanding to know why he said the LEA was consulted when in fact it was not. Second example, at a June 3rd equity meeting, he misleadingly highlighted a part of a statement I made on television to bolster his claim that LCPS was not teaching critical race theory. He said, Ian Pryor stated on May 19th on WJLA TV, quote, "Nobody is saying Loudoun County Public Schools or any other schools are teaching critical race theory 101 like they would teach physics or chemistry," end quote. That was not the end of the quote from the full WJLA interview. The full quote was, "Nobody is saying Loudoun County Public Schools or any other schools are teaching critical race theory 101 like they would teach physics or chemistry, but it is a broad lens that is implemented through how teachers are trained and how those trained teachers teach our children, which is to view America, to view our institutions, to view our culture, traditions, and language, all based on systemic racism." Example number 3. In an interview with Cheryl Atkinson, measure, which aired earlier this month, Superintendent Ziegler was asked to comment on the private Facebook group that was plotting against parents, the anti-racist parents of Loudoun County. Ziegler said, "I'm not familiar with that group." This, despite putting out a statement in March about the group's activity, FOIA'd emails where he was alerted to news stories about the community reaction to that group, and the fact that Fight for Schools has been collecting signatures to remove the majority of school board members based on their activities in that group, and one of those cases is currently in court. But he's not familiar with that group. Final example. Superintendent Ziegler continues to deny the use of critical race theory in LCPS, despite the fact that former Superintendent Eric Williams said in an email last year to a constituent, quote, "While LCPS has not adopted CRT, some of the principles related to race as a social construct and the sharing of stories of racism, radicalized oppression, etc., that we are encouraging through the action plan to combat systemic racism in some of our professional learning modules and our use of instructional resources on the social justice standards do align with the ideology of CRT." Meanwhile, Superintendent Ziegler has continued to accuse parents of spreading misinformation on the utilization of CRT concepts in teacher trainings and in the classroom. While those false statements should be enough to terminate his employment, his false statement on June 22nd and his failure to keep an alleged assailant out of school are far worse and merit immediate termination. Request number 2. That any member of the Loudoun County School Board that had at least general knowledge of the May 28th incident, yet still pushed through a vote on 40 before the criminal case had concluded and a conviction potentially could be made public pursuant to applicable law, should resign. Request number 3. That the remainder of the Loudoun County School Board hire an independent law firm to conduct an independent investigation with a report to be made public into how the system failed in this instance and any other instances that the public is not aware of, and recommendations for improvement in the system. LCPS paid the Equity Collaborative $500,000 to do an investigation, recommendations, and report on systemic racism. Certainly they can commission one to investigate whether there is a systemic failure to protect students from sexual abuse. And finally, given that the Department of Justice is very interested in the comings and goings of Loudoun County, we ask that Attorney General Merrick Garland order Assistant Attorney General Kristen Clark of the Civil Rights Department, as well as the United States Attorney for the Eastern District of Virginia, to open Title IX investigations into Loudoun County Public Schools. Thank you. Question? Good. All right. Thank you. Sure. Yeah. Can you just tell me who you're with?
Yes, I'm sorry. My name's Tara. I'm with Fox.
Okay.
So, in terms of the sexual assault allegations, LCPS released a statement yesterday that said the schools reported everything to law enforcement, they followed procedure, and that the school board particularly was not aware of specific details of this incident. Do you have a response to that?
Yeah, my response is, if they were not aware of the incident, then the phrasing would have been far different than they were not aware of specific details of this incident. If they were fully unaware of the sexual assault or the alleged sexual assault, the statement would have unequivocally said that they had no knowledge whatsoever. The fact that they said they did not have specific details implies that they did, in fact, or at least did, in fact, have general details.
In a related issue, if you don't mind, in terms of the governor's race, Governor McAuliffe was on NBC today and said that CRT is not taught in Virginia. Called young people on critical race theory a quote racist dog whistle. Do you have a response?
Yes. Again, it's the same quote I gave to WJLA, which was misrepresented by Superintendent Ziegler. No one is saying that courses are taught on CRT, like Critical Race Theory 101. But courses on meritocracy are also not taught, but meritocracy, at least for now, is still applied in school. The fact of the matter is, critical race theory concepts are layered throughout teacher trainings, and then it drips down into how those teachers, not all of those teachers, but some of those teachers design their lesson plans for students.
And do you have any thoughts on what McAuliffe is saying that parents have no role?
Well, I would say that, Terry McAuliffe is running to be governor as public servant, so he works for the parents. And if he doesn't think that parents should have a role, then perhaps we shouldn't hire him to be our representative in that respect. You know, I'm not familiar with those specific books. I've certainly seen reports of those, but I certainly am concerned, and we are concerned with some of, like I said, the overly sexualized material that is used in classrooms, that are in the libraries, because this is sort of the result of what we're seeing here. This is not something that's appropriate for elementary schoolers, middle schoolers, even high schoolers. You know, that's we had a school board meeting, I think it was back in May, where parents came here and they highlighted portions of a book that was being assigned in 9th grade. You know, these are inappropriate books for young girls in public school. Well, I would say that under no circumstances should anyone threaten a public official. No circumstances should anyone threaten a public representative, but harassment and intimidation are vague and overbroad concepts, and they can be abused at a level. What is intimidation? Is that raising your board meeting? What is harassment? Press conference right outside of, I don't know. You'd have, but that's the problem. These, overbroad directives coming from the Attorney General's office. And I would also add, I worked at the Department of Justice. I worked on several Attorney General's memos, and I can tell you that memos like that take long time to construct and to pass through all the divisions that need to go through in DOJ, subcomponents, other agencies, other departments. The National School Board Association sent out that letter on October 30th, which was a Thursday. DOJ sent out its memo the following Tuesday. So we have roughly 2.5 business days where the Department of Justice would work with the Office of Legal Policy, the Office of Legal Counsel, the Criminal Division, the Department of Homeland Security, White House Counsel's Office, the press team, all to put this thing. Things like maybe this was planned ahead of time, and that NSBA letter was used as a for this to be released for political purposes. Certainly does. I mean, the DOJ is supposed to be a non-political law enforcement mechanism. I think if you see rising crime spikes, that's something that's on the of these cities, and it's really something.
Okay, so we wanted to show you a portion of this protest again as parents, conservative parents, are coming out saying that they don't agree with the school board policies out in Loudoun County. This has been a long time coming. There's been lots and lots of controversy at a lot of those school board meetings in the past, even some parents being taken off in handcuffs. They don't do in-person school board meetings anymore because there was such an uprising by parents in disagreements with what is going on in the school board there. And clearly, the story is not over. There's more to come out of that through the rest of the year here as the school continues for a lot of those students. When we come back, we're staying with kind of the topic of school. We're talking about teenagers and a lot of those body image issues that they're having. We just saw those reports, that new study coming out with Instagram, that specifically young girls have body image issues after scrolling through social media. Well, there's new legislation that's coming out to fight that. So stick with us. We'll tell you all about it after the break. Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox from our Phoenix studio here. I'm Daytona Everett. It is almost 8 o'clock. It's 7:45 here in Phoenix, Arizona. Want to take you through to a couple of stories from our affiliates across the country. This first one about teen depression. We know through new studies with social media that it is on the rise. Why? And here are some tips and tricks for all the parents who might be watching right now.
When is your time? For many parents, returning to school meant a renewed hope for their children's mental health and socialization. But for our next guest, it has brought a new set of mental health stressors and anxiety to her teen daughter. Joining us now to talk about her family's battle with teen depression is Darnice Wright. She is currently supporting her 16-year-old daughter as she works to get better. Good morning to you, Darnice. And first off, thank you so much for coming on our show and speaking so openly about this.
Good morning. Good morning.
Tell me briefly what happened with your daughter. When did you sense and how did you sense that something was wrong?
She had started isolating, not interested in her normal activities, staying more in her room, and not want to do, be involved with our family activities, Friday night, family night. So we just kind of, we got together as a family and said, hey, Blake, is everything okay? And she basically said, I've been crying a lot and I feel blue. Those were her specific words.
Now, I'm curious because we're 18, 19 months into this pandemic. So there were the stressors that brought on for a teen, not being able to see their friends. But now we're back to school. And so for a lot of people, you would think things should get better. But also, how do you differentiate something is still wrong, even with this back to school change for a lot of students?
Well, there's fear. There's fear about the pandemic, and she was very afraid about, should I go back in the classroom? Can I do virtual, even though they were allowed to go back, but can I stay home? So again, that's when I contacted her pediatrician, and her pediatrician, Dr. Forrester, gave her a grade of a level 4 for happiness. And she said, I'm very concerned about Blake. And she recommended Dr. Featherstone with the Boys Town. And Blake has been seeing her ever since.
Just for context here, level 4 out of
10.
Out of 10. Gotcha. It sounds like you and your daughter had a pretty decent relationship, that she was able and felt comfortable enough to tell you straight out, no, I'm struggling. Is that the case?
It is the case, but it was also hard for her to identify that she was actually feeling blue, being as though she's just getting back to school. She wasn't involved prior to this in her normal activities with student leader and cheerleading, and coming into back to school, she started having anxiety.
What would you say to other parents? Because your daughter's 16 years old. I remember, and I'm sure you do, when you were 16 years old. You probably you're going through a whole bunch of stuff, right? You might not be as open or as close to your parents as you were years prior. What would you say to parents who are struggling to even bring up the conversation and they are noticing something is off?
Wow. Well, what I would say is definitely keep an open line of communication. Even in the car rides going to school, definitely the dinner table. A lot of times teenagers, they keep their doors closed. Go in those doors and sit in those beds and have conversations with them. And over food, that's when they mainly open up, when you take them to lunch.
Gotcha. So what's going on now? Where are you guys, and specifically, where is she?
Well, you know what? She's continuing this, like I say, she's continuing on to see Dr. Featherstone on her own. She makes her own appointments with Dr. Featherstone, and she looks forward to those things. She looks forward to speaking with her about not just depression, but other things that have arisen in her life with friends.
One thing I love is that you didn't make yourself the only person that she can talk to. You connected her with a professional, and she can share everything that's going on with this person. Lastly, I understand there's a program, DC Young Filmmakers Program. What does that have to do with this?
Over the summer, I created a program called the DC Young Filmmakers, and the young people created their own scripts. And one of the movies that was actually filmed was about peer pressure and depression, and TikTok videos and trolls. So I was like, okay, wow, this is interesting, because my daughter actually was going through some of the same things, but not TikTok necessarily. Yeah. So I really thought that was interesting they chose that subject.
Yeah, I'm sure your daughter appreciates you now, but I would imagine even more so as she gets older, and parents and kids watching this as well. So Darnice, thank you so much again for coming on and sending you and your daughter hugs.
Thank you so much for having me.
Of course, of course. All right, 7:35 is your time. Holly, what a great...
And again, that was Fox 5 in D.C. with the latest on all of that. We're going to take a 2-minute break. When we come back, we are talking about that Body Image Act. We had the whistleblower from Facebook coming forward, talking about how social media, specifically Instagram, is targeting young women, giving them body image issues. Well, this new legislation should hopefully combat that. So we'll tell you all about it in 2. And welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. We're going to go into a segment from Fox 11 in Los Angeles talking about new legislation. It's called the Body Image Act. Here's the details.
So much has been revealed about the harmful effects social media can have on our young girls. A former Facebook employee, as you know, told us that Facebook knows that Instagram is toxic, but does very little to change it. Today, we want to talk about the Body Image Act that would force companies to do something about this issue. Assemblymember Cristina Garcia represents California's 58th district. By the way, that includes cities Cerritos, Montebello, Bellflower, and Pico Rivera among them. She joins us now. Assemblymember, so glad to be able to speak to you. By the way, you've worked on 2. This is a bill that you're proposed. We're going to talk to you about another one that has passed. But let's start with this Body Image Act. You introduced it almost a year ago. What propelled you to do this?
You know, I was having lunch with my friend and her daughter, who's 9 years old, and she wasn't eating, and I asked her why, and she said she had to watch her weight and her image because she wanted to be an influencer. And it was kind of shocking to have a young girl already worrying about body image like this. And for things that are oftentimes are not realistic, people Photoshop and edit stuff. And, you know, I just feel like we can be a little more transparent. We can make it clear when something's being drastically Photoshopped, and specifically when we're monetizing our images on social media. And so it's not for everyone. I'm just trying to target the space where we have these influencers who are monetizing and oftentimes selling us things like shakes, diet pills, or drinks, and for something that's not realistic. And,
it's
and
not
as
realistic,
a woman myself,
look,
no, and
you had concerns well before the Facebook whistleblower came up, but it's just sort of added fuel to the fire that was already burning inside you, didn't it?
Definitely. I mean, I think as a woman, I carry those self-esteem issues, and we try to move past them and be the empowered woman. But the reality is that I still have those ideas of unrealistic body images that I can't like live up to. And now I just think about what is it for our youth who are on social media and getting bombarded with images at a larger scale more often, more of them, and what that's like, and that stigma that you carry the rest of your life for things, for big and little things, even little things like the idea that curly hair is somehow like lesser, and we want to have straight hair, and it's like we should learn to love ourselves and accept
I see you,
ourselves.
girlfriend. I see those beautiful curls of yours. Look, we know that Facebook has said we're going to implement some things to remind kids to take a break. We're going to try to give parents a little more control. How confident, how much faith do you put in the fixes that Facebook is proposing?
I actually don't have a lot of confidence. I feel that in my conversations, not just with Facebook, but with other social media sites, it's been like, we can't do this, and they want to have this wild, wild west. And the reality is that we need to start to create social norms on our social media, and they can do things in the same way they put signs about whether there's misinformation around the pandemic or during election time about misinformation, that they could easily say these images are drastically photoshopped and it's being for monetary purposes.
Okay, so that's one that you proposed. This is one that has passed. Congratulations to you. Now, what you don't know about the Assembly member is she is also lovingly known as the period princess. You've been a vocal champion of period dignity policies. Tell us about the Menstrual Equity Act for All.
Yeah, so about for 5 years, I've been trying to ensure that we remove barriers to education in small and big ways. And one of them is our period. If you menstruate and you're low income, you often don't have access to these products. And I've heard from students who tell me they miss school, who tell me that they miss classes. They're spending an hour trying to find a product on campus or going off campus to figure it out, doing things like using socks with newspapers or toilet paper to make do. And so this bill would ensure that in educational settings from sixth grade through the university level, there would be free menstrual products available in bathrooms. And so hopefully making it a little bit easier out there when you menstruate. And even if you're not low income, we all get surprised by our period sometimes.
Yeah,
we just want to make sure that that doesn't stop us from being a productive part of society.
Amen. Look, I know that this was inspired by Scotland. Parliament there adopted the period products free provision in 2020, declaring that all menstrual products are a human right and they provide them in public places free of charge. It used to be that way. You can't see those products anymore, it seems. They've disappeared from public bathrooms and restaurant bathrooms, and you found that as well. I like that you're pushing to make sure that this isn't the case, that people have access to it, especially our young women in disadvantaged neighborhoods.
And it should be everywhere, just like toilet paper out there. And I know people talk about dispensers. I was like, the reality is they could just put a box out there with some products, and most of us are going to be grown-ups. And if someone takes it all, I tell myself they probably need it.
They probably need it.
And so it's okay out there. It's a small price to pay in order to ensure that we continue to be part of our day-to-day lives and not being interrupted by our biology out there. And so
not interrupted by our biology.
We continue to build.
That is such a beautiful way of putting it. Assemblymember Cristina Garcia, you are a busy person. You really are. I appreciate you coming on to talk about both of these things. You're very clearly very passionate about affecting change. Some of these things we know, especially with social media influence, et cetera. And you can't necessarily legislate the problems away, but legislation can be a part of moving us towards, a better society. Thank you so much for being here to discuss both of these issues.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
All right. Again, Assemblymember Cristina Garcia.
And again, that was Fox 11 in Los Angeles talking about very interesting topics moving forward back out to the Bay Area. You can see a look out there. It's almost 8 o'clock out on the West Coast. A look from the White House, showing you all of these live sources that we have. New York City as well, as we've been talking quite a bit about COVID-19. And then last but not least, Capitol Hill. Not a lot of action on Capitol Hill today. Haven't heard from many of the lawmakers, but we did hear from President Biden talking COVID-19, also sitting down with the president of Kenya, speaking about vaccine distribution there as well. And then right here, Phoenix, Arizona, I'm Daytona Everett. We're going to go into our next story, talking about student loans. A lot of parents having to decide what they can and can't afford if they're paying for their kids' tuition. Well, we have good news. Fox 5 in Atlanta spoke with Dave Ramsey all about it.
9:25 is your time. And when it comes to paying for college, experts say you can easily expect at least a $100,000 tab for in-state tuition at a four-year public college. Much more if you plan to go the private college route. It can be really overwhelming for parents and college-bound kids. And that's why personal finance expert and author Dave Ramsey is tackling this issue in a new documentary, Borrowed Future: How Student Loans Are Killing the American Dream.
This is one of the most important financial decisions in your life.
That's a lot to put on an 18-year-old, and yet we're saying, do you want $50,000 in student loans?
I did look at it as it was investment in myself, like it's okay.
I always thought everything's just going to be fine. Everything will sort itself out.
And Dave Ramsey joins us now on Good Day Atlanta to help parents and college-bound kids answer the toughest question: how are we going to pay for college? Good morning to you, Dave. It's good to see you again.
Good to see you again. Thanks for having me.
And I know you have spent years really teaching people how to avoid taking on debt to pay for life's biggest expenses. But student loans, that's usually the first thing parents and kids say they're going to do to pay for college. But you say it's important to consider some other options. And a lot of the folks in this documentary can surely testify to that.
Well, absolutely. There's a lot of heartbreak out there and a lot of hopelessness by people that are overwhelmed who made these decisions poorly. And they've got $225,000 in student loan debt with a degree in left-handed puppetry. And so no one guided these 18-year-olds, these 17-year-olds through this process very well. So moms and dads, we're going to call on you to help them make some common sense decisions. If you can afford a Chevrolet, don't go to the Bentley lot if that's all you can afford. So, I mean, if you got lots of money and you want to go into a famous school, that's fine. But last time I checked, very few of us check where the degree came from. All we want to know is, did you learn something while you were getting the degree? I employ 1,000 people, and I got to tell you, I've hired no one in the history of Ramsey because of where they went to school. So that's just a bunch of hogwash that's out there. So go get 2 years out of the way at the community college. It's free or close to free. Go get scholarships. Take about 6 extra jobs. Make sure you do really well in high school and apply for and get a lot of AP credits that you can carry forward. These are ways to go through school debt-free. It's very possible. But college choice, choosing to go to a school that you can afford, not because you like the trees on the campus, but because you can afford it,
Right.
is the biggest issue.
And one of the things you talk about in this documentary, too, is really just to speak on that, is if you're going to end up in a career that you may make $50,000, $60,000, $70,000 a year, it really doesn't pay to spend $400,000 on the degree to get there.
Yeah, and the sad thing is we went from saying education was important 3 generations ago to now we've got 2 generations that have had the message that says all education is good, all education is worth the money. And that's not true. Again, you get a nuanced degree on Czechoslovakian art history, you can't get a job. And so I don't care if you got a master's degree in it, you can't get a job except in the art world in that. And it's a very nuanced thing. So you've got to have some studies that help you further your career, number one, and then number 2, pay a reasonable price for it.
Well, and a lot of it, I've heard you say over the years, really starts with just doing the research and the homework. People really underestimate how many companies are out there, organizations, foundations that really want to help pay for people to go to college. You just have to do the research and get those scholarships, right?
Exactly. Lots of scholarships go unclaimed every year. There's a lot of ways to do this stuff. But people don't even bother to look at these things because they just make the assumption there's no way to be a student without a student loan. It's just impossible. Mathematically, that's just not true.
I know people sometimes cringe when you say it, but you never stop saying that your warning to parents is not to take out the loans, not to be tempted to dip into their own retirement to finance their kids' futures. Why do you say that's so important? What's the lesson that you're hoping folks will take away from that? Because I'm like, oh, that's so mean. You've got to pay for your kids' future.
Well, yeah, well, it won't hurt if you give them a work ethic. Like while you're in school, you work. I worked when I was in school. I bet you did too, and I didn't die from it, and we didn't call it child abuse back then. So I wasn't mean to my children, but my children, Ramsey kids who were wealthy kids, worked while they were in school. It doesn't hurt you. Work ethic is as important as the knowledge that you get while you're going through the college experience. If the only thing you do while you're there is play beer pong, there's a problem.
Yes, I think we all agree on that. And good information, as always. Thank you so much for sharing your advice and those tips, and looking forward to see some of the real life stories in Borrowed Future. Thank you so much.
Thank you. You can catch it on Google Play, Apple TV, and of course Amazon Prime. It's on, comes on today, so check it out.
All right, will do. Dave Ramsey, thank you so much. And again, Borrowed Future, How Student Loans Are Killing the American Dream, is available to stream today.
Dave Ramsey, so wise, so wise. All right, we're gonna stay with kind of our business consumer segment right now. As we know, California ports have been told to go 24/7, operate 24/7. Pretty difficult for a lot of these workers right now. We'll get to that with one of our live reports with William Lajeunesse, who is at a California port today, talking about that backlog that's still underway. But to preview it, here's Fox 11 in Los Angeles with the situation at hand.
Here, it's an attempt to clear out the bottleneck of cargo ships threatening to sabotage the economic recovery and the holiday shopping season. Well, today, President Biden announced a deal that will have the Port of L.A. running 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Ed Lascos live at the Port of L.A. with details. Ed.
And Christine, even though it was announced by the president at the White House, this is a huge operation, and you just don't turn an operation like this into a 24/7 operation just like that. But the Port of L.A., I'm told, are already making plans to move ahead and start working around the clock. Meantime, despite what the president said about the nearby port of Long Beach, it is not already working 24/7, but all the terminals there are moving a lot faster to try to start working around the clock very soon. Look here. Pier A all lit up and busy late into the night as the Port of Long Beach gets set to start moving cargo 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. And the port's director says it will make a difference, thanking the longshoremen in this video posted on Twitter.
I want to thank you for all you do, working to seek solutions on how to move cargo more efficiently and to get products to our store shelves and to ship goods to the world.
And now the Port of L.A. is also ready to shift to its own around-the-clock operation as both of these ports together move almost 40% of all the imports into this country. The 24/7 work schedule announced by President Biden as a way to ease the disruptions hitting the nation's supply chain.
The night hours are critical for increasing the movement of goods because highways are less crowded in the evening, at night. In fact, during off-peak hours in Los Angeles, cargo leaves the port at a 25% faster pace than during the day shift.
That as there are now more than 50 cargo ships anchored offshore, waiting a week or even longer just to get into the ports and unload. It's a massive backlog that even stretches to the truck drivers. They're kept waiting hours for the cargo containers they need to deliver.
Before it was like an hour, sometimes 2 hours when it was congested. But now it's 3 or 4 hours, sometimes all the shift complete, only to get one.
Before the pandemic, it took a month to ship cargo from China. Now it's a wait of 3 months or longer, leaving some small business owners worried about their upcoming Christmas season.
We just launched a year ago, and we're excited about the holidays coming. But now I don't know that we're going to have actual product to sell.
The new 24/7 operation nearly doubles the working hours to unload the huge cargo ships and then transfer their containers to the trucks that deliver the cargo. But for some, it just may be too little, too late.
I have a friend whose boat has been sitting there for 3 weeks at the dock, and there's literally no one to take the items off.
And now live, that soon could all be changing. The International Longshore and Warehouse Union says it stands ready to add more shifts to increase the workforce to meet the growing demands of a 24/7 schedule. And that is something that everybody here is agreeing upon. If you go 24/7, a lot more trucks leaving the port, but they'll be hitting the freeways overnight, less traffic. And that's really important to the nearby community of Wilmington, because during the day right now, they already deal with huge traffic jams, all the trucks leaving the port in the daytime hours. So at night, it could ease a bit. For now, we are live here at the Port of L.A. Ed Lascos, back to both of you.
Might that mean more jobs? We'll see, Ed. Thank you much. A man is in custody and connected.
So what does it look like out on the water? We had Fox's William Lajeunesse on the show earlier today. Here's that.
Well, this has been something that we've been showing you these aerials for some time here of the cargo ships that are just hanging out and just waiting to come here. And right now that backlog continues, and we're getting a fresh update right now. Fox News' William Lajeunesse joining us in California right now with the very latest. William, how you doing?
I'm doing good, Mike. Tell you what, so the Pacific has really turned into a parking lot off the coast of LA and Long Beach. There are about 78 total shipping vessels, like the one you see behind me, that are not in port. There are 60 in port. There's 78 waiting outside, either anchored, like this one, just off the harbor, and others are actually kind of in a holding pattern off Catalina Island, which is about 30 miles off the Southern California coast. So they're basically a floating warehouse, and they're out here floating because there's no room basically in the port. Truckers aren't picking up stuff, and there's no warehouse space in the Inland Empire or even in Arizona for these kind of containers, right? So it's just a backup, if you will, in this whole supply chain situation. They're going to be out here on average about 2 to 3 weeks before there's docking space in the harbor, either Port of LA or Long Beach, to offload the cargo. It takes about 2 or 3 days to actually get all these containers off a ship like this one, quite large, as you can see. It might be deceiving, but it's really about 3 football fields long, and there are thousands of containers up there. Of course, it's your Christmas presents, but it's also other stuff. Everything from diapers and dishwashers, you name it. It's being imported from Japan or China, Vietnam, if you will. And in the past, these ships didn't have any waiting period at all. But now, as I said, 2 to 3 weeks on the water. And of course, that's costing them money, and it means it's costing you money. Mike?
And a lot of people that have been seeing this and seeing these images want to know how did this happen, and why is it happening now?
Well, there's not a simple answer to that, but I'm going to give you several things, right? So one of them has to do with President Biden, and he had expanded and extended unemployment benefits, right? And many people say that is one reason people are not going back to work. So there is a shortage, according to the Labor Department, of about 537,000 jobs in the trucking and the warehouse sector. That's one reason they can't find the workers to drive the trucks or to offload the stuff at the warehouse, number one. Number two, obviously, you've got the U.S. consumer. You have demand exploding in our country, right? The people coming out of the pandemic, we're ordering all kinds of things. In fact, I heard a figure today that there are 6 imported or vessels importing things to the U.S. for every 1 ship that exports. So the trade imbalance is probably as bad as it's been since about 2002. So that's another reason. So you've got congestion in the ports, and you've got a backup because people are not being hired. But it's not a simple thing. There's lots of cogs in the wheel, if you will. Mike?
Yeah, and how long do they feel they will do this 24-hour operation in LA? I mean, after a certain point, there's just going to be where they can't do it for that long.
Yeah, Mike, you broke up a little bit, but one thing, so a ship takes about, like I said, 3 to 5 days to unload, basically. And the crews, these are foreign vessels for the most part. The crews do not get off. There's actually a cottage industry that's kind of come alive, if you will, to service these ships out here with food and alcohol and any kind of supplies that they might need. They just bring the ship out, or the smaller vessel out, and they service the ship. But basically, some are now going around the Panama Canal, basically to Houston or maybe Savannah or Charleston, because the time on the water here, again, time is money. And these shippers got to find a way around it and to try to get you the stuff that you need by Christmas. But there's basically one thing we heard over and over again from experts in logistics and MIT and facilities like this, is that while the president intimated yesterday, or basically said this is going to help solve the problem, everyone says not so fast. They cannot even tell us today when the ports are going to go to 24/7, as the president said yesterday, and that it's just too complex. And so this is going to probably go on at least till the middle of next year, if not later.
All right, William Lajeunesse breaking it all down for us and giving us some insights on why this is happening right now. We appreciate your updates so much.
You bet.
Okay, and hopefully we'll be able to speak with William in the future as he has been at the port, seeing it with his own eyes. We're going to take another 2-minute break. When we come back, we are talking about Robert Durst has been sentenced to life in prison. Also, the latest on Zoom court. How long is this going to last? We'll see you in 2. Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. We're going to go out to Fox 6 in Milwaukee. Did you know that Wisconsin courts have logged more than 81 million Zoom minutes over the last year just in the courtrooms? Well, is this going to last forever, or is it just temporary? Here's what they have to say.
Wisconsin courts logged more than 81 million Zoom minutes over the last year and had more than 2 million Zoom participants.
So has the pandemic changed the way we appear in court for good? Jenna Sachs with this Contact 6 report.
No one waits outside Judge Carl Ashley's courtroom. No one rises when he enters, but court
call the case when you are ready, Madam Clerk.
Is in session.
Case number 20 CV 4331.
Wisconsin circuit courts now hold many proceedings over Zoom.
All parties appear both visually and with audio.
The pros of Zoom significantly outweigh the cons.
Director of State Courts Randy Koshnick says the pandemic accelerated the use of technology that would have taken years to pilot and develop.
It's so much more efficient, I think, and easy, actually.
Before the pandemic, this part of the courtroom would be full. The plaintiff and their attorney over here. The defendant and their attorney here. The sheriff's deputy over here. The deputy clerk, the court reporter, and the judge.
All 47 judges have the ability to use Zoom in Milwaukee County.
Milwaukee County officials on a panel with Contact 6 agree Zoom makes their work more efficient.
You have to walk into the courthouse, go through security, get up on the elevator, 2 or 3 of these appearances in a couple different courts. You're losing a lot of time and efficiency.
It certainly lifts and eases the burden of us having to move individuals into and through the court system.
And there's evidence court is more accessible.
The appearance rates are increasing, and many judges have told me that they're issuing fewer warrants for failure to appear.
But as in the courtroom, there are two sides. There's no need to take off work, arrange childcare or transportation for brief procedural hearings. There are also people who struggle with technology or lack good internet. Zoom improves access to interpreters to attorneys in rural areas and reduces the cost of counsel. It also cuts out informal communication between clients and attorneys during proceedings, or between two attorneys who could work to settle a case in a hallway.
There's really no substitute in a lot of ways for in-person contact
for certain situations.
There's agreement. Jury trials and many preliminary hearings should not go virtual. Criminal defense attorney Craig Johnson.
Anybody who's charged with a crime must have their right to confront witnesses in court.
That's why these seats aren't always empty.
There are things there that we can't replace and do by Zoom.
I'm Jenna Sachs, Contact 6.
So where do we go from here? Well, experts say the future of court is likely a hybrid of Zoom and in-person appearances. That Zoom should remain in use for small claims cases and procedural hearings, but not for witness testimony. Statewide guidance for judges on the use of Zoom is in the works and may take effect next year.
And again, that was Fox 6 in Milwaukee. Out to Los Angeles now. New York real estate heir Robert Durst sentenced to life in prison without a chance of parole for the murder of his best friend more than 2 decades ago. Durst, 78 years old, you're going to see him in just a little bit, was convicted in Los Angeles Superior Court last month of first-degree murder for shooting Susan Berman point blank in the back of the head at her home in December of 2000. The killing had been a mystery that haunted family and friends for 15 years before Durst was arrested in 2015 following his unwise decision to participate in a documentary that unearthed new evidence and caught him in a stunning confession. You can see Durst leaning back in his wheelchair right there. Berman's death, though, leaving a permanent hole in the lives of family members who remembered her today for her adventurous creativity and deep love and loyalty as well. We're going to play out just a bit of those proceedings from earlier inside of the courtroom in Los Angeles. Take a listen.
Your Honor, I understand that this is a sentence that is life without the possibility of parole. And I think it's important that it be understood that in putting on this trial, it involved flawed people. It involved flawed victims and flawed witnesses. And in presenting the evidence that we presented regarding what Susan Berman did, and the evidence is very clear that she certainly assisted Bob Durst with covering up the killing of his wife. But first, I think it's important to understand that very likely, and the evidence would suggest, that Susan Berman did not cover up what was described to her as a murder. Susan Berman, very likely, as she said to one of her close friends who testified at trial, Bob Durst likely said to her that this was some kind of accident. False, not true. And Susan Berman, loving Bob, believing Bob, trusting Bob, and wanting to believe and trust him, decided to help. So I think it's important that although we needed to understand as lawyers and as jurors what Susan had done, the idea that she knowingly covered up a murder. I've spent a lot of years looking at all the evidence in this case. There is nothing that leads me to believe that Susan Berman was knowingly doing that. In the end, she made the mistake that many other people did in Bob Durst's life. They believed him, and she believed him. And I think it's also important, I've had a unique opportunity in this case to have worked on it for many years, to have interviewed Bob Durst back in 2015 in New Orleans, to have been a part of an incredibly long cross-examination here at trial. And it is our hope that at this point in time, Mr. Durst is certainly never going to see the light of day again. And all we can hope, Your Honor, is that in listening to the passionate statements of the people that he's heard, that maybe he says to himself, you know what, I'm old and I don't know how much time I have left, and I want to actually do something selfless. I want to do the right thing and admit what happened with Kathy, what he did with her, what happened with Susan, what happened with Morris. Yes, there's a conviction. Yes, the jury found that Susan was killed because she was a witness to Bob Durst's concerns that he was going to be prosecuted for Kathy's disappearance and death. Yes, we've proven, I think very compellingly, that he murdered Morris Black. It was not self-defense or accident. But until and unless he decides that he's willing to actually say what happened, no one will have the answers. There's very little he can do for anyone now. That's the one thing. I tried when I interviewed him in 2015 to appeal to any part of humanity that he might have. I tried when he was on the stand to do the same thing. And I'm just hoping that maybe today, maybe listening, maybe understanding that he's old and he's going to have to, at some point, maybe in the not distant future, to face whatever is next. And that maybe he'd like to do it with as clean a conscience as he can. So I'm hoping, Your Honor, that maybe today, maybe we'll get some answers that we haven't gotten so far. I want to, on behalf of the Durst prosecution team, the Los Angeles County District Attorney's Office, I want to thank the court, first of all, for a very difficult trial, for an incredible amount of work, for going through, hearing hundreds of motions. You hear there are commentators out there who have their opinions. They don't know anything about the case. They don't know the work you put in. They don't know the amount of litigation that we've had. You gave both sides a very fair and dedicated and high-level trial, and we're extremely appreciative. I also want to thank the jury, some of whom that are here today. The sacrifice they've made in my 30 years as prosecutor, I've never seen a jury do what they've had to do to come back. We had almost nobody of all those people. They had a get out of jury free card. They could have come back and said, you know what? I can't do it. I'm sick. I'm scared. I have issues in my life. And all of you, there are two, I hope they're spouses or there's been a jury switch. There are two I didn't recognize. Wait a minute. You weren't on this case. Okay. I'm really slipping. We want to thank all the sacrifice. I'm glad there's some spouses here because I know that it was difficult for people in your lives. I've had a chance to speak to some of you since the trial, and I can tell you of all the juries that I've picked in my career, you guys are really, really special, and we are incredibly appreciative for all of the sacrifice. And that, again, goes to the court staff as well, Your Honor. Again, I want to thank the court for everything it's done and for this trial. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Loudoun. Will there be any statements in mitigation?
No, Your Honor. We intend to appeal.
Will there be an allocution by the defendant?
No, Your Honor.
He's welcome to do that. As Susan Berman's family has reminded us and described for us in a way that we couldn't have known without them addressing this court, Susan Berman was an extraordinary human being. I personally wish I could have known her. I feel I got to know her vicariously far too late and under terrible circumstances. But she was an extraordinary human being. And killing her was a terrible loss to our community. This is indeed a horrific crime. This crime was a witness killing, and a circumstance of that crime was the denial of justice to the McCormick family And they suffered terribly due to Kathy's killing and saw her maligned and denied justice. And that's because the killing of Susan Berman foreclosed any chance of vindication. It's a witness killing circumstance, and the witness who was killed was Susan Berman. So that circumstance of the crime is a special circumstance which, in this case, as in any other witness killing, but in this case perhaps more than other witness killings, was a tremendously aggravated and awful, disturbing crime. The court's read and considered the probation and sentence report and has considered the statements of witnesses, statements of counsel. The court's aware of the facts and circumstances of the crime. As to count one, the first-degree murder of Susan Berman, with the special circumstance of intentional killing of a witness pursuant to 190.2810 of the Penal Code, it's the judgment and sentence of this court, Mr. Durst, that you be imprisoned in the state prison for the term prescribed by law, that is, life in prison, without the possibility of parole. As to the special allegation that the defendant intentionally killed Susan Berman by means of lying in wait, as described in 190.2A15 of the Penal Code, the same sentence is imposed and stayed pursuant to Section 654 of the Penal Code. As to the allegation that the defendant personally and intentionally used a firearm in the commission of this offense, causing great bodily injury and death pursuant to 12022.53D of the California Penal Code, the court imposes a term of 25 years to life in prison consecutive. Sentence for the allegations under Section 12022.53B and C are stayed pursuant to Section 654. The court will impose the maximum restitution fund fine of $10,000, court operations assessment of $40 and $30 facilities fee. As to victim restitution, Mr. Lewin, Mr. Balian, is there a claim under 1202.4 of the Penal Code?
Your Honor, originally we were informed by the victim's family members that there was no restitution. However, in hearing Sarah today, it dawned on me that perhaps he incurred some memorial fees. So I inquired again of him, and he said potentially, however, his no receipts, etc. Could we just reserve jurisdiction on restitution? Perhaps counsel said he would waive defendant's appearance if there's need for a future hearing, and we can settle it at a future date necessary.
Mr. Chestnut?
Yeah, what I said to Mr. Balian, out of consideration to Sarah and to Mr. Balian, is we would absolutely discuss with him the issue, and if we had to come back, we could waive Mr. Durst's presence and discuss whatever we need to discuss with the court, or perhaps work it out by stipulation.
Will he waive his appearance now?
Yes. Bob, can I explain this?
Yes, you may take a moment. The court will order restitution under 1202.4F of the Penal Code, subject to a hearing to identify victims. At that hearing, the court will reserve jurisdiction, and the people may calendar such a hearing. Mr. Durst has a right to be present. He may waive that right and allow his attorneys to appear for him at any such hearing, should it be calendared.
Mr. Durst indicated, yes, Your Honor, by agreeing to work it out we know the court knows that we're not making any kind of admission as a result of that, but we're not making any kind of admission as a result of that. We just want to be courteous to the state and Mr. Kell.
I believe I heard him say yes, but let me be clear. Mr. Durst, you have a right to be present at any restitution hearing. Do you waive and give up that right to be present? And allow your attorneys to appear in your place?
Yeah.
He's waived his appearance. The court will retain jurisdiction also for the people to calendar a hearing to compel defendant to pay the cost of his incarceration pursuant to 1203.1M. The court will order a DNA test pursuant to Penal Code Section 296 et sequitur. I ordered a Proposition 63 report. It actually just arrived. Mr. Durst was given an opportunity through counsel to complete such a form. He did not, and nevertheless, the probation department has indicated he has no firearms. Obviously, that's so.
Leave it to me.
The defendant has been in custody on this case only, according to the defense emergency motion for release on bail filed May 13, 2021. That motion told me that the Bureau of Prisons had released their hold on March 25, 2021. Under in re joiner, the defendant is entitled to credit for that day, part of that day, and any days subsequent. That day is correct, isn't it, Mr. Chesnut?
I'm sorry, Your Honor, the last sentence.
That day is correct, isn't it, that you reported to me? Then 203 days have elapsed, including that day. He has credit for those days only. In re joiner is 48 Cal 3rd 487. I'm sorry, it's People versus Joiner. No parole admonition is required because there is no possibility of parole. Under People versus Scott 9 Cal 4th 331, the parties may object to any aspect of the sentence that I have just described. This is your opportunity to allow me to correct any sentencing error I may have made.
We've submitted everything, Your Honor. Thank you.
Submitted, Your Honor.
Mr. Durst, you have a right to appeal from this sentence. If you wish to appeal, you must file a written notice of appeal with the clerk of this court within 60 days from today. If you appeal and you're unable to hire a lawyer, the appellate court will appoint a lawyer to represent you on appeal at no cost to you. Is there anything further from the parties?
No, Your Honor.
No, Your Honor.
Once again, I'm grateful to our jurors, without whom justice could not be done in this case. We could not have had a resolution one way or another without you being here and giving so generously of your time and of your lives to participate in this. My gratitude is endless to you. I'm so grateful to you. And to the attorneys, it's been an enormous privilege to behold the presentations you have made. Obviously, it's a rare occasion for a judge to be able to hear such an extraordinary case, an extraordinary presentation by a counsel. You, each in your own way, impressed me with phenomenal, unbelievably wonderful work. So thank you for your hard work. Again, to the families, it was very important for me to hear from you, and I know I did not hear from the McCormick family, but I am aware of the disappointment you've felt and the heartbreak you've suffered. And I know that the members of Susan Berman's family also spoke to that heartbreak which you shared. You have that bond, and I just wish you peace going forward from this event, from this trial. Very well. The defendant, Robert Durst, is committed to the custody of the sheriff for delivery to the Department of Corrections forthwith. Department 81 is adjourned.
So there you see Robert Durst about to be taken off as he is sentenced to life in prison for murder, sitting in his wheelchair right there. Definitely a chapter closed in the case of Durst there, with Susan Berman losing her life, several of her family members speaking out today ahead of the sentencing. We're going to take a 2-minute break. We'll be right back here on Live Now from Fox with some of the other top stories of the day. Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. A look from our Phoenix, Arizona studios as we head into 9 o'clock, almost 8:45 here. We're going to go into some COVID-19 news, but focusing specifically on Chicago because there was quite a bit of controversy out there today. The city is going to be imposing a vaccine mandate for city workers at 11:59 p.m. So we are closely approaching that as of right now out in Chicago. But what is the latest when it comes to their COVID-19 numbers? Here's Fox 32 with more.
Is COVID-19 here to stay? How are we doing as a country when it comes to fighting this pandemic? And if you got that J&J vaccine originally, should you be getting a booster from a different manufacturer? We are joined by Dr. Shika Khan with UIC Health to answer some questions for us. Good morning. Good to see you as always. So a lot of information coming out about this saying people who received a Johnson & Johnson vaccine may be better off with the booster shot from either Moderna or Pfizer. So what can you tell us about this?
So it's great to be back, Sylvia. The important thing to remember about this study is that it was going to show whether it's safe to mix and match these vaccines when you do the booster. So that was really the purpose of the study. And what the study seems to have found is that people who got the Johnson & Johnson vaccine are able to get the mRNA, Pfizer or Moderna vaccine afterwards. And it does seem to have a pretty significant boost in the immediate immune response we see. The question is going to be, how long does that immunity last? How effective is it? And really, how much does it prevent people from getting seriously ill or getting sick at all from COVID? So that's information we'll have as we do more studies and we see more long-term studies come out. But the big thing to take away from the study is that it is seemingly safe to mix the different vaccines that we currently have.
Okay, which is good news. Let's talk about what's happening with the FDA today and through the weekend. What can we expect coming out of that meeting, and will this whole booster thing be the focus?
So there's going to be a lot of discussions on whether the Moderna booster should be approved for certain individuals, and also if there should be a booster for Johnson & Johnson. The question really is, when it comes to Moderna, the studies so far have shown that there isn't a drop as much as there was with Pfizer in the antibody levels. So the thought is that Moderna might actually provide protection for a longer amount of time than Pfizer. So the question will be for the FDA, does it make sense to do the booster for Moderna now, or does it make sense to do that later? And then for Johnson & Johnson, the question will be, does it make sense for people who received the Johnson & Johnson vaccine to get an mRNA booster right now? Does it make sense to wait until we get more information, or are they going to be recommending a second Johnson & Johnson booster when we move forward? So it'll be very interesting to see what the discussions over the next few days show.
Yeah, very interesting. A lot of people who have all these different shots waiting to hear what's going to happen. Okay, let's talk about our children. When do we think they will finally be getting the vaccine? Because we were hearing so much about towards Halloween, and we're getting close to that.
So there's a lot of hope that children 5 and above will be able to start getting vaccinated at the end of the month, right around Halloween. I can tell you there are parents across the state who've been calling me, asking me the exact same question. So I can imagine probably around Halloween, end of this month, early next month, we'll be able to start seeing our kids 5 and above getting vaccinated. Now for kids younger than that, it's going to be a little bit longer, but hopefully end of this month, we'll see kids 5 and above getting their first shots.
We keep hearing a lot about the drop in the number of hospitalizations and deaths, and even in the amount of cases that are now being reported. So how are we doing as a country? Because Chicago's positivity rate is pretty low at 2%, and the deaths and hospitalizations here are down.
So Chicago is doing great. Our numbers are going down. However, they are not as low as we need to see them still. And I want to remind people the reason our numbers are coming down is because we are following those risk mitigation strategies. People are wearing masks indoors. People are trying to keep their distance when they can't be wearing masks or when they're outside. So we're seeing people really following the rules and following those risk mitigation strategies. We're also seeing a lot of people who hadn't gotten vaccinated at the beginning now starting to get vaccinated because it's required by work, or they're realizing that in order to engage in society, in order to travel, it's just easier to get your vaccine so you can start doing the things that you really enjoy. I can imagine our numbers will continue to go down, but as we've seen throughout this pandemic, the COVID virus is a tricky thing, and it doesn't always do what it's supposed to do. Sometimes we see new variants, sometimes we see new numbers going up, and we're also entering flu season where people will be moving indoors. There's more viral illnesses going around. So I want to encourage people to not only get your COVID vaccine, but also get your flu shot so that we can prevent having 2 different really contagious viruses spreading amongst our community, keep our numbers down, and keep our hospitals from reaching capacity.
Let's talk about where we've come, because it's a year and a half now. We think back to here we are in October going into November, where we were last year. Is COVID going to be a threat for the rest of our lives? Maybe not to the level that we're dealing with now, but is this something that we are just going to have to deal with like the regular flu?
So I'll tell you, right now, a lot of my friends not in healthcare are saying it feels like COVID isn't a part of my daily life anymore. I'm not thinking about it as much, but I can tell you for healthcare workers, it's still a part of our daily lives. We're seeing people with long COVID symptoms. We're seeing people getting admitted. We're still having those discussions and trying to combat the misinformation that's damaged the trust in public health. I think that COVID is going to be with us for a while. I don't think, hopefully, we will not continue to see these major surges, and it'll be something that we live with. We also need to get more of the entire world vaccinated, because as we open our borders, as we see more people traveling, as we see people living their lives, there's concern that we might see spread of COVID from other countries as well. So we need to really work towards getting everyone vaccinated and reaching a point where we can say that we're just living with COVID and it's a part of our daily lives, as opposed to something that people are concerned about every day. So I'm hopeful for that. When that will be, I do not know.
Okay, Dr. Shikha Jain with UIC Health. Always a pleasure. Thanks for joining me this morning. Good to see you.
Thanks, Sylvia.
And staying in Chicago, as I said, vaccine mandates are a major conversation. The police department, the police union, pushing back on the city, saying that a lot of their officers don't want to get vaccinated. Here's my conversation from earlier with a reporter. Conversation nationwide, but specifically they're dealing with this in the Chicago area right now. The police union and the city going back and forth about vaccine mandates, as many of these police officers are saying they're not going to get the shot. Fox 32's Nate Rogers joining us live from Chicago right now with the very latest. We just heard, Nate, from Mayor Lori Lightfoot. What do you think her biggest takeaways were from today?
Yeah, well, Daytona, the biggest issue right now is Chicagoans. We really don't know how many officers will be protecting our streets come this weekend, especially after the Fraternal Order of Police here. The police union continues to advise officers not to comply with the mayor's mandate. At a press conference just a short time ago, Mayor Lightfoot said her vaccine policy is about safe workspaces and saving lives. She also said she's not concerned about a shortfall of officers, and if officers don't show up, quote, that's a whole nother issue. On Tuesday, the Fraternal Order of Police leader said if the mayor's plan doesn't change, he guaranteed 50% of Chicago officers will stay home on Saturday. According to the mayor's plan, by tomorrow, Friday, Chicago's 12,000 police officers must get tested twice a week, provide their vaccination status, or they'll be placed on a no-pay status. Mayor Lightfoot said informing the department of their status is a simple process. Take a listen.
The information that we are requiring employees to provide is very basic, much not intrusive, HIPAA compliant, ADA compliant. It's a simple yes or no. Yes, you're vaccinated. No, you're not vaccinated. If yes, then you provide your vaccination information. If no, then you're able to go to a different portal and sign up for, to say that you will take the weekly testing option. Pretty straightforward.
And the Fraternal Order of Police also just posting within the last hour or so another video saying he's heard that supervisors tomorrow will be advising all officers here to upload their vaccination status. The Fraternal Order of Police leader again telling all 12,000 Chicago police officers do not comply. He says, quote, even if the Superintendent Brown asks you to upload your status, do not do it. He says it is illegal, and he says that it really is intrusive and an invasion of their privacy. And so it really is a back and forth. But I tell you, Daytona, just from talking to various officers today, I talked to a number of clergymen. I also talked to one officer specifically who said, Nate, if you are a concealed carry, he said this weekend would be the weekend to have your gun on you. And I didn't even interview him. I was just talking to him off the record, just trying to pick his brain about my story. And I'm not concealed carry. Many residents here in Chicago aren't concealed carry. And so we really are worried about what our streets will look like, especially with the ongoing crime, the continued murders here in Chicago, kids being shot. It really is a tumultuous time right now. And really the concern, the back and forth between the union and the mayor. Chicagoans just want to stay safe. And so, I don't know, by Saturday, we'll see exactly what happens.
So, I mean, what is Lightfoot saying about all of this? Because, as you said, there's been a recent crime surge in Chicago, even without a lack of officers on the streets. Is she concerned about this?
Yeah, well, Mayor Lightfoot is saying she's not at all concerned about a shortfall of officers. As I said, she said the biggest concern is making sure that the city, that Chicagoans are safe, and by that she means by all city workers having been vaccinated. Now, the other side of this, you hear officers saying, why is the mandate just talked about mainly about Chicago police officers. What about all other city workers? Her mandate does apply to city workers, but it appears that there's a big focus on police officers and not so much firemen or other folks that work in city spaces here. And so it really, I don't know. It's something that we'll just have to figure out. I will tell you, when as I've listened to the Fraternal Order of Police leader, I'm just thinking, oh, they're just talking. Is this, is this really going to happen?
Right.
I will tell you, Daytona, I've talked to at least a dozen officers today off camera who have told me, Nate, this is nothing to play with. One officer who's been on the force some 20 years told me they expect probably 3,000 officers not to show up on Saturday. We couldn't confirm those numbers, but this is something that a lot of officers saying they are going to comply with as it pertains to following the Fraternal Order of Police's commands. They say they believe that the city is out of line here by this mandate.
Is there a backup plan if that does happen, if 3,000 officers don't show up to work this weekend? And we know that violence typically spikes on the weekend as well.
We haven't heard an official backup plan from the mayor's office. Again, at the press conference today, and you all heard some of it, Mayor Lightfoot was just saying that they really are trying to make sure that, folks get vaccinated and understand that the portal isn't a hard piece. It literally, you're just clicking on, making a selection to say, yes, vaccinated, no, I'm not vaccinated, no, I'm not vaccinated, etc. But I have heard rumors that if enough officers don't show up on this weekend, the officers that do show up, they may have to work extended hours, some working 12 hours, which we've seen in the past, or their personal days off or scheduled vacation days may be canceled as a result of this. We haven't gotten an answer back from the mayor if that will happen. But I will tell you, we can expect to see, I guarantee you, just from talking to several officers today, there are many officers that possibly will not be abiding by this new mandate. And on Saturday, things could be a bit different in Chicago. We hope not. We're not, trying to scare the people or anything like that. But it really is one of those things where the concern is there, and the back and forth is not helping because neither side is caving here.
And this might have a permanent effect. We heard from the union president last night who said, we have guys who have been in the force for a long time that could retire. They might just retire after all of this back and forth, and that's going to cut down on numbers as well, too.
Oh, absolutely. I forget the numbers that was quoted, but I've even talked to officers myself because the rule here in Chicago, I believe, is 29 in a day. So you can retire after 29 in a day. I've talked to officers who've been on the force 15 years, 20 years, 23 years. One officer just telling me a couple of days ago, he said, it's not worth my emotional, it's not worth my mental. It's not, I can't take this. And so we're seeing a lot of officers in top positions that are walking away from the job, leaving behind pensions because not just the mandate, but everything that comes along with the job, the high crime here in Chicago. Many officers saying that they don't feel supported by the city. And so right now in Chicago, it really is a tough time, not just for the city, not just for victims' families, but especially for Chicago police officers.
Yeah. All right. So again, what time does this all go into effect?
They're saying 11:59 tonight. 11:59 tonight, officers are mandated to upload, not just officers, I'm sorry, all city workers are mandated to upload their vaccination status to the city's health portal. If not, they can have, they'll have to go to testing 2 days a week, or it'll be a no paid leave. Now, one of the reporters at the press conference today did ask, what does that time frame look like? Will, officers be reprimanded right away? And Mayor Lightfoot did say that it will take them several days possibly, or at least a couple of days to figure out how many officers didn't comply, why they didn't comply, and what that'll look like. But only time will tell. The concern for residents, the real people, let's not forget about the seniors and the kids and the teenagers that just want to play outside. The real takeaway from this, Daytona, is what will the streets of Chicago look like come this weekend, especially as we all know on weekends, violence, it shows its ugly head.
Yep, most definitely. Well, we are wishing for the best out there. Hopefully there can be some sort of coming together when it comes to such an important topic for all the residents who are living in Chicago right now. We'll be watching this here on Live Now from Fox. Fox 32's Nate Rogers, thank you so much.
Thank you, Daytona.
And so again, that was from a little bit earlier today. We're going to take a 2-minute break. When we come back at the top of the hour, we'll go out to that press conference with Mayor Lori Lightfoot. And welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. I'm Daytona Everett. Almost 11 o'clock out in Chicago right now. And we know that this vaccine mandate has been really controversial the past couple of days. We heard from the Chicago Police Union just last night talking about how a lot of the officers are saying they're not going to go ahead and get vaccinated. You're going to hear from Mayor Lori Lightfoot talking about why she thinks city workers should be vaccinated and what's going to happen if they don't.
Hi, good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to Mayor Lightfoot's post-council press conference. My name is Pat Dowell. I'm the 3rd Ward Alderman and also the chairman of the Budget and Government Operations Committee. So I thought I'd just like to give you a little bit of information about where we are in the budget process. As you all know, we ended our budget hearings on Friday successfully, and I'm very excited about where we are in the process to date.
There might have been a note that went out to officers saying that in fact they would not be put on the no paid list tomorrow if they don't report their vaccination status. Is that true? Is that just a deal that was struck with the FOP? What can you tell us?
No, that's not accurate. I'm not sure where that comes from. We've been very transparent, very straightforward with the unions that represent our employees for weeks now, including the FOP, including Local 2, the fire union, the unions that represent the supervisors, as well as all the other public service unions. We have, I think, taken great strides and made some changes to the original policy as initially formulated in response to some of the good faith suggestions and recommendations that were made by the unions. But tomorrow's a real day. And our expectation is that people will comply. And we're going to keep doing, as you heard from the various commissioners are here, we're going to keep doing everything that we can to educate people into compliance and to continue to myth bust. One of the reasons why we wanted Dr. Arwady to show you the actual portal, because there's all kinds of mythology that's been spun up by some to suggest that we are asking for detailed, confidential, privileged medical information, and as you can see for yourself, just not so. It's pretty straightforward. Are you vaccinated or not? If you are, you upload your information. If you're not, then you go to a separate page and you indicate that and that you'll be taking the testing option. It's pretty straightforward, not burdensome, not intrusive. So we're going to keep pushing towards our goal. We're seeing numbers increase in every department across the city. As I indicated, we'll be providing early next week, as soon as we are able, what the status is of employee compliance across departments. But our goal is to create a safe workplace. And the best way that we can do that, the biggest tool that we have, is by getting people fully vaccinated.
Kent and Zara is suggesting that 50% of members might not show up for work this weekend. Would that be, in your mind, a strike?
Well, I think you heard from Chief McDermott, who has a pretty good pulse for these things. We don't expect that to be an issue this weekend. We can fully expect that members will show up, and unless they're told to go home, they need to report for duty. Now, if they don't show up, that's a whole different issue. But my expectation is that people who swore an oath to serve and protect the city are going to honor that oath. And they're going to show up, they're going to report for duty, and they're going to comply with a legal directive from the city and an order from the police department. Anything less would be insubordination. We don't want to see that. There's no reason to see it. As you can see, it's very straightforward. And I hope that members of the department are not led over the cliff without a parachute by anybody who tells them they can just ignore legal, proper direction.
Thank you, Mayor. Erin Hegarty, Daily Line.
Hello.
Hi there.
Do you think what happened today with the disagreement over what happened with the proposals that were initially sent to Rules Committee demonstrates the need for City Council to have its own parliamentarian? And is Alderman Beal's proposal something you could get on board with?
You're talking a lot of insider baseball, so let me kind of decipher it for folks who are probably wondering, what in the world is this woman talking about? Look, here's the bottom line. We need City Council to function, and to function in an orderly fashion. And what we see played out over and over again is when Alderman Beal doesn't get his way, he complains that there's a problem, that the rules are rigged. The rules were voted on by the City Council, and if memory serves me correctly, he voted on the very rules that govern City Council procedures. So I've always thought that members of the City Council should have their own lawyer, because the Corporation Council is the corporation for the council for the city, not the City Council. I made that very clear coming in the door. Whether they do that or not, that's up to them. But fundamentally, the rules are the rules, and nobody gets to just break the rules when it doesn't suit them, as unfortunately I think Alderman Beal seems to think. And then to respond in the way that he did, which is to basically retaliate against his colleagues. There's no place for that. There's no place for that. And luckily, Alderman Riley stood up and made a motion that made sure that the matters that were introduced by members of the City Council in good faith could proceed forward. So, as the saying goes, you catch more flies with honey than with salt. It's a lesson that all of us need to learn, and I think one that would serve Alderman Beal well.
Okay, and this is from my colleague Alex Nitkin. On the search for a permanent head of COPA, it's been more than 5 months since Cindy Roberts resigned. And Joe Ferguson said during his budget hearing last week that nobody really knows how the search for a permanent replacement is being done. Can you give an update on that?
Yeah, and unfortunately that's just not true. We were very transparent about it. We used exactly the same process that was used previously in choosing the heads of COPA. A search committee drawn from the Citizens Advisory Committee that COPA itself has set up, along with others, put out a national search, sought applications, and now have made recommendations to me, and we will interview the finalists and then pick someone to lead the organization forward. Meanwhile, we have a very able acting chief administrator of COPA. So the notion that it's this mystery is not so.
All right, Craig Wall, ABC 7.
Couldn't tell from the mask. Mayor, so
But I could tell from the socks.
Thank you. If officers show up, if firefighters and paramedics show up, is someone actually checking to see whether they've uploaded their status? Because it seems to be, they're saying they're going to show up expecting to be sent home as opposed to not showing up.
Well, obviously the Department of Human Resources has been operating a portal that was open now, I think, almost 2 weeks, where city employees could upload their information. That information is being sent out on a regular basis to city commissioners. So yes, we have a sense on a daily basis, on an hourly basis, of who signed up, who has not, and commissioners have been reaching out to those folks to remind them of what their obligation is. And I'll just repeat what I said before. No employee should abandon their post. If there's a reason for them not to be there, they will be told directly by a supervisor, but not showing up creates a whole other set of issues for them.
Alderman Beal suggesting if there is not enough officers on the street, if for some reason what you're asking for and hoping for doesn't happen, that maybe the governor should declare a state of emergency, suggesting the National Guard should be called out. Are you prepared to take any kind of action like that if there is a major shortfall of manpower?
Well, I don't like to deal in hypothetical scenarios that have not presented themselves. Obviously, we believe in planning and being ready, but our primary focus from now until not only with our own city workforce, but with residents writ large that are eligible for the vaccine, is to continue the important work of educating them about why the vaccine is safe, why it makes sense for them to take, why it makes sense for their families, their coworkers, and members of the public that they get vaccinated. We have an opportunity to save lives. And what I would say is it is an incredibly discouraging thing to think about the number of lives that have been lost. Now, many of those lives that are lost that Doctor already reported were lost before there was a life-saving vaccine. But now that there's a life-saving vaccine, we've got to do everything that we can to educate people about why taking the vaccine is so important. It's not a nicety, it's a reality. When you look at the exponential increase and risk to yourselves as an unvaccinated person, not just to get sick, but to die of the vaccine, and if you've got an underlying comorbidity, if you are a person of color, that risk goes up exponentially. And here's what we know. We know that 97% of the people who are in the hospital and dying of COVID are unvaccinated. That makes no sense. We have the vaccine at our fingertips. It is real, it is widely available, it is free, and it is life-saving. So I encourage everyone, if you're still on the fence, as we know some people are, let us educate you about the safety of the vaccine. Let us talk to you about what your fears and concerns are. But come into the body of people who have understood that getting this vaccine is necessary to save your life, the life of your family members, and the life of everyone that you come into encounter with. Everybody wants to put the pandemic in the rearview mirror. We can't get there if we still have a substantial part of our population that's unvaccinated. We've got to do more, all of us, which is why we launched the Protect Chicago 77. Every one of our neighborhoods has room for growth, and we want to encourage that growth by getting people vaccinated.
Thank you, Mayor. Greg Pratt, Chicago Tribune.
Good afternoon, Mayor.
You're welcome.
The question I want to understand about the vaccine mandate and the rules on October 15th is, do the people who aren't complying with the rules go into no pay status immediately, or do they go into no pay status Monday or at some indeterminate time in the future?
Well, as you might imagine, it's going to take us a little bit of time to make sure that we've got information correct, and we want to make sure that we're reaching out to people who appear not to be in compliance to determine if that's in fact so. So it'll take a little bit of time to sort that out. We want to do belts and suspenders on this and give people the benefit of the doubt. But once we understand that people have not complied with the simple request to say yes or no, or that I'm going to take the testing option, then yes, we will be moving forward and putting people into no pay status.
Well, could that be a process of days? Would that be weeks?
Well, I don't want to. It's not going to be weeks, but it's not going to be Saturday or Sunday. It's going to take us a little bit of time to go through the information and then verify with the employees, as you would expect, that in fact they have not done what they were mandated to do.
Thank you, Greg. Dana Kozlov, CBS.
Hi, Mayor. Just going back to the police officer situation, are you concerned there will be a police officer shortage this weekend for either officers told to go home or officers who don't show up?
No, I'm not. Again, as the chief said, I don't expect that to be an issue. And as I just said in answering to Greg Pratt's question, it's going to take us a couple of days to make sure that we've got the information correct. We're going to be reaching out to those folks who appear not to have complied. And then once we know that they haven't complied, then we'll be taking the necessary action. But that'll take a couple of days, and I don't think that process will be complete over the weekend.
And also, it came up in...
And I want to emphasize again, if you are working over the weekend on a 24-hour shift in particular, you need to show up and you need to come to work. If you do not come to work, that's a whole different issue that you're going to subject yourself to. People need to show up. They need to do their jobs. If they are placed into a no-pay status, when that time, if that time ever comes, they're going to be told that by a supervisor. And unless and until that time happens, report for duty.
And on that same subject, is there a contingency plan should there be shortages, unexpected shortages?
Of course.
And what would the details of that plan be? Overtime?
Well, what I'll say is this. Of course, we always have contingency plans, and I'm not going to get into the details of that here. My hope is that we won't have to activate any contingency plans, but our number one priority, obviously, is to keep this city safe, and it's certainly my hope that sworn members of the department who swore an oath to serve and protect and abide by the laws of the Constitution of the United States, of the state of Illinois, and the ordinances of the city of Chicago, and who have been given a directive and an order that they will do so, and that they will not be insubordinate, that they will not follow the lead of FOP leadership that is not telling them the truth, that has misled them, and is tantamount to pushing them over a cliff without a parachute. I know our men and women of the police department are smarter than that, and I am confident that they will be in compliance. And if they're not, obviously there'll be consequences.
William, Newsmax?
No, excuse me, ma'am.
You can give him the microphone.
William Kelly, Newsmax.
That's just your signal to behave yourself.
Excuse me?
That's just your signal to behave yourself, sir.
The real Chicagoans that I talk to tell me that their real concern, the real epidemic that they're concerned about is your epidemic of violence in the city of Chicago, the shootings, the murders, the completely unsolved shootings and murders, by the way. On an average weekend in Chicago, we have 30, 40, 50, 60, 70, 80 shootings, okay? And that's fully staffed.
Is there a question here, sir?
If your rhetoric, your mandate results in even 20% of the Chicago Police Department not showing up or not being on the streets this weekend, will that blood be on your hands?
Well, sir, as always, you're hyperbolic and you're also wrong on your facts. In fact, our Chicago Police Department is solving more homicides this year than they have in the past 10 years. We have a clearance rate that is higher than it's been in the last 10 years. So you clearly like to peddle in hyperbole and rhetoric and all sorts of extremism, but the facts are the facts, and our police officers are working their tails off every single day. Our detectives are working their tails off every single day, and the challenges that we're facing in this time around gun violence are a result of many factors, and we've got to make sure that our county partners are doing their part. What I believe is that murderers, killers, rapists should not be out on the street. And we've got a significant problem with the number of people that are out on electronic monitoring. So we need the courts to step up and do their part and make sure that criminal justice in this city is actually real. The absence of accountability that's your crime wave right there. And so I'm going to continue doing our part. These brave men and women who are on the front lines every day are going to continue to do their part. We need partnership with the county to make sure that they step up and do their part. Thank you.
The only hyperbole that really matters is your hyperbole.
So, sir, if you've got a question, please answer it. But I'm not going to banter with you. That's not what these press conferences are about. You've got facts. You have a question. Answer it. Otherwise, we're going to move on because others of your colleagues actually want to ask questions and get to information that's important for residents of the city to know. Are you done?
I believe you said to the FOP, bring it. That phrase is typically an invitation to a fight. Is that really the relationship that the mayor of the city of Chicago should be having with the FOP when we have a crime epidemic in the city of Chicago?
What I said is, why don't you give her the microphone and not be, yeah, thank you, sir. Thank you for complying with some rules. What I said is that if the FOP is threatening litigation, I don't fear that. I'm a 30-plus year litigator. I don't fear lawsuits because I am confident that we have the law and the facts on our side. So if they want to bring a lawsuit, go right ahead. Marianne?
NBC.
Mayor, the governor did say that he reached out to you. I'm not sure if he spoke to you directly or to your office, but did offer, if needed, resources from the state. Does that mean that that offer is sort of on standby? Can you give us any kind of indication where that all stands with the mayor as far as perhaps the state police and national guard?
So, again, I don't want to get into all the details of our contingency plan, but the state police have been incredible partners with us, particularly over these last 2 years. So if there is a need for us to lean into those resources, then we will.
Finally, some of the aldermen today, there was a divide, the ones we spoke to, some who said, let's take a pause, let's take a break, maybe perhaps not have this deadline right now. Others, of course, said they agree with it. What do you say to those aldermen, as well as perhaps residents who say, you know what, we don't need a vaccine mandate?
Well, I understand that the FOP has whipped up a lot of concern, but here's what I know. The only way that we can guarantee a safe workplace is by having the vaccine. So kicking the can down the road really isn't my vocabulary. I think you've seen, and I've demonstrated over the time of my time as mayor, that I'm willing to take on the tough challenges, particularly when it comes to saving lives. And this fundamentally, all the rhetoric, all the noise is about saving lives. The way that we can do that, the way that we can make our workplace safe, the way that we can make public spaces safe, and where we can make private spaces safe is by getting people vaccinated. It makes no sense to me that in this time, when we have a life-saving vaccine at our fingertips that we know is safe, that we know is widely available, that is free, that people are not taking advantage of that. And it's devastating to me that we know that right now there are people in emergency rooms, there are people in ICU beds clinging to life who are unvaccinated, and that more are going to die. It doesn't make sense. What we need to do is educate our residents about the efficacy, the safety of the vaccine, make sure that it is widely available, talk to them about their fears and concerns, but get them to the point where they are taking the vaccine for themselves, for their family, and for the rest of our city. This is a pandemic where we are truly all in this together. The weakest links make a difference in all of our lives. And the weakest link are people who are not unvaccinated, or who are unvaccinated. And we've got to reach out to those folks. They're our neighbors, they're our friends, they're our family members. We got to keep talking, and we've got to persuade them that this is the only way path forward for them, for their families, and for our city.
Heather Schroen on your far left, Mayor.
Hi, Heather.
Hi, Mayor. I don't see Superintendent David Brown or Fire Commissioner Annette Nance-Holt behind you. Why aren't they here, and why aren't we hearing directly from the leaders of the department about how important it is for the members of their department to get vaccinated and to show up for work?
Well, let me push back a little bit. Both Superintendent Brown and Commissioner Holt have talked at length publicly, but also internally to the members of their respective departments about the vaccine. They are not here because they're attending to other city business, but the leaders come in all kinds of shapes and sizes, and you're seeing them here. First Deputy Chief Carter, Chief Denahan, Chief McDermott, we're all unified, all saying the same thing: get the vaccine, sign up to the portal. That message is very clear, and it's been said loud and clearly by the superintendent and by Commissioner Holt.
Shifting topics, Inspector General Joe Ferguson's last day is Friday. There has not been an interim named for his replacement, and can you commit to releasing his report on the Anjanette Young raid aftermath?
So there has been an interim named. That information has been shared internally with the IG. I'm expecting them to release it publicly. It'll be somebody within their ranks who has been a longtime employee and will serve. And regarding Anjanette Young, I have not seen that report, and I know I'm going to have a lot of questions about the scope of it. So once we have all of that resolved, we'll talk about down the road about what he has said. But I'm also looking forward to getting a readout from former 7th Circuit Judge Ann Williams and her colleagues at Jones Day.
Mayor, last report of the day, Mariah Wolfel from WBZ in the Bank.
Hi, Mayor.
Hi there, how are you?
Good, how are you? Good. Just one question. Can you share preliminary numbers on where the city stands with vaccination of employees and with reporting vaccination status? I know you're going to share more details next week, but ballpark, where are we at percentage-wise?
As I've said several times this week, and I think every time that you've asked the question, we'll share those details early next week as soon as they're available.
Thank you very much, folks.
Thanks,
Have
everyone.
a great day.
So that was the press conference. Lori Lightfoot, the mayor of Chicago, having to answer some pretty pressing questions when it comes to what will the city do if police officers don't come into work after this mandate goes into effect. And that's still to be seen. So we'll be watching that going into tomorrow as the mandate is going into effect at the bottom of this hour. We're going to come back after this commercial break with some of the other top stories of the day. Don't go away. We'll see you. And welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. I'm Daytona Everett, 9:30 here in Phoenix, Arizona. We want to go out to a story that broke just yesterday in Los Angeles. A city council member now being indicted on federal charges. Here's the latest in the investigation.
And I'm Christine Devine. We thank you for being with us with this day of breaking news. A political earthquake in Los Angeles. LA City Councilman Mark Ridley Thomas indicted on federal corruption charges.
Coco McAvoy joins us live from downtown LA with more on the charges and who else is involved. Coco.
Yes, good evening. This story is still developing, but we know the indictment was filed in Los Angeles federal court and alleges that Mark Ridley Thomas was involved in a bribery scheme. Now let's show you who we are talking about. Again, this is a real political shakeup. Mark Ridley Thomas is an LA City councilman, and the former dean of USC's School of Social Work, Marilyn Louise Flynn, is also being indicted in this case. According to the U.S. Attorney's Office, a relative of Ridley Thomas received benefits from the university in exchange for Ridley Thomas supporting county contracts and lucrative contract amendments with the university while he served on the L.A. County Board of Supervisors. Ridley Thomas and Flynn are charged with 1 count of conspiracy and 1 count of bribery. They are also charged with 2 counts of mail fraud and 15 counts of wire fraud. Councilman Joe Buscaino, who is also running for mayor, released a statement on social media. Take a look. It reads, quote, "I am shocked, saddened, and disgusted by the federal bribery charges against Mark Ridley Thomas. These charges tarnish the reputation of the entire LA City Council, and because of that, Ridley Thomas should immediately step down from his position." Now, we have reached out to Mark Ridley Thomas's office along with the other LA County Board of Supervisors, and we are waiting to hear back from all of them. We'll have much more for you at 10 o'clock tonight. Reporting live this evening, I'm Coco McAvoy, Fox 11 News.
Coco, thank you. A lot of moving pieces on this. Let's talk more about this with John Rigardi, who covers City Hall for LA Magazine. He knows that place as well as anybody. He's one of my go-tos for news about this stuff. John, welcome. First off, big picture, your reaction to this, and if you can also put in context what a large figure Mark Ridley Thomas is after decades of public service in Los Angeles.
Like everyone else, Alex, I was stunned. This is a political earthquake. We are talking about someone who is one of the most prominent, powerful, and accomplished political figures in Los Angeles. He's been in elected office for 30 years, started back in the 1990s as a member of the city council, there for a while, served in the state legislature, spent 12 years on the county board of supervisors, and then just last year returned to the Los Angeles City Council, this time representing the 10th district. He is really an incredibly accomplished individual with a lot to his name. So this is really a stunning blow for anyone who follows City Hall.
I'm supposed to be at an event this weekend at the African American Museum. Congressman Karen Bass is going to be there. He's the co-chair of the event. And this is how big he is. I'm wondering what you think this does for public confidence.
What we have to, and it's a great question, because what we have to keep in context here is that he is not the first city council member to come into trouble. 2 other council members have been caught up in FBI investigations in the last couple of years. You had Mitch Englander, who had gone to prison, and then you have council member Jose Huizar from downtown, who is, currently awaiting trial on an expansive corruption charge related to the real estate development industry. So you have a lot of people who may have already been going, hey, what's going on with Los Angeles politics that the FBI is coming into our building? What's going on that our top elected officials, the people the public trust has put in office repeatedly, are being indicted, are facing these federal charges?
And so what is going on? Because there's a lot of people that are going to say, why should I have confidence in these people when 20% of the city council is now gone because they've been indicted?
Well, Mark Ridley Thomas is not gone yet. That just broke today, and certainly we'll have to see how justice plays out. But again, it's a great question, and it's one that I don't think a lot of people know. But no, I don't think anyone knows the answer to. But certainly it does, again, just raise probably more questions than it answers about public trust, about public corruption. We do know that the FBI, the Los Angeles branch in particular, has been very aggressive in seeking to investigate public corruption. The case against Councilmember Huizar was extraordinarily expansive. Ultimately, 9 people were charged in that case, not all of them within City Hall, but that included some of the people who worked for Councilmember Huizar.
Well, and let's just follow up, because of course you're right. Mark Ridley Thomas, presumption of innocence. He has not issued a statement yet. He has not resigned. Joe Buscaino, who's running for mayor, asked for him to resign. What do you think, though, is Mark Ridley Thomas's future when it comes to this? I know you were the person that broke the story that he wasn't running for mayor, and at the time I heard some speculation behind the scenes that this might be the reason for that.
Yeah, it's going to be hard to tell. And, I would prefer not to speculate at this time. We'll certainly have to see, how it plays out. What we do know about the federal prosecutors, though, is they do not do something like this and move to this type of, indictment unless they're very sure they've got an ironclad case. We've seen them be successful time and again, either in ultimately having individuals plead guilty or be convicted. We will have to see what happens, but they do have a pretty strong track record with their public integrity unit.
Now, that's my question here. Federal charges. How big a deal is this?
Federal charges are huge. A lot of people don't understand the difference between local charges, state charges. When the feds, to use an old phrase, the feds don't mess around. They're serious and they play, hardball.
Shocking news for the community, for sure.
Yeah, and there's going to be a lot of ripple effects for a long time with this news as well. Thank you so much, John Rigardi. Really appreciate your perspective. Yeah.
Thank you.
And check him out in LA Magazine. Speaking of the feds, the ultimate fed, the President of the United States, getting involved today in LA.
So we'll be watching more as that investigation develops out in LA. Again, you never know what you're going to find in local city governments, and we are tracking all of it here on Live Now from Fox. A look from the Bay Area, San Francisco, California, 9:30 out here on the West Coast. We're going to take a 2-minute break. When we come back, more of our top stories from our sister stations across the country. We'll see you then. And welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. We want to go out to a story from earlier this morning. Fox 5 in D.C., they are giving all of the best longevity tips, how to age happily and healthily.
Definitely. All right, switching gears. Recent research said the longest you can expect to live, 150 years. That's likely max lifespan for our human bodies. Making it to that age may be a rarity, but you can live healthier every year. Let's bring in Well and Good writer Cara Jillian Brown with the top 5 tips for staying healthy as you age. Oh, we could all use a little pick-me-up this morning. Thanks for joining us.
Thanks so much for having me, Erin.
Let's start with the Mediterranean diet. Why is that such a healthy diet to follow?
So we hear this time and time again from experts that following the Mediterranean diet is the secret to longevity. That's because it's centered around healthy fats like veggies, seafood, and of course, a little red wine. You've got tons of options and there aren't any strict rules, making it much easier to adopt and maintain than other trendy and sometimes harmful healthy diets.
I do love the Mediterranean diet. I love that hard crusty bread. I like olives. I love red wine, so I can get behind this. Now listen, you also say be optimistic about aging, but the fact of the matter is when I look in the mirror and I see new lines when I wake up, it's hard to not feel that pressure to stay youthful looking.
Absolutely. And you're definitely not alone in that because we're constantly fed this narrative that youth is the best time of our lives and everything else from there is just downhill. And holding on to these negative stereotypes can create a self-fulfilling prophecy, so we're not motivated to live as well when we get older. But if you're optimistic about aging, studies have shown that you're more likely to take the steps needed to live a long, happy, and healthy life.
And then I'll just consider the lines that I have, smile lines in a life well lived so far. And speaking of that, stress. Let's talk about stress, because that can give you lines, that can give you heart problems. You got to manage stress.
Oh yeah, and people who manage stress sleep better, get sick less often, and maintain a healthier gut. Plus, when we look at our DNA, stress management can actually turn off genes that cause unnecessary inflammation, which contribute to anything from arthritis to heart disease.
I like
My
meditating.
go-to stressor. Yes, I love yoga, but everyone just has to find what works for them.
A lot of activities to manage stress. Now, you also say practice compassion. How does that help to maintain that youthful feel?
So a study found that volunteering is a common hobby among those who live long lives. Not only does it strengthen community bonds, but volunteering enriches our own lives by bringing us closer to others, helping us feel a sense of purpose, and protecting us from feelings of loneliness and hopelessness, something we all need after this past year and a half.
Yes, and helping others always feels good, right? Now, let's talk about the final tip. Obviously, get regular exercise. We hear it. Sometimes we fall into those exercise black holes, as I call it, where a month goes by and you were busy and then you feel sluggish. So what advice do you have for maintaining a regular routine?
Yes, getting regular exercise is so important. We know those who engage in moderate to vigorous exercise for 150 minutes a week, which is about 20 minutes a day, have lower mortality rates. And to really commit, the key is finding something you love. If you hate running, do not do it. You will never stick with it. Instead, find activities that you actually look forward to doing.
That's a good tip. That's a really good tip. So don't make yourself do exercise so it turns into like that homework of the day. Make it so it's something you actually look forward to participating in.
Yes, absolutely.
All right, Cara, 150 years sounds like a long time. Where can everyone get more information from you?
Come over to wellandgood.com. You can also find us on Instagram at I am well and good.
All right. Well, I appreciate it, Cara. Have a wonderful day. I'm going to make sure I exercise today, get some meditation in, eat healthy, and sleep well. It's a dream, right?
Sounds great. Best of luck to you, Erin.
Thanks. Have a good one. Tucker Barnes, you always exercise and you have a youthful glow.
8:18 is your time. A Prince George's County teacher is up for a global prize thanks to her role in education inside and outside of the classroom. Joining us this morning to talk all about it is International High School Langley Park teacher Kashia Thorpe. Good morning to you, Kashia. Thank you for joining us.
Good morning. Thank you for having me.
Of course. And I should say congratulations for even making it this far. If I'm correct, you made it to the top 10 finalists, right?
Yes.
What was your reaction when you found that out?
It was quite overwhelming. I really actually think about, all the hard work that I've put in and to be recognized for everything that I have done and with my students. And it's just a win for myself, and not just a win for myself, but also a win for my students and my school community. Yeah. I was overwhelmed.
Absolutely. And listen, I'm going to brag on you because I know you're not going to do it, so I'll do it for you. Y'all, she was picked out of 8,000 nominations and applications in 121 countries. And it really is remarkable what you've achieved, given some of the challenges that you've faced. So at your high school, 100% of your students are English language learners. 95% identify as low income. And what I love about what you've done is that you've proven with the right teacher and the right amount of passion, you can really make some huge changes. How did you manage to have such a strong impact on these kids, and what are the strides that you've made?
Well, the students that we call them really special. And, when they come into our school, they become a part of this family of teachers. We have great teachers here. We have a great culture, and we have great leaders in our school as well. And it's not just a one-person show. It takes a team. And I think one of the things that we do is we really collaborate well. We share our resources and we help each other out. And because of that, especially with our ESOL department and our teachers that are ESOL certified, board certified, most of our teachers here have are Admin 1 certified. So not only do we think about what our students have to achieve academically, but we think about what they have. We think about the communities that they come from, and we think about all of the challenges that they come into our school with. And we make sure that inside of the classroom and outside of the classroom, we're providing for their needs.
Yeah,
and that's one of the reasons why we're able to get such great outcomes.
And I want to talk about that in just a second, but just a stat here to show what you and other teachers have done. There's been a 40% increase in reading for your students, which obviously helps the school as a whole to meet and exceed benchmarks. We talked about how you help students even outside of the classroom. These students, smart kids, right? And you can make it into college, but you've got to be able to pay for it. So you help them with scholarships as well.
Yes, and October really is scholarship month. And so we, as teachers and advisors, we have several students that are assigned to each of us. And we kind of play that mommy role to our students that are assigned to us. And we make sure that they go through the process. And we also acknowledge that not all of our students are going to be college bound. And so we make sure that we also have a CCRD course, a career development course, that we make sure that all of our students are on track to be successful in their lives, even if they decide not to go to college.
When do you find out whether or not you've won the top prize?
I think the prize announcement will be November 11th.
Okay, November 11th. Then is it $1 million in prizes?
Yes.
What do you, if you win, what do you plan on doing? If you can share, what do you plan on doing?
I have been working on a lot of advocacy for my immigrant students. And like you said, most of them are very, very smart. They finished their 4 years of high school. And it's unfortunate that they're unable to move forward in terms of receiving a college level education. And so for me, I really want to delve into policies to change some of those things, some of those policies that can make my students successful.
Yeah, absolutely.
And and hope and have a better hope for the future. And they come here for the American dream. So I hope that I can be a part of their American dream story.
Well, I'm sure you've certainly made a difference. And I'll tell you what, I do believe you're going to win this prize. But either way, the impact that you've had on these students' lives, they'll remember you for the rest of their life. So congratulations for having made it this far, and best of luck to you. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I appreciate it.
That is Kashia Thorpe, teacher at International High School, Langley Park. Certainly making a difference there. 8:23 is your time, Aaron.
And we'll see if she ends up winning that global prize. That would be really, really awesome. We are going to take one more 2-minute break. We'll be right back here on Live Now from Fox. We appreciate all of you being with us. 9:45, Phoenix, Arizona, and in the Bay Area. And thank you, everyone, for being with us here on Live Now from Fox throughout the day today. A look from San Francisco right now as we keep our eyes on all of the stories across the nation. We'll be keeping our eyes on the White House, especially. We heard from President Biden earlier today talking COVID-19 vaccines. You're going to hear from the White House Press Secretary Jen Psaki in just minutes. And then also New York City right there. Beautiful shot. Always keeping our eyes on what's going on at the Fox News headquarters in Capitol Hill as well. More to come on all of that. Also, we reported to you earlier today, former President Bill Clinton has been admitted to the hospital. As of right now, we only know that it is an infection, a non-COVID-19 infection. When we learn more about that, we'll bring it to you in the coming days here. But we are going to go into some of these top press conferences of the day, including the White House briefing, as Jen Psaki is going to answer all those COVID-19 questions and rising crime questions and so much more. So we'll listen in to her.
Weeks. American